Chapter 1. The Climb. You know, there's really no need for all this violence. It was common knowledge in Silverwraith City that to lie to a guardian meant death. I knew this in a first-hand, painful way that most other Silverwraiths did not. Almost a year ago to the day, I'd watched one of the Queen's men clad in beaten golden armor gut my neighbor for lying about his age. And before that, and far worse, I'd stood silently in the street while my mother's throat had been split wide open, spilling jets of hot peasant blood into the sun-baked sand. As the handsome guardian's hand closed around my neck now, his beautifully engraved gauntlet reflecting the glare of the twin suns overhead like a golden mirror, it was a miracle I didn't crack open and yield my secrets, like a piece of overripe fruit. His metal-tipped fingers gouged deeper into the hollow of my throat. Name, age, ward. Spit it out. Low-tier citizens aren't permitted in the hub, he snarled. Like most cities, Silverwraith, the great and shining banner of the north, was fashioned after the shape of a wheel. Around the city's outer limits, the different spokes, walls designed to keep people contained in their wards, towered 50 meters high above the shanty towns and overflowing sewers. The guardian gave me an impatient shake. Answer quick, girl, or I'll have you dispatched through the 5th gate of hell directly. I groped loosely at his gauntlet, nowhere near strong enough to break his grip, and smirked, rolling my eyes up toward the bone-white sky. How am I supposed to tell you anything if I can't fucking breathe? The guardian's dark eyes simmered with rage. If anything, the pressure he applied to my windpipe intensified. You have any idea how hot it is down in the palace cells during reckoning, thief? No water, no clean air. The reek of rotting corpses is enough to make the high executioner vomit. You'll be dead within 3 hours. Mark my words. The palace cells were a sobering thought. I'd been caught stealing once before and had been sent down there for a grand total of 8 minutes. 8 minutes had been enough. During reckoning, when the suns, Belia and Min, were at their closest, and the afternoon air shivered with heat, being trapped below ground in the festering sore that passed as a prison beneath the immortal Queen's palace would not be fun. And besides, I was badly needed above ground. If I didn't make it back to the forge before dusk, the deal I'd spent hours brokering last night would fall through. No deal meant no water. No water meant the people I cared about would suffer. Much as it irked me, I submitted. Lissa Fossick, 24. Single. I winked at him, and the bastard squeezed harder. Dark hair and blue eyes weren't common in the Silver City. He would remember me. The age I'd given him was real, as was my pathetic romantic status, but the name I'd provided wasn't. My real name? No way I was handing that over without a fight. This bastard would shit himself if he realized he had the Ceres Fane in his grasp. Ward? The guardian demanded. Gods alive. So insistent. He was about to wish he'd never asked. The third. The guardian shoved me down onto the blistering sand, and superheated particles scorched the back of my throat as I accidentally breathed them in. I sucked my next breath in through the sleeve of my shirt, but filtering out the sand that way only did so much. A couple of grains always work their way through the fabric. The guardian staggered back. Residents of 3rd Ward are quarantined. Punishment for leaving the ward is... There was no punishment for leaving the 3rd. No one had ever done it before. Those unlucky enough to find themselves scraping out a living in the dirty back alleys and stinking side streets of my home usually died before they could even think about escape. Standing over me, the guardian's anger shifted into something closer to fear. It was then that I noticed the small plague bag hanging from his belt and realized that he, like thousands of others in Silverwraith, was a believer. With a panicked lurch, he raised his foot and brought the sole of his boot crashing down onto my side. Pain stole my breath as he brought up his boot to kick me again. This was far from my first beating. I could take a shit-kicking as well as the next downtrodden scammer, but I didn't have time to accommodate Madra's fanatical followers this afternoon. I had somewhere to be, and I was running out of time. With a quick twist and a forward lunge, I grabbed the Guardian just below his knee, one of the only places he was unprotected by his heavy golden armor. The tears came in quick and hot. Believable. I gave a solid performance, but then again, I'd had a lot of practice. "Please, brother, don't send me back there. I'll die if you do. My whole family has the rattles." I coughed for effect, a dry hack that sounded nothing like the wet, congested cough of the almost dead. But the Guardian had probably never even seen someone with the rattles before. He stared down at the point where my hand closed around the material of his pants, mouth gaping open in horror. A second later, the tip of his sword punctured my shirt, right between my breasts. A little weight on the hilt of his weapon, and I'd be just another dead thief bleeding out on the streets of Silverwraith. I figured he'd do it, but then I watched as he processed the situation and realized what he'd have to do next if he killed me. The dead were left to rot in the streets of the other wards, but things were different in the tree-lined, leafy walkways of the hub. Silverwraith's well-heeled elite might not have been able to keep the sands borne on the hot westerly winds out, but they wouldn't tolerate a diseased plague rat rudely decaying on one of their streets. If this Guardian killed me, he'd have to dispose of my body right away. And from the look on his face, that hazardous task was one he didn't wish to undertake. See, if I was from the Third, then I was far more dangerous than any normal, run-of-the-mill everyday pickpocket. No, I was contagious. The Guardian ripped the gauntlet and glove from his hand, the hand he'd used to half-choke me, and dropped them to the sand. The burnished metal released a sustained hum as it hit the ground. It sang in my ears, and just like that, all of my plans went up smoke. I'd been caught lifting a tiny scrap of twisted iron from a market stall. I'd weighed the odds and considered the risk worth it, knowing the small ingot would earn me a tidy profit. But this? So much precious metal, tossed to the ground like it meant nothing. This, I couldn't resist. I moved with a speed the Guardian wasn't expecting. In a lithe, explosive maneuver, I sprawled forward and grabbed the gauntlet, targeting the larger of the two pieces of metal. The glove was stunning, skillfully made by a true master. The tiny circlets of gold looped together to form a chainmail was notoriously impenetrable by blade or magic. But the weight of the gauntlet, the solid amount of gold that comprised the piece of armor, it was unimaginable that I'd ever hold that amount of gold in my hands again. "Stop!" The Guardian lunged for me, but too late. I'd already snatched up the gauntlet. I'd already shoved it over my hand and jammed it onto my wrist. I was already sprinting toward the hub wall as fast as my legs could carry me. "Stop that girl!" The Guardian's bellow bounced around the cobbled courtyard, his command echoing loudly, but no one obeyed. The crowd that had gathered to watch the spectacle when he had first captured me had dispersed like frightened children the moment I'd uttered the word Third. A recruit underwent formidable training before being accepted into Queen Madra's guard. Those who were selected for the grueling 18-month program were repeatedly half-drowned and had the tar beaten out of them via every martial arts system recorded in the city's dusty libraries. By the time they graduated, they could tolerate unimaginable amounts of pain and had mastered their weapons to the point that they were unbeatable in a fight. They were machines. In the barracks, on the training floor, I wouldn't last 4 seconds against a fully trained Guardian. Queen Madra's pride demanded that her guard be the best of the very best. But Madra's pride was a hungry thing, and quite insatiable. Her men not only had to be the best, they had to look the best, and a guardian's armor was no light thing. Yes, on the training floor, the asshole who'd caught me stealing the iron would have bested me in short order. But we weren't on the training floor. We were out in the hub, and it was reckoning, and this poor bastard was trussed up like a feast day turkey in all that ceremonial armor. He couldn't run, weighed down with all of that metal. He couldn't even jog. He sure as hell couldn't fucking climb. I took off toward the eastern wall, pumping my arms and legs as fast as my aching body would allow. Launching myself into the air, I hit the crumbling sandstone hard, the oxygen wheezing out of my lungs from the impact. Ow, ow, ow! It felt like Elroy had taken a mallet from the forge and swung it right into my solar plexus. I didn't dare think about the bruises I'd wake up to in the morning, provided I did actually wake up. There wasn't time. I jammed my fingers into a narrow gap between the hefty sandstone blocks, bared my teeth, and hauled myself up. My feet scrambled for purchase, found it, but my right hand, the god's cursed gauntlet, such a terrible design. The gold clanged, the resonance of the metal a siren's song as I slammed it against the wall, attempting to catch hold of something to help pull myself up. My fingers, deft, slim, made for picking locks, unlatching windows, tousling Hayden's thick hair, wouldn't be enough if I couldn't bend my wrist. And I couldn't. Fuck. If I wanted to live, there was nothing left for it. I'd have to drop the gauntlet. But that was a preposterous thought. The gauntlet weighed at least 4 pounds. 4 pounds of metal. I couldn't just walk away from that. This gauntlet was more than a piece of stolen armor. It was my brother's education. 3 years' worth of food. Tickets out of Silverwraith, south, to where the reckoning winds that buffeted the dry-boned hills were 20 degrees cooler than here in the Silver City. We'd have enough money left over to buy a small house if we wanted to. Nothing fancy, just something weatherproof. Something I could leave to Hayden when, not if, the Guardians finally caught up with me. No, dropping this gauntlet would cost me something far more valuable than my life. It would cost me hope. And I wouldn't surrender that. I'd rip my arm out of its socket first. So, I went to work. "Don't be ridiculous, girl," the Guardian hollered. "You'll fall before you even make it halfway." If the Guardian went back to the barracks without his gauntlet, there would be consequences. I had no idea what those consequences would be, but they wouldn't be pretty. They could cut off the asshole's hands and bury him up to his neck in the sand to bake in the reckoning's heat for all I cared. I was going home. Pain sang from my fingertips, up my arm like a rope of fire, blazing in my shoulder as I pulled myself up, kicking with my feet, leaping up the wall. I aimed for a section of the stone that looked worn but stable, or as stable as I could hope for. If you gave it enough time, the wind ate everything in this city, and it had been grinding its teeth against Silverwraith for thousands of years. The sandstone was deceptive. The city's structures and walls looked sound, but were far from it. One hard kick had been known to bring down an entire building in the past. It wasn't as if I was overly heavy, but that was neither here nor there. I was risking life and limb by slamming myself into the brickwork. My stomach bottomed out as I sailed through the air, and then clenched tight as a fist when I impacted with the wall. Adrenaline soaked my blood as 3 miracles happened in concert. First, the wall held. Second, I grabbed a stellar handhold with my left hand. Third, my shoulder didn't come out of its socket. Footing. Foot. Fuck! My heart wedged itself in my throat as the sole of my left boot slipped against the wall, setting my whole body swinging. Below me, a genteel, feminine gasp parted the silence. Guess I did have some spectators after all. I didn't look down. It took a moment to still myself, and a handful of strained curses before I felt confident enough to breathe again. "Girl, you're going to kill yourself," the guardian shouted. "Maybe, but what if I don't?" I shouted back. "Then you'll have wasted your time anyway. There isn't a fence in this entire city stupid enough to buy a stolen piece of armor." Come on now. I think I might know a couple. I didn't. No matter how tight things were, no matter how many families starved and died, not one resident of Silverwraith would dare to deal in something as dangerous as the gauntlet I had wedged onto my forearm. But that didn't matter. I wasn't going to try and sell it. "I won't pursue you any further. You have my word. Drop the gauntlet, and I'll let you go." A bark of laughter ripped out of me, and they said guardians had no sense of humor. This one was a fucking comedian. Another jump, another staggering jolt of pain. I calculated the trajectory as best I could, making sure to aim for the least pitted section of rock each time. At last, high enough above the streets of the hub, I allowed myself the luxury of a moment to collect myself. If I moved the armor to the other wrist, would I drop it? More importantly, would I be able to hold on to the wall with my weaker arm while I performed a swap? There were too many variables to calculate and not enough time to do so in. "How do you think you're getting down the other side, child?" Child? Ha! The gall of the bastard. His shouting was quieter now. I was 50 feet up, close enough to see the top of the wall. Far enough from the street for a bristle of cold sweat to break out across the back of my neck when I looked down. The guardian raised a good point. Descending from the wall would be just as perilous as the ascent. But the undying queen's whipping boy down there had been born into a good home. He grew up in the hub. His parents didn't lock their door at night. That man had never even considered trying to climb the walls that protected him from the ungrateful, infectious rabble on the other side of it. I'd spent half my life running the tops of these walls, slipping from one ward to the next, finding ways into places I had no business being. I was good at it. Moreover, it was fun. I completed the rest of the climb in under 2 minutes. The gauntlet slammed into the tiny dune of sand shored up along the top of the wall. As I heaved myself over the ledge, particles of quartz in the sand began to vibrate, jittering in the air a millimeter above the sandstone as the gold came alive. I froze, the breath trapped in my lungs, caught off guard by the peculiarity of the sight. No, not here, not now. The gauntlet whispered, rocking rapidly as I brought myself up to straddle the wall. The particles of quartz rose up, up, up. She sees us. She feels us. She sees us. She feels us. I slammed my hand down on top of the gauntlet, and the piece of stolen armor stilled. The glinting specks of quartz fell back into the sand. "I'll find you, girl. I swear it. Drop that gauntlet or make an enemy for life." At last, there it was, a tinge of panic riding the guardian's plea. The truth of the situation had caught up with him. I wasn't going to fall to my death. Neither was I going to accidentally drop the armor he threw to the ground in disgust once he'd realized he'd touched a plague rat. I'd slipped through his bare fingers, and there was nothing he could do about it beyond shouting threats up at a ghost in the sky. Because I was already gone. The idiot below wouldn't be the first enemy I'd made out of one of Madra's men, but I wouldn't be giving him another thought. I was far more concerned with all of the incredible things I was going to forge with his impressive gauntlet. But first, I was going to melt the glorious thing down to slag. Chapter 2. Glassmaker. No, absolutely not. Not here, not in my furnace. Elroy glared at me like I was a four-headed serpent, and he didn't know which one of my heads would strike him first. I'd upset the old man a million different times, a million different ways. But this disapproving look was new. His expression was one of equal parts disappointment and fear, and for the briefest of moments, I questioned my decision to bring the gold into the workshop. Where else would I have taken it, though? The loft over the tavern where Hayden and I had been sleeping these past 6 weeks was infested with cockroaches and stank worse than a sand badger set. We'd found a way into the mirage through a damaged section in the cracked slate roof. We were quiet when we crept in there to sleep amongst the rotten, long-forgotten wine crates and moth-eaten stacks of heavy folded canvas, and so far, we hadn't been discovered. But my brother and I weren't stupid. It was only a matter of time before we were found out, and the proprietors of the public house evicted us from their attic space at the end of a blade. There'd be no time to collect our belongings. We didn't have any belongings aside from the clothes on our backs. Hiding the gauntlet there would be folly. Elroy's workshop was the only place I could take it. No matter what, I needed to use the furnaces. I didn't have a choice. If I didn't melt down the metal and make something else out of it, very gods cursed quickly, the gauntlet was a millstone around my neck that would wind up getting me tortured and killed. It's bad enough that I had to tell Jarrus Wade that you weren't here an hour ago. He was furious, said you'd broken some trade agreement with him. But then you show up here with that thing. What the hell were you thinking? The despair lacing Elroy's voice made me regret showing it to him. Why did you take it in the first place? We'll have Madra's vipers scouring this place with a fine-tooth comb, searching for it. When they find you, they'll flay the skin from your bones in the square for everybody to see. Hayden will be right there next to you. And me? Me? Even if they do believe I had nothing to do with this, they'll take my hands for even allowing that thing under my roof. How am I supposed to make a living with no hands, you stupid, stupid girl? Elroy's business was glass. With an abundance of sand at his fingertips, he'd made it his life's work to become the best glassmaker and glazier in all of Silverwraith. Only those living in the hub were rich enough to afford windows, though, and there were people who lived in the third who sought other items that could be forged in a hearth. Once upon a time, Elroy used to make illicit weapons for the rebel gangs who fought to overthrow Madra. Rough-edged swords made from scraps of iron, but mostly knives. The blades were shorter and required less steel. Even though the pig iron was of the worst quality, it could still be honed into an edge sharp enough to send a man to the makers. But as the years had passed, life as an insurgent within had grown untenable. Fresh food was impossible to find. In the streets, children clawed each other's eyes out over a heel of stale bread. The only way to survive the third now was by barter and trade, or by whispering secrets about your neighbors into a guardian's ear. As a resident of the third, if you weren't dead or dying, then you were hungry, and there wasn't much a starving person wouldn't say to quell the ache of an empty belly. After too many close calls to count, Elroy had declared he wouldn't be hammering out any more of his vicious, needle-like knives, and told me I wasn't welcome to forge them in his fires anymore either. We were to be glassmakers, and nothing more. I'm stunned. Stunned. I can't even comprehend. The old man shook his head in disbelief. I can't even begin to fathom what you were thinking. Do you have any idea what kind of doom you've brought down on our heads? When I was little, Elroy had been a giant of a man, a legend amongst even the most dangerous criminals that ran the third. Taller than most, broad, his back muscles straining beneath his sweat-stained shirt. He'd been a force of nature, a pillar of rock hewn out of a mountain, immovable, indestructible. It was only recently that I'd begun to understand that he was in love with my mother. After she was killed, little by little, piece by piece, I'd watched him wither away, becoming less of himself, becoming a shadow. The man that stood before me now was barely recognizable. His calloused hand shook as he pointed at the polished metal glittering like sin on the table between us. "You're taking it back, is what you're gonna do, Saris." A huff of laughter escaped me. The forgotten gods and all 4 fucking winds know that I'm not. Not after everything I went through to get it. I nearly broke my damned neck. I'll break your neck if that thing isn't out of here in the next 15 minutes. You think I'm just going to walk up to the sentry post and hand it over? Don't be ridiculous. Gods, why do you have to be so ridiculous? Scale the wall again and toss it back into the hub once the twins dip. One of those inbred bastards will find it and return it to the Guardians without a second thought. They won't even realize how much the damn thing's worth. Gritting my teeth, I folded my arms over my chest, trying to ignore how prominent my ribs felt beneath the fabric of my shirt. My skin prickled with sweat. I was losing moisture I couldn't afford to part with. I'd left my water ration hidden inside a wall in the attic back at the Mirage. Hadn't been able to risk someone trying to jump me for it while I was picking pockets. And the workshop was hellishly hot, as per usual. I couldn't count how many times I'd passed out at the billows here. I had no idea how Elroy survived it. For a moment, I gave the man the respect he deserved and considered his demand. And then I fantasized about what a cool breeze from the south might feel like, and the delirious weight of a full stomach, and how blissful a featherbed might be, and what a future for Hayden might look like, and my affection for the man who once loved my mother dwindled into insignificance. I can't do what you're asking me to do. Saris, I can't. I just can't. You know we can't go on like this. I know that struggling to scratch out a life here is better than bleeding out in the fucking sand. Is that what you want? To die in the street in front of Hayden? For your body to rot in the gutter like your mother's, stinking and picked over by the crows? Yes! Yes, of course that's what I want! I brought my fist crashing down on the table, and the gauntlet jumped, a cascade of rainbows leaping up the walls. Yes! I want to die and ruin Hayden's life. Your life. I want to be made a spectacle of. I want everyone in the ward to know me as the glassmaker's apprentice who was stupid enough to steal from Madra's guard and got herself killed for it. That's exactly what I want. I'd never spoken to Elroy like this before. Ever. But the man had experienced loss after loss at the hands of the city's guardians. People he'd loved, dragged from their beds and executed without trial. His own brother had died just before I was born, starved to death during a particularly hard year, because Madra wouldn't divert any food from the hub to the other parts of the city. The richest of the Queen's people had continued to throw lavish parties, had dined on exotic imports sourced from pastures well beyond Hayland, had drunk their fill of expensive rare wines and whiskeys, and all the while, the people of Silverwraith had starved in the streets or shit themselves to death. Elroy had borne witness to all of this. Even now, he barely survived from week to week himself. If the Guardians weren't pounding on his door, checking to make sure he wasn't making weapons, then they were kicking it down, hunting for mythical magic users who didn't even exist. And he allowed it all to happen. Just sat there and did nothing. He'd given up. And there wasn't a single part of me that could accept that. Elroy's heavy brows shot through with gray bunched together, his eyes darkening. He was about to launch into another one of his rants about staying out of the Guardian's way, avoiding drawing attention to ourselves, about how cheating death here was a daily miracle that he thanked the makers for each night before he passed out in his shitty cot. But he saw the fires simmering inside me, ready to burn out of control, and for once, it gave him pause. "You know I fought. I did. I fought the same way you want to fight now. I gave everything I had, sacrificed every last thing I held dear, but this city is a beast that feeds on misery and pain and death, and it's never full. We can throw ourselves down its throat until there's none of us left, and we won't have made the slightest lick of difference, Saris. The people will suffer. The people will die. Madra's reigned over this city for 1,000 years. She will live as she has ever lived, and the beast will still feed and demand more. The cycle will go on forever, until the sand swallows this cursed place and there's nothing left of us but ghosts and dust. And then what? And then there will have been the people who fought for something better, and the people who laid down and took it," I spat. Snatching up the gauntlet, I made to tear out of the workshop, but Elroy still had a little speed left in him yet. He grabbed my arm, holding me back long enough to look me in the eyes. Pleadingly, he said, "What if they track you down and realize what you can do? The way you can affect metal. It's a parlor trick, Elroy. Nothing more. It doesn't mean anything." Even as I spoke, I knew I was lying. It did mean something. Sometimes objects shook around me, objects made of iron, tin, or gold. Once, I'd been able to move one of Elroy's daggers without touching it so that it had spun around and around on my mother's dining table, balancing on its crossguard. But so what? I met his exasperated gaze. If they track me down, they'll kill me for a slew of other reasons before they kill me for that. He huffed. "I'm not asking for you. I'm not asking for me, either. I'm asking for Hayden. He's not like us yet. The lad still laughs. I only want him to keep that innocence a little longer. And how's he gonna do that if he watches his sister hang?" I tore my arm free, my jaw working. 1,000 cold, hard insults clambering over one another, competing to be first out of my mouth. But my anger had fled me by the time I spoke. "He's 20 years old, Elle. He has to face reality at some point, and I am doing this for him. Everything I do is for him." Elroy didn't try and stop me again. There were ways in which Hayden and I were similar. His height, for instance. We were both tall, lanky creatures. We shared the same sense of humor and were both champions at holding a grudge. We both adored the briny, sour tang of the pickled minnows the skiff merchants occasionally returned from the coast with. But apart from our shared personality quirks and the fact that the two of us loomed over most people in a crowded room, there wasn't much about us that was alike. Where I was dark-haired, he was light. His hair was curly to the point of chaos, and there was so much of it. His eyes were a rich, liquid brown, and bore a gentleness to them that my blue eyes did not. The cleft in his chin came courtesy of our dead father, his proud, straight nose from our dead mother. She used to call him her summer child. She'd never seen snow, but that's what I had been to her. Her ice storm. Distant, cold, sharp. It didn't take long to find Hayden. Trouble had a way of following him, and I was an expert at seeking it out. So it was no real surprise I almost tripped over him, sprawled out and bleeding into the sand in front of the house of Kala. Kala's, as it was known by most, was one of the only places in the ward that would trade food and drink for goods instead of money. A chancer with empty pockets and an empty belly could also gamble for goods with some of the tavern's more disreputable types, if they were brave or stupid enough. And, Since we never had any money or items for trade, and Hayden was an outrageously proficient cheat at cards, second only to me in Silvarin, perhaps, then it made perfect sense that he would be here, trying to swindle a pitcher of beer out of someone. Blazing hot gusts of sand blew over Hayden. They gathered in little pools in the bunched-up material of his shirt, which still bore the handprints of whoever had grabbed him and tossed him out of Kala's onto his ass. A body group of revelers passed by, their scarves pulled up over their faces against the twins and the sand, stepping over him without sparing him a glance. A young man with a split lip and the beginnings of a black eye lying in the gutter was nothing out of the ordinary in this part of the world. I stood at my brother's feet, folding my arms across my chest, careful to keep the satchel containing the gauntlet pinned against the side of my body. Pickpockets and cut purses weren't unusual here either. A crew of hungry street rats wouldn't think twice about performing a snatch and grab if they suspected the prize would be worth it. I kicked Hayden's dusty boot. "Carrion again?" He cracked an eyelid, groaning when he saw me. "Again! You'd think the bastard would have better things to do than beat the shit out of me." The way he gingerly clutched his ribs suggested a few of them might be broken. I nudged him with the toe of my boot, considerably harder this time. "You'd think you might have learned your lesson and would steer clear of him by now." "Ah, Saris! What the hell? Where's your sympathy?" "In Carrion's back pocket, right alongside the money I gave you to buy water." I considered bruising the other side of his ribs, but the sheepish smile he sent my way doused my anger. He had that way about him. He was foolish and careless more often than he wasn't, but it was impossible to stay mad at him for very long. Offering him my hand, I helped him to his feet. After much grumbling and complaining, Hayden dusted off his shirt and pants and adopted a wolfish grin that implied he'd discarded the ache in his ribs and felt brand spanking new. "You know, if you have a chit, I bet I could win back the water money and the red scarf Elroy gave me." "Ha! Keep dreaming, buddy." I skirted around him and jogged up the steps to the tavern. As always, Kayla's was packed to the rafters and stank of stale sweat and roasting goat meat. A dozen heads swung in my direction as I entered, a dozen pairs of eyes going wide when they observed who had just walked in. Hayden was a daily visitor here, but I only ventured across the tavern's threshold when I'd had a bad day. I came here to blow off steam, to fuck, to fight. A wild array of outrageous things was whispered about me behind the backs of sunburned hands here. That a man might either get lucky or be beaten unconscious, depending on my mood when I sat my ass down at the bar. I didn't sit at the bar today. Peering over the drunken rabble before me, I craned my neck, searching for a flash of color amongst all of the dirty whites, grays, and browns. And there it was. There he was, sitting at a table on the far side of the tavern with 3 of his dim-witted friends, his back to the corners so he could keep a weather eye on the crowd. Carrion Swift, the most notorious gambler, cheat, and smuggler in the entire city. He was also uncommonly good in bed, the only man in Silvarin who'd ever made me scream his name out of pleasure rather than frustration. His bright auburn hair was a signal flare in the dimly lit tavern. I beelined right for him, but my pathway was quickly blocked by a beleaguered-looking woman in her early 40s, brandishing a giant wooden ladle. "No," she said. "Sorry, Bryn, but he swore he'd leave him be. What am I supposed to do? Just let him get away with it?" Bryn had a surname, but no one knew it. When asked, she'd say she'd lost it as a child and had never bothered to locate it again. She said family names made you easier to find, and she was right. As proprietor of the House of Kala, folks who didn't know any better tried to call her Kala, presuming she'd name the place after herself, but she'd glower at them and show them her teeth. Where she was from, Kala meant funeral, and Bryn didn't appreciate being likened to death. Doesn't matter to me whether he gets away with it or not. She cast a baleful sidelong glance at Hayden, who had skulked back into the tavern on my heels, looking rather sheepish. He knows Carrion cheats, and I don't need another full-blown brawl breaking out in here. Not tonight. I've already had to toss 2 chairs out the back for mending, thanks to that swine and your idiot brother. I'm not an idiot, Hayden objected. You are an idiot, Bryn insisted. You're also on a 24-hour ban. Back outside with you. If your sister pays, I'll have someone bring you a cup of ale on the steps. I'm not paying for anything. Hayden had the nerve to look disappointed. Well, I'm not leaving without that scarf, he said. My lungs will be flayed raw by the time I get home. Best hold your breath then. Go on, out with you. Bryn waved the ladle menacingly in Hayden's direction, and my brother paled. He eyed the overlarge spoon as though he'd already been introduced to it once today, and was well aware of what it could do. I wouldn't have been surprised if Bryn had given him the black eye rather than Carrion. I'll get the scarf for you. Go and wait for me outside, I told him. You'll not be taking it by force, Bryn warned. She swung the ladle in my direction, but it didn't have the same effect on me, and she knew it. A weapon had to be considerably shinier and a whole lot sharper to make me blink. She lowered the ladle, opting for a gentler approach. I mean it, Saris. Please, keep the peace, if only for my sake. I'm at my wit's end already, and it's not even 8. You have my word. I won't break any more furniture. I'll get what I came for and be gone before you know it. I'm holding you to that. Clearly, Bryn didn't think I was going to honor my word, but she sighed, stepping aside anyway. Hayden gave me a look that begged for me to vouch for him. He always had to push, but I knew better than to give in to those pleading eyes. Outside. Now. Hold on to this. Do not let it out of your sight. I thrust my bag into his chest and was racked with a spasm of panic as he took it. It was one thing wandering around the ward with a giant piece of gold just sitting in the bottom of a bag. It was another thing entirely to stand in front of Carrion Swift with such a valuable piece of contraband on your person. The man was capable of anything. His fingers were lighter than the dawn breeze. He'd talked me out of my underwear, perhaps the greatest heist ever performed in Silverwraith, and people hadn't stopped talking about that for months. I wasn't willing to risk that he wouldn't catch a whiff of something interesting in the bag and endeavor to relieve me of it. I'll be 10 minutes, I told Hayden. He pulled a face as he left the tavern. Kayla's patrons paused their games of bones, their rowdy conversations faltering as I made my way to Carrion. Everyone followed me out of the corners of their eyes, half watching as I arrived at the grifter's table. Sparkling blue eyes danced with amusement as Carrion met my gaze. His hair was copper and gold and burnished umber, as if each strand were a fine thread of the metals that were so precious to Queen Madra. He was always the tallest person in a room by at least a foot, broad across the shoulders, and held himself with a confidence that made girls all over Silverwraith swoon. I hated to admit it, but it was that confidence that had lured me into his bed. I'd wanted to disprove it, to show him that his self-assuredness was nothing more than a facade. I'd planned on crushing that ego of his once I'd finished with him. But then he'd done the unthinkable and proven that his swagger was well-earned. More than well-earned. It made my blood boil just thinking about it. The man was a thief and a liar, and he loved himself far too much. I mean, who in their right mind wore this kind of finery? To a tavern full of savages who'd cut your throat and steal the dirty boots off your feet as soon as look at you? He was mad. Asshole, I said stiffly by way of greeting. He grinned, and my stomach rolled in a weightless way that made me curse under my breath. Bitch, he replied. Nice to see you. I didn't think we were spending time together anymore. His friends guffawed like morons, elbowing each other. Even they knew that this was a prod from Carrion, a poke. The last time I'd seen him, I'd been scrambling out of his bed, clutching hold of my bundled clothes, swearing on the forgotten gods and all four winds that I'd rather die than stick around for a repeat performance of the show he'd just put on for me. He knew he'd won. The supercilious prick hadn't been shy about it. He'd told me I'd be back for more, and I'd told him in very colorful language that I'd snap his cursed cock right off his body if he ever tried to come near me with it again. Or something to that effect, anyway. I got straight to the point, ignoring his friends and his suggestive barb. "You promised you wouldn't gamble with Hayden again." Carrion angled his head, eyes drifting upward as he pretended to think about this. "Did I?" he asked incredulously. "That doesn't sound like me at all. Carrion." The bastard sucked in a sharp breath, his attention snapping back to me. "She said my name." He pretended to swoon. "You all heard it. She said my name." Again, this earned a round of snickering from his infantile accomplices. "Not only did you break your word, but you beat the living shit out of him, Carrion." "Ah, come on, don't be so sour." He held out his hands, palms up, fingers splayed. "He begged me to play with him. Who am I to say no? And if I'd beaten the living shit out of him, I wouldn't have seen your little brother sulking around by the bar just now, would I? He'd still be out on the street, spitting blood into the sand. I hit him," he thought about it, "once, maybe twice. That only qualifies as a light beating. And what's a light beating between friends? Hayden isn't your friend. He's my brother. Messing with him is against the rules." Carrion leaned forward, propping his elbows against the table. He bounced his eyebrows in the most infuriating way. "I never met a rule I didn't want to break, sunshine." "We had a deal. I specifically remember saying I wouldn't interfere with your supply lines to and from the hub, and you said you wouldn't mess with Hayden anymore." He frowned. "Yeah, I suppose that does ring a bell." The gall, the nerve, the out-and-out audacity. "So then why are you gambling with him?" "Maybe my memory's patchy these days," Carrion mused. "You do get hit in the head a lot. Or maybe," he said, swirling the ale around in his glass, "I knew if I messed with Hayden, I'd get to see you. And maybe that was an opportunity too good to pass up." "You broke my brother's ribs just so you'd get to see me?" I couldn't have heard him correctly. There's no way he'd be insane enough to hurt Hayden for such a ridiculous reason. Carrion's tone was suddenly sharp when he fired back. "No, Saris. I broke them because he tried to stab me with one of your knives when I wouldn't play another round. Even your brother doesn't get away with that." My shock was a cold, dead weight in the pit of my stomach. "He wouldn't—" "He did." Carrion drained his ale. When he set his empty glass down, his charming smile had returned. "Now that you're here, you might as well join me for a drink. No hard feelings and all that." It was amazing how quickly Carrion could flit from one emotion to another. Also impressive was his ability to delude himself completely and utterly whenever it suited him. "I am not drinking with you. It makes no difference if Hayden deserved what you did to him. He probably pulled the knife on you because he was trying to get his mask back. He wouldn't have needed to do that if you hadn't encouraged him to gamble. You like whiskey, right? Doubles sound good?" He was getting to his feet. "Carrion, I am not drinking with you." The handsome snake attempted to slide an arm around my waist, but I'd dealt with predators far quicker than him. Ducking back, I put 3 feet of space between us, hands itching to move to my knives. The ones Hayden hadn't borrowed. But I'd given Bryn my word there'd be no fighting. Carrion's eyes traveled down my body, his smile broadening when they skimmed over my hips, and the memory of his tongue skimming over my hips slammed into me out of nowhere, drawing a wave of heat to my cheeks. You're pretty when you blush, you know. The gods' cursed thief didn't miss a thing. I tell you what, sit down and have a drink with me, and I'll give you Hayden's mask. No deal. No deal? He seemed genuinely surprised. Enduring 15 minutes at a table with you is worth more than a ratty mask, you vulture. Who said anything about 15 minutes? You know I like to take my time when I'm enjoying myself. Holy martyrs. I did my level best to block the other memories that were trying to shove their way to the forefront of my mind. Carrion wanted his off-the-cuff comment to remind me of how long he spent working with his tongue between my thighs. He wanted me to recall just how long he held back his own pleasure, like it was his God's cursed job while he teased out mine. I wouldn't give him the satisfaction. 1 drink, 15 minutes, and I want the chits back that you took from him too, plus another 5 on top for the inconvenience of having to breathe the same air as you. Carrion arched an eyebrow, considering me. I already knew I wouldn't like what was about to come out of his mouth. Saris, if I knew I could buy your time, I'd be bankrupt, and you would be a very rich woman. You'd have spent the past 3 months on your back, begging for me to ride you harder, and 1 more word, and I'll relieve you of your fucking balls, thief, I snarled. What he lacked in manners, Carrion Swift made up for in common sense. He knew when he was about to cross a line that would cost blood to uncross. His hair glinted red, then gold, then deepest, richest brown, as he held his hands in the air, bowing his head in surrender. All right. The scarf, the chits, and 5 extra because you're greedy. Sit, please. I'll get you that drink. He gestured to his table as if he intended for me to squeeze in between him and his cronies. But there were things I would do for my brother and the clean glass of water, and things I would not. I picked out an empty booth 3 tables away and went and sat there instead. I was going to kill Hayden. Kill him dead. What was he playing at? He'd tried to stab Carrion? The boy was only 3.5 years younger than me, but he acted like he was still waiting for his balls to drop. At some point, he was going to have to stop acting so recklessly and start considering the consequences of his actions. Even as I thought this to myself, Elroy's words echoed around inside my head, shockingly similar to my own. I can't even begin to fathom what you were thinking. Do you know what kind of doom you've brought down on our heads? Here. Carrion set a glass of amber liquid down in front of me. The damn thing was almost full to the brim. That is not 1 drink. It's in 1 glass, he countered. Therefore, it's 1 drink. I'd be staggering back to the Mirage if I drank all of that. I'd fall off the roof and break my neck trying to get back into the attic. Still, I picked up the glass and swallowed a healthy mouthful. I wouldn't make it through this if I wasn't a little buzzed. The whiskey burned all the way down my throat and set a fire in my stomach. But I refused to react. The very last thing I needed was Carrion Swift telling everyone who'd listen that I couldn't handle my liquor. Well, I demanded, what do you want? What do you mean, what do I want? Your company, of course. I knew a liar when I saw one, and the man sitting opposite me was a seasoned professional. Spit it out, Carrion. You wouldn't have bullied me into staying if you weren't trying to work some kind of angle. Can I not just be enamored by your beauty? Can I not just want to sit and listen to the angelic tone of your voice? I'm not beautiful. I'm filthy and I'm tired, and my voice is full of sarcasm and annoyance. So let's just get on with this, shall we? Carrion huffed a silent breath of laughter. He raised his own, considerably smaller, glass of whiskey to his lips and took a sip. You were more fun 3 months ago, you know that? You're so cruel. I haven't stopped thinking about you. Oh, please. How many women have you slept with since then? He narrowed his eyes, looking confused. What's that got to do with anything? This was growing tedious. Shoving the glass toward him, I made to get up. All right. Martyrs, you are all business. He took a steadying breath. I suppose now that you come to mention it, there is something I wanted to talk to you about. I'm shocked. Ignoring my tone, Carrion plowed on. I heard something very interesting earlier. I heard that a raven-haired rebel from the Third viciously attacked a guardian and stole a piece of his armor. A gauntlet. Can you believe that? Huh. The asshole sure did love to play. Every line of his face and the way every muscle in his body was so casually relaxed gave me all the information I needed. Of course he knew that I had taken the gauntlet. I wasn't going to admit to it, though. I wasn't that stupid. Oh? Really? But how? It's impossible for a resident of the Third to leave the Third. I took another pull on the whiskey. For a moment, Carrion did nothing but stare at me. He was reading me. Naturally, he didn't buy my feigned ignorance for 1 second, but wasn't about to start openly flinging accusations around in the middle of Kala's. I know, right? He said airily. Crazy. Crazier still to think about that poor girl out there now, trying to find a place to hide such a massive piece of gold. You know, they're saying that she brought it back here, to the ward. He laughed quietly. But, of course, she wouldn't have done that. That would have been way too dangerous. Absolutely, incredibly dangerous, I agreed. She would have made sure she put it somewhere safe, somewhere the Guardians wouldn't think to look. Without a doubt. Do you think a girl stupid enough to attack and steal from a Guardian would have the sense to secret away her prize somewhere like that? I was gripped by the overwhelming urge to damage Carrion's pretty face. It was only with a monumental force of effort that I refrained. I don't think the girl's stupid. If anything, I think she's brave, I said through gritted teeth. I think it was more likely that the Guardian tried to arrest her, and he dropped his God's cursed armor in the sand. I think. But did she put it somewhere safe? Carrion hissed. We can debate this girl's actions forever and a day, but if there's a problem in the ward... I rocked back into my seat. What do you care about the Third? You don't even live here anymore, Carrion. Everyone knows you've got yourself a cushy little apartment below the second spoke. I have a warehouse outside of the ward, he said in a low voice. It's the safest way for me to get my wares from one ward to the other. I live here, so I can take care of my grandmother. You know that. Gracia, remember? You've met her. Gray hair, wicked temper. Yes, I know Gracia, Carrion. He leaned closer, eyes sharpening. Those golden fucks will rain almighty hellfire down on this place if they think we have something that belongs to them, Ceres. You know they will. There'll be a river of blood running through the streets by morning if this girl brought the armor here. He had a point. The Guardians were all-powerful. They didn't have much to be afraid of, but they were terrified of the Queen. Her justice would be swift and brutal if she had any idea the gauntlet was here. The gauntlet I had brought here. Elroy's dismay didn't seem like such an overreaction anymore. If Carrion, of all people, was this panicked about the whole thing, then maybe I should spend some time rethinking my plan. Or come up with a plan, perhaps. You're thinking? I can see that you're thinking. That's good, Carrion said. He donned an arrogant smile, but it was for show. He wanted Kala's other patrons, along with his friends sitting in the corner, to think that he was shamelessly trying to antagonize me into bed again, but the spark of concern I saw in his eyes was real. "That warehouse," he said. "It isn't far from the wall. It would only take half an hour to move an item from here to there." Gods, he really was mad. "You think I'd give it to you?" Too late, I realized that I'd given myself away. But what did it matter? This game we were playing, tiptoeing around the truth, was only wasting time. "You don't have anywhere near the amount of money it would take to convince me to hand that gauntlet over to you, Carrion Swift." "I don't want it for myself, idiot. I just want it out of the third." He murmured, as if he were whispering sweet nothings to me, but his words were laced with venom. "Our people suffer enough without 100 guardians storming the ward, tearing the place apart, and killing anyone who gets in their way. Take it to the warehouse. Take it anywhere. It doesn't matter where you take it, so as long as it's far away from here. You hear me?" There was something very galling about being lectured by the likes of Carrion. He was one of the most selfish, most arrogant men alive. He loved for the world to believe that he didn't care about anyone or anything. But it seemed that he did care, and I had done something so selfish that he couldn't stand by and watch it happen? Gods. I threw back another manful gulp of whiskey and discarded the rest, pushing the glass away. "I have to go." "You're going to fix it?" Carrion's pale blue eyes drilled into me as I stepped away from the booth. "I'm going to fix it," I snarled back. "Good. Oh, and Saris?" The guy just didn't know when to quit. I spun around, scowling at him. "What?" "Even filthy and tired, you're still beautiful." "Gods and martyrs," I whispered. He was relentless. Carrion Swift's silver tongue didn't bother me for long, though. I had bigger things to worry about. When I stepped out into the brilliant evening, Hayden was gone. And so was the gauntlet. Chapter 3. The Kindest Purpose. He never listened. Sure, he acted like he did, repeated back the words you said to him, nodded his head. But when it came down to it, Hayden refused to do what was asked of him, never paid attention, and then typically went and did the one thing you begged him not to. Normally, the stakes were pretty low when he misbehaved, but today, the stakes were more than high. They were astronomical. They were catastrophic. I did my best to walk calmly in the direction of the mirage. There was every chance Hayden had grown bored of waiting for me and decided to make his way back to the other tavern with the bag. But the more I played out the various scenarios in my head and thought about which was more likely, a creeping panic began to tighten a handhold around my throat. If he'd looked inside the bag, if he'd gone rummaging around in there, martyrs only knew where he was now and what the hell he was up to. The twins beat down on the top of my head, their punishing heat making my mind swim. When was the last time I drank any water? This morning? No, I'd saved my ration for when I got back to the forge, but after the disagreement with Elroy, I'd forgotten to collect it. I should not have had that whiskey. Once I was a respectable distance from the house of Kala, I broke into a nervous trot, and then a jog. I tried to look casual, but there was no such thing as a casual jog in Silverwraith. The people here conserved energy as best they could. There was only one reason a person might run here, and that was if they were being chased. Suspicious eyes trailed after me as I darted through the streets, past crumbling sandstone houses and covered market stalls owned by vendors selling stringy roasted meats, swaths of cloth, and pungent herbal remedies from the north. Familiar, faded posters papered the alleyways, promising hefty rewards for any information leading to the capture of suspected magic users. I knew the side streets of my ward like the back of my hand. The left, up ahead, would take me by Rojana Breen's place. My mother used to send me by there when she'd heard the traders had come back with fruit. Unlike the rest of the Third's smugglers, Rojana only traded in food and water. Her illegal trade would still get her hands chopped off for her, but they wouldn't get her killed. Ahead on the right, however, another trader had set up shop. Vorath Shah peddled snake oil, tiny fragments of metal that he claimed contained traces of arcane magic, the stuffed, stinking feet of sand rabbits that were said to ward off disease, glass vials full of cloudy liquids that were supposed bestow gifts upon you if you drank them, gifts that had long since been lost to us. Humans were no longer capable of reading each other's minds, or making the blood boil in their enemies' veins, or granting themselves eternal luck. Everybody knew that we'd been stripped of those heretical powers hundreds of years ago, but Shaw still made a handsome living, selling useless trinkets to the hopeful and the desperate. He had outlandish explanations for the eternal question that all Silverwraiths asked in hushed whispers behind closed doors. How, after over 1,000 years, did the Queen still live? Madra was human, so why didn't she die? He claimed to have access to the font of her eternal youth, and peddled that in bottles, too. Shaw was also known to buy artifacts. If a thief found themselves in possession of a very niche item, Shaw could theoretically connect you with an interested buyer. But there was also a chance he might gut you and pick your body clean before leaving you out for the drift crabs. Catch him on a bad day, and by the next morning, there'd be nothing left of you but sun-bleached bones. "Tell me you didn't," I muttered under my breath, taking the right. "Hayden Fane, tell me you did not try to take that gold to A piercing cry tore the arid air apart. It was distant, muted, but it came from the east and set my teeth on edge. The Mirage was to the east, and the only time anyone screamed like that in the Third was when a guardian was taking liberties or spilling blood. Instinctively, I knew. I felt it in the marrow of my bones. The cry had something to do with Hayden. My brother was in danger. I was running before I had time to think. The streets blurred by in my peripherals. My heart thrummed out a chaotic rhythm. Fear pooled like acid in my gut. Behind me, out of nowhere, came the sound of clanging metal. "Stop her! Stop that girl!" The shout came from behind. Guardians. 5 of them? 10? I risked a glance over my shoulder, but all I saw was a wall of brilliant, flashing gold. The thunder of their boots striking the ground flooded my ears. Gods, Saris, move. Fucking move. I urged myself on, digging deep. I had to run faster. If they caught me, I was done for. Hayden was done for. Another eerie, agonized cry stopped my heart for a moment, but I willed it to pump again, needing it to drive me forward. I would not be run down in the streets by these bastards. I fucking refused. The residents of the Third shouted, leaping out of my way as I hurtled past them. The guardians bellowed orders, again commanding someone to stop me, but no one did. I was known here. The people I tore past loved me because they'd loved my mother. They also hated me because I was a troublemaker and a thorn in their side. But even so, they hated the guardians more. My lungs burned. My muscles screamed, begging for mercy, but I ran faster, pushing myself to the brink of exhaustion. The twins throbbed in the sky, washing the streets in a pale golden light, the larger of the 2 suns rimmed with a strange blue corona as I barreled toward the Mirage and the attic, and hopefully not my brother. If he had any sense whatsoever, he'd have seen the Guardians or overheard talk of Madra's guard flooding the third. That was a lot to hope for. Hayden wasn't very observant at the best of times, and Carrion had rung his bell for trying to shank him. He was probably still lost in his own little world, griping bitterly about the money he lost and his stupid fucking scarf. I dragged my own scarf from my face, gasping for air, only to receive a lungful of blistering sand particles as I sped around the dumpling stand on the corner of Lark Street. "Halt! Stop right there!" Terror made me skid to a stop. It closed around me like an iron fist, squeezing my ribs to breaking point as I took in the scene playing out in front of the Mirage. I'd never seen so much gold in one place. A multitude of glittering suns reflected off vambraces, chest plates, and gauntlets, forming brilliant white gold orbs bright enough to burn the retina. Spots and flares traced across my vision as I looked from one guardian to the next, trying to run off a count in my head. What use was counting, though? One guardian I could outrun. I stood a fair chance of giving 2 of them the slip. But 3 guardians? No chance. And there were far more than 3 of Madra's city guards gathered in a phalanx formation outside the Mirage. There had to be 30 of them at least, and they'd come fitted out for a fight. The swords in their hands were held ready, a wall of polished golden shields tessellated in front of them, building an impenetrable wall. Each of them wore glittering mail over their arms and legs. Their mouths were covered with loose white Hessian cloth. The eyes visible above their masks were narrowed, full of a burning hatred that every one of them leveled at my brother. No. This wasn't supposed to happen. I was supposed to process the gold at the forge and hide it somewhere inconspicuous. Hayden was never going to even know the gauntlet existed, let alone come into contact with it, the stupid bastard. If he hadn't gambled with Carrion, if he'd listened and stayed put, if he hadn't looked inside the damn bag. Even as I made the excuses and blamed him for this predicament, guilt choked me. I'd stolen the gauntlet. I'd been caught stealing. I'd decided that snatching the medal was worth the risk that came with it. And now Hayden was going to be killed by an entire unit of guardians, and it was all my fault. Hayden staggered away from the men and their sharpened blades. He would have retreated further than he managed, but his back hit the wall after 3 feet. In his hand, he held the gauntlet loosely by the wrist, the armor damning him from a mile away. Terror shone from his face like a beacon. "Stay where you are, rat!" the guardian at the forefront of the phalanx roared. As one, the men crept forward an inch at a time, their polished boots sliding forward in the sand. Over the tops of their masks, they glared at Hayden with unbridled conviction, all drawing from that common well of hate. They despised him for his son's bleached clothes, his dirty skin, and the hollows beneath his eyes. But mostly, they despised him because any one of them could have been him. Luck dictated where you ended up in this city. A stroke of good luck had allocated their grandparents' lodgings in one of the higher-tiered wards closest to the hub. They'd never have had the opportunity to become guardians otherwise. Ill luck had rolled the dice against our grandparents, which was why we found ourselves quarantined in a plague ward, a filthy corner of the city that Madra hoped to starve to death or else allow sickness to bite chunks out of us until we all had the common courtesy to die. It was all luck, good or bad, and luck could change at any moment. "The armor in your hand is property of the Queen," the captain shouted. "Toss it over, or we'll kill you where you stand." Wide-eyed, Hayden looked down at the gauntlet, staring at it as if this was the first time he realized he was even holding it. He turned the metal over, the muscles in his throat working as he tried to swallow. If he gave them the armor, They'd slap him in chains and drag him back to the palace. He'd never be seen again. If he didn't surrender the gauntlet, they'd rush him. All of that sharpened, honed metal would find flesh, and the sand would turn red, and I'd stand once again over the dying body of somebody that I loved. Neither option resulted in Hayden walking away from this, and that I couldn't bear. The captain of the Guardians stepped closer, his men following behind as one like some dazzling golden beast brought forth on a leash. Hayden's back pressed against the tavern door. At the filthy windows, faces appeared, then quickly disappeared as the patrons, who had been enjoying an afternoon drink when Madra's men stormed the ward, realized that all hell was erupting in the street outside. Hayden's head whipped around, his wide eyes searching for an escape route that didn't exist. He found me, though, standing 20 feet away, and for a second, relief shuddered across his face. I was here. I would help him. I would get him out of this. I would fix it. The way I fixed everything. My throat closed up as I watched his relief drain away again. This wasn't a back alley brawl or some silly scrape he'd gotten himself into with carrion. This was about as serious as it could get. He was facing down an entire unit of Guardians, and there was nothing I could do about that. "Throw me the armor," the captain ordered, his voice booming. From a narrow alleyway on the other side of the tavern, a ragtag group of children darted out into the street and took off, screaming at the tops of their lungs, but the wall of Guardians didn't even flinch. Their focus was trained on Hayden and the piece of gold I had stolen in his hand. Pale as sun-bleached bone, my brother gave me a long, miserable look, and I saw in his eyes what he was planning to do next. The idiot was going to run. "Don't you dare, boy," the captain snarled. Obviously, he'd seen Hayden's look as well and knew what he was planning. If Hayden bolted, the Guardians would put him down immediately. Madra wouldn't be happy if her men returned to the palace with a dead body in tow. She'd probably told them to bring her back a living thief, one she could torture and question for hours. A corpse would prove very dull entertainment. "Ceres," Hayden moaned. His fear had him by the throat. "Stay right there." The captain was almost within lunging distance now. His unit bristled with pointed steel, swords at the ready. It would all be over in seconds. Hayden's eyes were brimming with tears. "Ceres, I'm sorry." "Wait." The word caught in my aching throat. "That's it, boy. That's it." The Guardians drew closer. "Wait! Stop!" My challenge bounced off the buildings on either side of the street this time. The Guardians heard my shout, but only the captain deigned to glance in my direction. His attention shifted for a split second, eyes skimming over me. Then he quickly returned his focus to Hayden. "This doesn't concern you, girl," he said coldly. "Get back inside and let us do our work." "It does concern me." I approached, biting the inside of my cheek to steady myself. With a mouthful of copper, I spread my arms open wide. "He didn't do anything wrong. I asked him to hold my bag. The piece of armor he's holding is mine." The captain's sharp eyes snapped back toward me. "It is not yours. Only a member of the guard may own that armor. Wearing it is an honor that is earned, and not by the likes of you." His Hessian mask puffed outward with the force of his words. He spat each one of them, fury burning bright in his tone. This wasn't the Guardian I'd taken the gauntlet from. No, this one was colder, harder, meaner. There were no lines framing his eyes, but his dark brown irises held a bottomless eternity within them that made a chill skitter down the backs of my legs. "I'm the one who took the gauntlet," I said slowly. "I'm the one who scaled the wall and escaped with it. Not him." I jerked my chin toward Hayden. He had no idea what he was carrying. "She's lying," Hayden said in a shaky voice. "It was me. I took it." Of all the dumb, half-thought-through ideas my brother had ever had, this was the most dim-witted. He wanted to protect me, I knew that. He was afraid, more afraid than I'd ever seen him, but beneath his fear, he was steeling himself, drawing together the courage to face what was about to come, to save me. The gauntlet was my responsibility, though. Elroy had been right back at the workshop. Taking the armor had been the most reckless thing I'd ever done. I should never have stolen it. I'd let my greed, my own hope, get the better of me, though. And I'd be damned if I was going to let Hayden pay the price for something so foolish. "Don't listen to him," I said, glowering at him. "I took it," he insisted, glowering right back. "Ask him where he got it then," I demanded, facing the captain. "Enough of this," the captain barked. "Restrain her." An irritated flick of his wrist separated 3 of his men from the phalanx. They stalked forward, shoulders tucked up around their ears, swords at the ready. And the fire that had been simmering away inside of me since I was a child finally boiled over. I wasn't going to be restrained. I wasn't going to be bullied or pinned down or told to be quiet by these bastards. Not anymore. What I did next was pure madness. I reached down into my boot and I pulled out the blade I kept there. The action couldn't be undone. There was no taking it back. I had drawn a weapon on the undying queen's guard. In short, I was dead. My body just didn't know it yet. "Well, well, we got ourselves a feisty one, boys," the guardian on the right growled. "Let's teach her a lesson, then." The one in the middle sneered. I focused on the one on the left, the quiet one, the one who moved like a predator, the one with death in his eyes. He was the one I needed to worry about. He let the mouthy guardian lunge first. I ducked beyond his reach, using the short end of my dagger to deflect his sword as he swung at me wildly. The one in the middle cursed, darting forward, trying to spear me in the chest with his weapon, but I sidestepped, avoiding his attack altogether. This put me squarely in the quiet guardian's path, which I was sure was his plan all along. He winked at me over the top of his mask, and then he came. The rebels my mother had helped before her death had done more than hide in our attic. They had trained me, taught me how to steal, how to survive, how to fight. And now I fought like hell's own fury made flesh. He rained down blows with his blade, calculated and measured. Each of his moves was a question to which I had an answer. I watched his annoyance build as I batted away his sword for the 4th time, using only my short dagger to divert his killing blows. The middle guardian, the shortest of the 3, charged at me, letting out a mighty bellow of rage. I danced back, light on my feet, temporarily dodging beyond the skilled fighter's reach so that I could twist and bring my dagger down from above, cutting through the air. The angle of the strike was unwieldy, but it was one I had practiced more times than I could count. It was the angle a blade needed to be brought down to find that narrow opening in a guardian's armor, the slim gap between pauldron and neck brace, where a sliver of metal might find a jugular. I'd never had to use the maneuver in real life before. I did it without thinking. I didn't even pause to reflect on the arc of bright red arterial blood that jetted up from the guardian's neck as he dropped to his knees, clutching at his throat. No guilt. No mercy. No time. I snatched up the guardian's sword and left him to die in the sand. The quiet guardian narrowed his eyes at me, as if reassessing the situation. The other guardian wasn't as smart. He howled, his anger claiming him as he ran at me, ripping his mask away to reveal a mouthful of shattered teeth. "Stupid bitch! You're gonna pay!" I pivoted, darting back, and flicked out the sword. It was heavier than the wooden practice swords I'd always trained with, but I was used to the length. I knew exactly where the sharpened tip of the steel would meet his skin, just below his right wrist. I timed it perfectly. With little more than an adjustment of my sword hand, I cut down, and then the guardian's hand, still holding his sword, hit the sand with a dull thud. My hand! She cut off my hand! I'm coming for your fucking head next, I seethed. Rage washed my vision red. They'd killed my mother, my friends, Elroy's entire family. They'd caused the deaths of thousands, and now they were threatening Hayden. All of the pent-up rage stored inside my chest came rushing out in an unstoppable torrent. I prowled toward the Guardian, dagger in one hand, sword in the other, ready to end his miserable existence, but came face to face with the quiet Guardian instead. Again, he didn't say anything. A spark of amusement flickered in his eyes, though. Slowly, he shook his head, his meaning clear as day. If you're gonna fight any of us, you're gonna fight me. The air came alive with the sound of crashing steel. He was a whirlwind, his movements live and graceful. Every time his blade scythed toward my head, I expected the world to go black, but somehow it didn't. Somehow, I managed to bring the sword I'd taken up in time. Somehow, I held my own. And just when he was getting comfortable, when this predator thought he'd finally gotten a read on my capabilities as a fighter, I stopped holding back. His eyes went wide when he saw it happen. When I loosened in my stance and brought the blade up to guard my face, the second when I bared my teeth and came for him. He spoke then, at last, just one word. Shit. He didn't retreat an inch. He held his ground. But he knew this wasn't going to be the kind of fight he'd thought it would be. Our weapons met, edge to edge, and we went for it, each knowing what it would cost to lose this fight. He was good. Really good. My feet kicked up the sand as I spun around, working constantly to make sure he didn't get through my guard. He lunged, trying to strike at my ribcage, but I brought the butt of my dagger crashing down on his forearm, shattering bone. Without even flinching, the fucker grabbed the hilt of his sword in his other hand and delivered a battery of blows that nearly sent me to my knees. A bright sting of pain flared across my chest as he slashed across my collarbone. I saw the smile at the corners of his eyes. He thought he had me. And he nearly did. His sword sliced through the air, a backhanded stroke that took me off guard, but I'd trained for this. He wasn't the only one who could think fast. Definitely wasn't the only one who could move fast, either. I dropped and tucked myself into a roll, slashing up with my dagger as I did so. The blade found its mark, and it was done. Just like that. He didn't notice at first. Spinning, he rounded to meet me again. It was only when he tried to take a step forward and his legs went out from beneath him that he realized something was wrong. I'd thought about leaving the dagger embedded in his leg. That would have given him a couple more moments to process his death. But in the end, the deep gash I'd carved inside his thigh was kinder. Quicker. Dark, ruby-red blood pumped out of the wound I'd inflicted in great waves, running down his leg. He glanced down at the sight of it, huffing out a breath of surprise. And then he toppled forward into the sand. Dead. My chest heaved. I fought for breath, trying to silence the maddening rushing in my ears. Foolish girl, a cold voice intoned. It was the captain who had ordered his men to restrain me. He had turned away from Hayden, his attention fully on me. I admit, I didn't think you'd be capable of taking a gauntlet from a guardian. I see that I was wrong now. The street came back into focus, the phalanx of guardians all glowering at me, swords raised. And Hayden, my little brother. Tears streamed down his face as he stared at me, stricken dumb by what I'd just done. "Cirrus, run!" he hissed. "Go!" But the captain laughed. All 4 winds combined couldn't carry her far enough from my reach now, boy. She just killed 2 of the Queen's guards and maimed another. Her death warrant's already signed. "No, stop! Take me! I'm the one who stole—" Hayden rushed forward, trying to block the captain's path, but the man shoved him roughly to the sand. "For better or worse, she just saved your life, wretch. Don't waste your life by laying hands on a guardian, too." The phalanx marched toward me, and I saw the captain was right. I couldn't outrun this now. They were going to take me. They were going to kill me for what I'd done. But there was still a chance for my brother. "It'll all be okay, Hayden," I called to him. "Go and see the old man. He'll let you stay with him now. Go on, go! I'll be back by dinner, I promise." It was a bald-faced lie, but any false hope I could give him was better than nothing. I needed him to believe that this might all blow over. If he didn't, he'd never do as I told him. He'd follow us all the way to the gates, screaming and shouting and demanding that I be set free. "Did you hear me? Find the old man, Hayden. It's important. Go to him. Tell him what's happened. He needs to know." Hayden's face was streaked with tears. "I'm not leaving you." "Just do as you're told for once in your life. Just fucking go. I don't need your help. I don't want you following after me, blubbering like a little brat who needs his hand held all of the time." It was harsh, but sometimes the cruel things we said served the kindest purpose. Anger flared in Hayden's eyes, just as I'd hoped it would. He set his jaw, his arms falling to his sides, and my bag dropped to the sand. "I didn't realize I was such a burden," he whispered. "Well, you are, Hayden. Your entire fucking life, that's all you've been. Now leave me alone. Don't follow. Do not come looking for me. Go!" Chapter 4. The Price. I used to dream about visiting the palace when I was a child. I'd fantasize that I'd be chosen somehow, stopped in the street, and told that Queen Madra had noticed me, a common street rat from the Third, and had decided she wanted me as a lady's maid. I'd be given beautiful dresses to wear, and exotic flowers for my hair, and I'd have hundreds of bottles of perfume to choose between. Every day, I would dine with the Queen, and chefs from the north would treat us to feasts, our plates overflowing with mouth-watering food. Never once would we have to eat the same meal twice. I'd drink only the best wine from Madra's stores, because I would have been the Queen's favorite, naturally, and she would want only the finest, nicest things for her favorite lady's maid. As I'd grown older, the daydreaming had evolved. I was still chosen to be Madra's lady's maid, but I'd cared less about the dresses and the food. I'd wanted the position, needed to be Madra's favorite, but not so I'd be lifted out of poverty to be kept like a novel pet. I'd suffered too much by then, known too much injustice, seen such unspeakable acts of violence that all of my innocence had been washed away. I'd needed to be chosen by the Queen so that I could get close enough to kill her. I fantasized about how I would do it each night when I closed my eyes. When my mother was slain in the streets and left to rot, those fantasies were all that kept me sane. I'd plotted a million different ways to secure myself an audience with the Eternal Virgin, Our Lady of Silverwraith, most revered Queen on high. From applying for a job in the kitchens to learning how to perform in the traveling theater that visited the city during evenlight, to scaling the walls and breaking into the palace, I'd planned every minute possibility and eventuality and decided that it could be done, and it would be done by me. I never thought I'd find myself within the palace confines under these circumstances, with my hands bound tightly behind my back, ribs bruised and cracked, and a violet bruise blossoming like a death flower beneath my right eye. I wasn't supposed to be gasping for air in a tiny windowless box, with a river of sweat running down my back for 6 hours straight. This had not been the plan at all. Captain Heron, I'd learned this was the bastard's name, had tossed me unceremoniously into the tiny cell to await the Queen, and I'd been pacing up and down the length of the 6-foot-long cell ever since, counting the minutes that passed by until they turned into hours. I was counting for counting's sake now, purely so I could shut out the dark thoughts that had been assailing me since my arrival. I wouldn't be any use to anybody if I let fear take root and panic to set in. The city bells were ringing, signaling day's end, when Captain Heron finally came back for me. My mouth felt like it was full of sand, and I was almost delirious from the heat, but I kept my back straight and my chin raised high as he entered the cell. His gleaming, beautiful armor was gone, replaced by a well-oiled leather chest plate, but the menacing sword with the cloth-wrapped grip still sat at his hip, his short sword sheathed at the other side. Adopting a casual lean up against the wall, he tucked his thumbs into his belt, and he looked me up and down. He didn't seem all that impressed by what he saw. "Where did you learn to fight like that?" he demanded. "Just hang me already and be done with it," I snapped. "If you don't hurry up and get on with it, you're gonna miss your opportunity." He arched an eyebrow. "I wouldn't bother trying to escape." I rolled my eyes. I meant that I was dying of boredom in here. Captain Heron let out a mirthless laugh. "Apologies for the delay. Don't worry. The Queen has plenty of ways of entertaining her guests. She just had some matters to attend to, and she wanted to make sure she could give you her full attention." "Ooh, lucky me. I'm honored." The captain pouted, nodding. "You should be. Do you know how many people Queen Madra deigns to see in person these days?" "Not many. I can't imagine she has that many friends." Haran rubbed the pad of his thumb over the pommel of his sword. "Leave the sharp tongue at the door when we exit this cell. It won't serve you well where I'm taking you." "You might be surprised, Captain. Most people think I'm pretty funny." "Madra's sense of humor runs a little darker than even you're used to, Saris Fane. You don't want to provoke her into using you for sport. But by all means, do as you wish. These are your last hours in the Silver City." He shrugged. "Are you ready to meet your queen?" "Ready as I'll ever be." It was a relief to hear that my voice didn't shake. My insides were a quivering, knotted mess as Haran took me by the arm and guided me through the lower levels of the palace, though. I breathed in through my nose and out through my nose, the pull and push of air level and drawn out, but the normally steadying technique did nothing to quiet my nerves. 24 years. That's all the time I'd been given in this cursed existence. Despite how hard and miserable and hot and frustrating it had all proven to be, I'd bizarrely hoped for more of it. We hiked up endless staircases, Haran prodding me in the small of my back when I stumbled or tripped on a step. Once we were above ground, the palace proper sprawled out before us, all vaulted ceilings, arched alcoves, and disturbingly lifelike paintings depicting the dour faces of men and women whom I presumed were Madra's predecessors. I'd never seen anything so grandiose before, but my head was swimming, black spots dancing in my vision, and I couldn't muster up the energy to appreciate any of it. And I was being marched to my death. Funny how your own impending demise will rob a girl of her desire to take in the scenery. Our trek through the palace seemed to take forever, but in truth, I was moving so slowly that Haran threatened to toss me over his shoulder and carry me 3 separate times. When I staggered, the cavernous hallway spinning around me in a blur of light and color, Haran dragged me roughly to my feet, but then surprised me by shoving a water canteen into my stomach. I took it, unscrewing the top as fast as my trembling fingers could manage. I'm shocked. Wasting water on the dead? You're right. Give it back, he growled, but I was already drinking. I was so thirsty, so desperately dehydrated, that the water felt like liquid fire as it went down. But I paid no heed to the burn. I swallowed, panting down my nose as I fought to breathe around the flow. All right, that's enough. You're gonna drown yourself, Harren warned. When I didn't return the canteen, he tried to rip it out of my hands, but I stepped back out of his reach. You're gonna drink the damn thing dry, he groused. This comment was the thing that finally made me lower the canteen. Oh, let me guess. You'll have to walk all the way to a tap somewhere to refill it now, will you, Harren? My heart bleeds for you. Tell me, have you ever had to try and survive a day on the water ration Madra issues? Queen Madra's water allowances are more than generous. I'm not talking about in the hub or any of the fancy inner wards. Do you even know how much she gives us to drink every day? In the third? I'm sure it's enough. 6 ounces. I shoved the water canteen into his stomach so hard that his breath made an oof sound as it rushed out of his body. 6 ounces. And our water doesn't come from a tap. It comes from a standing reservoir that fills from your runoff. Do you understand what that means? There's a filtration process. There's a grate, I snarled. It catches the solids. Harren's features remained impassive, but I thought I caught a flicker of something close to disgust in his eyes. He rolled out his shoulders, then shook his head, looping the canteen's strap across his chest. If the Queen's advisors think that system works for the third, then I'm sure it does. And look at you. You seem pretty healthy to me. The confession was right there, on the tip of my tongue. If I seem healthy to you, then that's because I've been stealing from the hub's water reservoirs my entire life. I caged the words behind my teeth. I was already neck-deep in shit, and I didn't need to add water theft to my charges. And there was Hayden and Elroy to think about. They'd still need to siphon water to survive, and they wouldn't be able to do that if the Guardians suspected for even a second that such a crime was possible. Harren shoved me forward again, but this time when I walked, the stone floor was a little steadier beneath the soles of my boots. You people walk around with those plague bags hooked on your belts? I said. You say our wards lock down so tight because we're quarantined. You say we're afflicted with a sickness, that we're contagious. But we aren't, Captain. We're being slowly and methodically poisoned because we don't matter. Because we ask questions. Because we say no. Because Madra sees us as a burden on the city. She feeds us foul, dirty water, and we die in droves because of it. Meanwhile, you and yours turn the handle, and fresh, clean water flows into your canisters. No one standing over you, looking over your shoulder, beating you and telling you enough. Have you ever asked yourself why I'm not paid to ask anything? Harren interrupted in a clipped tone. No, of course not. Like I said, ask a question and you'll get sent to the third. It isn't disease that's contagious in my ward, Captain. It's dissent. Anarchy and rebellion spread like a wildfire. And what do you do with a fire? You blockade it. Trap it behind a wall. Give it nowhere else to go until it burns itself out and dies a quiet death. That's what Madra's doing with my people. Except our fire hasn't burned out the way she'd hoped it would. We've been reduced to embers, yes, but the coals that lie beneath the ash of my ward are still hot enough to burn. Do you know much about metalwork, Captain? I do. It's under the most unbearable conditions that the sharpest, most dangerous weapons are forged. And we are dangerous, Captain. She's turned us all into weapons. That is why she won't suffer my people to live. Haran was silent for a long time. Then he said, "Just walk." The air danced with heat as we crossed an internal courtyard. I breathed a sigh of relief when we re-entered the building through a crenellated archway, glad to be back in the shade. Haran refused to speak again as he ushered me toward our destination. We passed endless alcoves and hallways, but he didn't stop driving the hilt of his sword into my back until we came upon a set of tall, dark wood doors, 3 times my height and at least 8 times as wide. The captain produced a heavy rusted iron key from his pocket and inserted it into the keyhole. Why would a room within Madra's own fortress need such an imposing door? And why would it need to be kept locked? I wanted to know, but didn't ask. Haran was unlikely to give me an answer, and I'd find out soon enough anyway. I was probably about to be fed to a pack of hellcats. An uneasy prickle bit at the tips of my ears as Haran shoved me through the doors. The air in the large, vaulted room beyond was no cooler than anywhere else in the palace, but there was a strange quality to it, as if it were thicker than normal and hadn't been disturbed in a very long time. My feet felt like they were wading through shifting sand as I proceeded through the darkness toward a lone burning torch that hung on the wall. In rows, huge sandstone columns filled the cavernous space, at least 30 of them propping up the buttressed ceiling high above. Our footsteps echoed around the hall, Haran guiding me by the shoulder now. I thought the hall must be completely empty, but as we drew closer to the flickering flame throwing shadows up the wall, I saw that there was a series of stone steps that led up to a dusty raised platform. Something long and narrow protruded from the platform. From a distance, it looked like some sort of lever. I couldn't tear my eyes away from it. My attention seemed to be snared by the shadowy shape, and no matter how hard I tried, I couldn't rip my gaze away. The closer we drew, the more focused I became. It was as if the platform were drawing me to it, beckoning me forward. "I wouldn't, if I were you." Haran tugged me away from the platform, back toward the flaring torch. I hadn't even realized I'd altered course and was heading right for the stone steps. For a moment there, I'd lost myself. But the sound of the captain's low, quiet voice brought reality rushing back into sharp relief. I was suddenly feeling rather nauseous. The water I'd drained from Haran's canteen rolled in my stomach, my mouth sweating unpleasantly. But I swallowed down the sensation, determined not to give the asshole the satisfaction of knowing he'd been right when he'd told me not to drink so fast. "What is this place?" I whispered. "It used to be a hall of mirrors," the captain answered. "But that was a long time ago. Stand still, and don't think about trying to escape. This place is packed full of guards. You won't get 5 feet beyond that door now." He moved behind me and grabbed my wrists, binding them tight with rough hands. "There. Do not move." He took the torch from the wall and gave me a stern look, half of his proud features cast into darkness by the flame. He went about lighting other torches along the wall then. Soon, there were at least 10 of them casting off circles of golden light that revealed the dour faces of long-forgotten gods chiseled into the stonework of the walls. Amongst them, the only 2 I recognized were Balea and Min, the physical embodiment of Zilvarin's sons, twin sisters, identical in appearance, beautiful and cruel. The sisters stared down at me with regal indifference as Haran finished his task. Even with the additional burning torches, the hall was so vast that the darkness still licked up the walls and crept close across stonework, as if testing the boundaries of the light, trying to push it back. I did my best not to look at the steps, the platform, or the lever. I tracked the edgeless, blurred shape that was Haran as he returned, but even so, my eyes kept drifting, drawn back to the steps. The silence vibrated in my ears, an uncanny, unsettling feeling, like the moments after a scream, when the terrible sound tears the air in two, and for a split second afterward, the memory of it hangs there, determined to still be heard. I found myself straining, listening as hard as I could, searching for a voice that wasn't there. Heron stood in front of me, his dark brown hair painted with strokes of copper beneath the torchlight. He opened his mouth to speak and, "I hear rumors," a cool voice said. It was rich and low, though undeniably feminine. I startled, casting around for its source. I hadn't heard the door open again, and there had been no echoing footfall against the stone, yet there was someone else in the hall with us now. Queen Madra emerged from the darkness, as if she were made of it. People said she was young, beautiful, magnificent to look upon. I'd seen her from a distance, but never this close. It was hard to comprehend how someone who had ruled for so long could look like this. Her skin was fair and flawless, her cheeks flushed pink. Her hair was the color of spun gold, thick and braided into complex knots. Bright, quick, intelligent blue eyes took me in as she approached. She was certainly beautiful. More beautiful than any woman I'd ever seen. Her gown was a deep, rich sapphire blue, made of a stunning silken fabric that I'd never even laid eyes on before. She was a dainty, graceful thing, but just like everything else in this strange hall, there was something strange about her. She gave me a coquettish smile as she came closer, absently twisting a golden bracelet around her wrist. Heron averted his eyes, bowing his head when the queen looked to him. His deference appeared to please her. She placed a familiar hand on his shoulder, having to reach up to do so, then turned around, faced me. "Rumors are wicked things," she said. A moment ago, her voice sounded lower, full of reverberations, but it had altered somehow and was now high and bright, as clear and pleasant as the ringing of one of Elroy's glass bells. There was no anger on Madra's face. If anything, her expression was one of curiosity mixed with mild amusement. The corners of her mouth tilted upward again, her eyes shining, bordering on kind. "I'm not fond of rumors, Ceres Fane. Rumors are next-door neighbors to gossip, and gossip always breaks bread with lies. It's just the way these things go." She paced around me in a circle, those quick blue eyes drinking all of me in. "I apologize for the shackles, but I'm not overly fond of low-born rats from the third either. You never know where their hands have been. In the very least, they're always dirty. And it's so hard to get satin." Low-born rats. Her smile was welcoming, as was the softness of her gaze, but her words told the truth, at least. She tipped her head back, exposing the column of her neck as she got a better look at me. Diamonds winked at her ears, and the choker that circled her throat dripped with glittering jewels that I didn't even have names for. She wore no crown, which seemed odd considering the other finery she was decked out in. "Heron here tells me that you stole from me today. He tells me that you murdered 2 of my guardians." I said nothing. I hadn't been invited to speak yet, and I knew how these things worked. I'd been dealt enough backhanded blows by the guardians to know that I shouldn't make a peep until told directly to open my mouth. Madra huffed down her nose, arching a sardonic eyebrow at me as her smile widened. I got the impression that she was disappointed and had wanted me to breach propriety. "Theft of crown property is a serious charge, Ceres. But we'll get to the armor you took shortly. First, you'll explain how you managed to best 2 of my men. You'll tell me who taught you to wield a sword. You'll give me details, names, meeting locations, everything you know. And when you're done, if I feel that you've been honest, I will see about commuting a part of your sentence." "Go ahead," she commanded. Turning her back on me, she started pacing up and down along the length of the wall, looking up at the stonework, at the torches, at the ceiling, waiting for me to speak. "Get on with it," Heron hissed between his teeth. "Delaying won't aid your case, I assure you." "It's all right, Heron. Let her get her falsehoods in order. It doesn't matter. I'll untangle her web even as she spins it." A bead of sweat streaked over my temple, rolling down my cheek, but I found myself shivering despite the stifling heat. I wanted to look at the raised platform. With every fiber of my being, I was desperate to look. It took every ounce of strength I possessed, but I managed to keep my eyes trained on Madra. "I taught myself," I said. "I made myself a wooden practice sword, and I trained by myself." Queen Madra snorted. I waited to see if she would say anything. She was clearly thinking plenty, but she lifted her brows in a silent signal to continue. "That's all there is to it," I said. "No one trained me." "Liar," the queen purred. "My guardians are seasoned fighters, second to none when it comes to swordplay. You have been shown how to use a weapon, and I want to know by who." "I already told you." The queen's hand whipped out, fast as lightning, striking my cheek as hard as she could. The resulting crack echoed around the empty hall as her palm met my skin. Pain exploded in my jaw, traveling up into my temple. Damn, that hurt. "It was the Fae, wasn't it?" she hissed. "They've found a way through. They've come for me at last." She'd struck me hard, but not that hard. I shouldn't have been hearing things. It seemed that I was, though, because for the life of me, it sounded like she'd just said, "the Fae." "I don't know what you mean." I glanced at Haran, trying to decipher from the look on his face if she was playing some kind of game with me. But his expression was blank, unreadable. "What isn't there to understand?" The queen's sharp words dripping with ice. "I've heard stories, but..." I wasn't quite sure what to say. Was she mad? Did she believe in unicorns too? Lost lands that existed millennia ago, swallowed by the desert. Ghosts and the forgotten gods? None of it was real. As if reading my mind, the queen adopted a slow smirk. "The Fae were warmongers, cannibals, beastly creatures with no temperance, sense of morality, nor any notion of mercy. The eldest immortals visited their wrath upon the land with an iron fist, leaving a path of chaos and destruction in their wake. The 7 cities rejoiced when I cast them out. And now they have sent you to try and kill me? I assure you, no one has sent me to do anything of the sort." Madra dismissed me with a bored tut. "They want this land, I assume. Tell me, what will they do if I don't return these arid, worthless, barren sand dunes to them?" she asked skeptically. "I've already told you." "Stop lying," the queen barked. "Just answer the question. The Fae wish to come and take these lands from me. What do you think they will have to do in order to seize my throne from me?" This felt like a leading question, one I knew better than to answer, but I had to tell her something. She was clearly unhinged, and choosing to protest my innocence on this front clearly wouldn't get me anywhere. "Kill you," I said. "And how do they plan on doing that?" She seemed genuinely interested in how I'd answer this question. I don't know. I'm not sure." Madra nodded, still pacing, appearing to think very deeply. "It strikes me that the Fae haven't really thought about how they might destroy an immortal, Saris. It seems that the Fae are foolhardy and are ill-prepared to deal with the likes of me." Her vivid skirts rustled as she approached. "I will say that the ruckus you caused today was a little exciting. I felt a frisson of..." She looked up at the crenellated archways above, frowning. It was as though she were grasping for a word that eluded her. She shrugged, lowering her gaze. "I suppose I'm just bored," she said. "So long in power, no real threat to the throne, nothing to do but drink wine and slaughter peasants for fun. For 1 second, you had me wondering." Even the broad, cold smirk she wore didn't mar her beauty. Maybe if the women of the Third were given the same luxuries Madra had enjoyed, they'd look just as pretty as her. But as it stood, even spiteful and cold, she was still the loveliest creature I'd ever laid eyes on. She spun around suddenly, opening up her arms and laughing dryly as she gestured to the room about her. "That's why we met here, of course. I had to see for myself if this place remained untouched. The banished fae can't return so long as all remains the same here, you see. I knew nothing would have changed, but I do have a nasty habit of letting paranoia get the better of me." She sobered. A fine young thing in a fancy gown, spoiled and overindulged, but something ancient and malicious lurked behind her bright blue eyes. I should know better by now than to indulge the riffraff, Heron. She addressed the captain, but her eyes drilled into me. "Riffraff indeed, Majesty," Heron said stiffly. "It is a queen's duty to protect her people, though. It's only right that you investigate threats against Zilvarin." Bootlicking, flattering, fawning sycophant. The Heron I met in the streets of the Third was nowhere to be seen, nor was the man who dragged me up from the dungeons, kicking and screaming. This version of the captain was meek and diminished, afraid for reasons I couldn't discern. Madra didn't seem all that impressed by his simpering either. Her mouth twitched at either corner, lifting just a fraction. "Deal with her, Heron. When you're done, head back to where you found her and root out the rest of her people." My people. She didn't mean. A wave of panic took me. "No! My brother, I told you. He had nothing to do with the gauntlet. I swear!" The Queen's face was blank as she reached out and ran an index finger down my cheek. I was slick with sweat. The air stank with my fear, yet the woman before me was impervious. Her skin, perfect and so very pale, bore no perspiration whatsoever. "You are a rat," she said simply. "Rats are an eternal bane upon a city, it's true. You can kill one, but it will already be too late. It will have spurned 10 more before it found its way to you. 10 more grotesque, fat rats, gnawing away on grain that does not belong to them, tainting water that it has no right to drink. The only way to deal with a rat's nest is to hunt it down and smoke out its occupants. Even if there are no fae in the Silver City, somebody trained you. Somebody showed you how to hurt and kill my men. Do you think we'd leave a form of rebellion that insidious to fester? Oh no." She bared her teeth, gripping hold of my jaw, her nails suddenly too sharp, too long, gouging into my skin. "You took something of mine, girl, and I am not in the business of letting theft slide. So I will take from you. First, your life. Then, I'll make a column of greasy smoke out of those who matter to you, and when they're gone, I will tear the Third Ward to the ground. For the next 100 years, anyone foolish enough to think twice about stealing from me will remember the black day Soraeus Fane offended the Zilvarin crown, and 100,000 people paid the price." Chapter 5. Heretic. An entire ward put to the torch because of me. 100,000 people turned to ash and bones. She wasn't serious. Elroy told me how they slaughtered cows once. They hit them in the forehead with a piercing bolt, taking them by surprise. That's how my guilt came at me on the heels of the Queen's promise, out of nowhere, right between the eyes. Queen Madra spun around, her dress rustling, the color shifting like the sheen atop an oil slick, and began to walk across the vast hall, her feet silent as she went. "Make her sing, Harren. I want to hear her music echoing from the dungeons to the towers. It's been too long since we heard something sweet." Sick. Twisted. That's what she was. Madra's fair face had fooled many, but a dark, ugly pit roiled away behind the mask she wore. I saw it. I felt it in her words. The countless horrors this woman had commanded in that sweet, lilting voice. Harren's eyes were glassy as he reached for his sword. The sound of the blade scraping against its sheath filled the air as he drew the weapon free. He wore no remorse, no regret. Whatever sympathy he might have felt for me as he dragged me up here from the cells was gone now, replaced with nothing. When he came for me, he came quick and quiet. It would be over the same way then. My life, gone in a heartbeat, my cry severed in my throat before it could meet the air. But Madra wanted my screams to flood the palace. She'd said so, and Harren was her creature to the end. I was helpless to stop him when he grabbed me. With my wrists still bound, I had no way of fending him off. I aimed a kick at his stomach, throwing my weight behind it, but he deflected the blow, twisting away, wearing a look of bored contempt. "This is nothing to you, is it? Taking an innocent life." A flicker of something passed over his features. Not empathy, more exhaustion. "You aren't innocent. You're a thief," he replied flatly. His hand clamped around the top of my arm, his grip an iron vice. I attempted to dig my heels in to slow his progress as he dragged me across the hall, but the stone underfoot was too slick. "The third is full of thieves," I spat. "It's the only option open to us. We take more than we're given, or we die. It's an easy decision. You'd do the same if it meant the difference between life and death. Don't presume to know which way my moral compass points, girl." He wrenched me forward, snarling when I tried to pull myself free. My shoulder throbbed, promising to dislocate if I strained the joint any further. But there were plenty of things I would do to survive, and theft was the least of them. If ripping my shoulder out of its socket gave me an opportunity to run, then I'd endure the pain. "Easy to judge from a position of privilege," I ground out. "But when your family is dying, death is an open doorway that's meant to be walked through. On the other side of it lies peace. Count yourself lucky that you get to make the journey at all." Shoving me forward, he threw me to the ground. I landed on my side, hard, my head smashing against the stone, and sparks exploding behind my eyes. For a moment, all I could do was gasp through the skull-splitting pain. My vision cleared just in time for me to register Harren lifting his sword. "For what it's worth, I am sorry," he said. And then he brought the blade swinging down. Lightning tore a pathway through my side and up, into my brain. White hot, the sensation transcended pain. This was more. Raw agony, the likes of which I had never experienced, splintered my mind as the horror of it intensified. I didn't even know pain like this existed. A rush of wet heat spread over my stomach. I looked down and immediately wished I hadn't. Harren's blade was buried in my stomach. The metal plunged deep. The captain's brows drew together for the briefest second, the smallest flare of something he refused to give way to, and then his features smoothed out. "Ready, Saris?" He closed both hands around the hilt of his sword. "This is the part where you scream." And then he twisted. A wall of sound and panic tore out of me. Too much. the fear and vicious burn in my gut overwhelming my senses. Like a feral animal caught in a snare, I bucked and writhed, desperate to escape. But the ties binding my hands behind my back grew tighter the more I pulled, and Haran had only twisted his gleaming silver blade. He hadn't pulled it out. I was skewered to the stone, and no amount of thrashing would fix that. I gave Madra the music she requested. I screamed until I tasted blood and my throat was raw. It was only when I started choking on blood that I understood that I was coughing it up. It spilled out of my mouth in a hot stream that wouldn't stop flowing. I know it hurts, Haran murmurs, but it's temporary. It'll be over soon enough. As he stooped down over me, taking a beautiful engraved dagger from a sheath at his thigh, I clung to those words. Soon this would end. I would sink into oblivion. I didn't believe in an afterlife, but nothingness would do. Fire erupted below my collarbone. I couldn't breathe. I thought for a moment that he'd punched me, but no. His dagger protruded from my shoulder. A ragged howl bounced around the hall, growing louder and louder with each repetition. It was an inhuman sound, chilling and pitiful. Escape, escape, escape. There was no room to think around the word. I couldn't. I had to. Escape! You're lucky. This is faster than it will be for the others, Haran said softly. There was a hint of kindness to his tone. He took out another dagger and looked down at it, considering its edge. They'll burn or choke to death. Stomach wounds are painful, yes, but I made this one quick for you. Now? He shook his head, flipping over the blade in his hand. One last, really good scream for the Queen, and we'll have you on your way, all right? The dagger flashed, quick as lightning. Haran thrust down, aiming to drive it point first into my other shoulder. But something happened. The metal tip froze an inch away from my filthy, torn shirt, hovering above me. He stayed his hand? I gagged on another mouthful of blood, struggling to swallow it back down, to breathe around it. When I looked up at Haran, his eyes were wide, more alert than they had been a moment ago. He stared at me, his disbelief plain as day. Shaking with the effort, he was using both hands now, struggling to drive the knife home. How are you doing that? He grunted. That isn't possible. I couldn't answer him. I was a burning wick, consumed by pain. But there was something inside of me, something cool and calm and made of iron, that rose up and claimed Haran's knife as its own. The stillness wanted the blade, and so it took it. As if I had a third invisible hand, I reached out toward the dagger, and I wrapped my will around it. The weapon trembled, its tip quivering. Stop, he whispered. This is heresy. I couldn't stop. I had no control over what was happening. I desperately wanted the dagger away from me, and so I forced against it in mind, commanding it to... Haran gasped as the dagger glowed white-hot. The metal screeched in my ears, a horrific, awful sound that cleaved me to my soul. The sound of madness. Gritting my teeth, I answered the voice inside of me, commanding me to unmake the dagger, like such a thing was even possible. And it was. Almost as stunned as Haran, I watched as the knife liquefied in the captain's gloved hand and ran through his fingers in rivulets of rolling silver. Heretical magic, Haran gasped. He tried to lunge away but lost his balance, toppling backward onto his ass, his boots kicking against the stone as he struggled to get away. Where did you learn how to... No, no! Terror claimed the captain. He cast about, wild-eyed, breathing heavily, as the thin streams of metallic liquid that had once been his weapon rolled toward him, pooling and diverging, as if it were seeking him, as if it were alive. "End this," Heron panted. "Even if it takes me, you won't escape the palace. You're bleeding out anyway. You're already dead." A strange, rippling weight shifted in my stomach. I could barely feel it over the pain, but I could sense that calm, unknown something inside me was turning its focus back toward me. It was a question. Did I want to stop whatever course I had set the once knife on? It would be easy to call it back, bring it to heel, because it was dangerous. There were things it could do. I didn't know what, but I would find out. Heron was right. I was already dead. No one could survive the injuries he'd inflicted upon me. But Hayden was still alive. Elroy, maybe even Vorath, though the cry that came from his shop as I fled earlier suggested otherwise. So long as my friends still lived, I had every reason to hurt Heron. And if the flowing metal I had created from the dagger he had planned on stabbing me with might prevent him from hurting the people I cared about, then I'd use it to hurt him first. I couldn't speak anymore, couldn't move. I was so dizzy that the vast hall pitched up and down like I was drunk. But I wasn't done yet. I had enough strength to see this through. Madra would have to find someone else to murder my people. She had an endless supply of guardians who were more than willing to do her bidding, but this man wouldn't be amongst them. Heron wouldn't be the one to spill Hayden or Elroy's blood, the way that he had spilled mine. I knew that I could end him with this strange and hungry metal if I wanted to. And why shouldn't I? Life wasn't fair. I'd never expected it to be, but I did believe that you reaped what you sowed in this city, and that meant that Heron, captain of Madra's guard, had a debt he needed to settle before I died. Saris, call it off. You don't understand. Oh, but I do, I croaked. You expect me to die by your hand, but... I held my stomach as I coughed, spluttering on another mouthful of blood. You don't want to come with me through that doorway you mentioned, do you, Captain? I can't go. She won't let me. Heron had plenty of room to flee, but the man was frozen solid, muscles locked up, too petrified to move an inch. He whimpered as the humming threads of silver branched out like the tributaries of the rivers I'd marveled over in library books, and began creeping up the toe of his leather boot. What would happen to him? It didn't really matter. He was going to suffer the same way he'd made me suffer. I was growing weaker by the second, my wounds losing blood at a phenomenal rate. The clock was ticking. I'd be gone soon, but the stubborn part of me wanted him to die first. And I wanted to be standing on my own 2 feet when it happened. So, I got to work. Saris Fane was 24 years of age when she died. Honestly, she should have died a lot sooner, but the girl never did know when to give up. My epitaph would be short and sweet. Elroy would see to something for me, provided that he survived any of this. In the meantime, I was going to drag my bleeding backside up off of this hard floor and watch whatever came next. I was sweating, weak-legged and nauseous when I finally managed to get up. Panting hard down my nose, I took one staggering step toward the captain and realized just how hard it was going to be to stay conscious. I was a temporarily living, breathing pincushion. Heron's sword and his other dagger were still sticking out of me. It was a miracle the sword hadn't fallen out yet. The weight of it twisting inside me was excruciating. but I held back my screams as I stumbled, dragging myself on ice-cold feet toward Heron. Frantically, he slapped his pant legs, brushing the fabric with a sweeping motion, though very careful not to touch the molten silver at the same time. "Monster!" he hissed. "You'll end the world with this! Don't let it take me! Please!" What did he expect? Had he listened to me when I was pleading for my life? Had he taken pity on me right before he drove his sword into my gut? He hadn't. I had no understanding of what it was I was doing, but if this was a world-ending gift, then good. Fuck this city, and fuck this world. My family was already doomed, and what did I care for anyone else? If Heron was telling the truth, then I'd be doing the rest of the people in the third a favor. The torches resting in the sconces blazed, roaring as their flames danced and leaped, casting an eerie orange glow up the walls. On the ground, the silver threads persisted in climbing up Heron's legs, probing, ever moving upward on a mission to find skin. How I knew that, I couldn't comprehend, but I did know that Madra would be hearing Heron's music as soon as they achieved their goal. "Please," Heron whispered. "No." The word was as hard as granite. I looked down at the bastard's sword protruding out of my chest, wishing I could pull it out. What a dark and beautiful irony it would be to end this fucker's life with his own sword. But I'd be dead the second I withdrew the thing, and I wanted to hang around long enough to see. I needed something else. One of the torches, perhaps. If I could muster the energy to shuffle across the hall and reach one, I could use it to set him alight, the way he planned on torching the third. I'd made it 3 bracing, agonizing steps before I noticed the other sword to my left. I'd seen it when Heron had dragged me in here, though I hadn't been able to make out what it was then. I'd thought it was some kind of lever, but this close, I could see that it was, in fact, a sword, buried halfway up to its hilt into the ground. Gods only knew if I had the strength to free it, but I was going to try. There were steps up to the raised platform where the ornate weapon had been buried. When I heaved myself up the first of these steps, groaning out loud in pain, Heron broke free from his hysteria. He got to his feet, his voice ringing out, loud and urgent. "Saris, no! Do not touch the sword! Do not!" "Turn the key," he panted. "Do not open the gate. You've no idea the hell you will unleash on this place." He thought I would care? My vision flickered red, a lifetime of rage and injustice finally demanding retribution. Hell had already been unleashed upon this place centuries ago. What was a little more suffering? The second step up toward the platform was slightly easier, but only because it was a step closer to death. A cold, numb feeling washed over me, dulling my senses and fogging my thoughts. I'd left a pool of blood on the floor behind me, along with a wide trail of it in my wake, when I got up and limped up here. But now my heart was laboring, almost out of blood to pump. I reached the top step of the platform, dizzy and exhausted. I immediately dropped to my knees and retched. I wanted to be sick so badly, but my body was shutting down. It couldn't remember how, or else my stomach couldn't contract properly with the blade of a sword slicing through it, so I spat out globs of congealed blood onto the smooth ground instead. The sword was old. I felt its age on the air somehow, a prickle of energy that spoke of hidden ancient places. "Do not touch that sword," Heron repeated. He panicked, rushing toward me, about to hit the steps. He'd given up swatting at the filaments of silver spreading out over his chest, slowly rising up toward his throat. If he made it to the top of the steps, I was done for. Ignoring the pain and my darkening vision, I sank back onto my heels and turned my back to the blade, resting my wrists against the ancient weapon's edge. I expected it to be dull. I somehow knew that it hadn't been touched by another living creature in centuries. but I hissed in surprise when I lifted upward, and the thing cut through the ties at my wrists like a hot knife through butter. "Saris, no!" Heron almost had me. I twisted, releasing an ungodly scream as his sword tipped forward and slid free from my stomach, clattering to the ground. I felt it then, the loosening at the very center of me, as if something fundamental had come undone. There was no putting me back together now. "Let's be done with it, then," a small voice whispered in the back of my quietening mind. I grabbed the old sword by the hilt, a bolt of energy firing up both arms as I drew it from the stone, and turned it on Heron. I wheezed out 8 words, knowing they'd be my last, enjoying the stupidity of them. This is the part where you scream, Captain. And then I swung with all my might. The sword sliced into Heron's shoulder, cutting right through his oiled leather breastplate like it wasn't even there, leaving a bright red line of blood in its wake. Heron's bark of pain echoed around the vaulted ceiling. The wound wasn't enough to kill him, but I'd certainly hurt him. He came at me, pressing a hand to his chest to stem his own flow of blood. I assumed he would grab me again, but this time he lunged for the blade, the whites of his eyes showing. "Put it back! You've got to put it back!" It was too late for that. A song couldn't be unsung. The sword was free, and every part of me knew that it wasn't going back into... I was sinking. The ground that I had assumed was solid stone beneath my feet was nothing of the sort. Heron's blade had melted into a respectable amount of liquid metal. But the ground at my feet, the pool at my feet, was more silver than I had ever seen in my life, and it was hissing and spitting like an angry cat. It hadn't been like this a moment ago. It had been solid. Now it was softening by the second. The roiling mass of it was already up to my ankles. I couldn't pull my boots free. The surface of the silver pool shone in the dim light of the hall, emitting its own sort of light. With my feet stuck in place, Heron could have ended me once and for all, but the thin threads of silver that had been his dagger had now reached the collar of his breastplate and were greedily climbing up his throat. His skin was white as ash. "Gods," he breathed. "It's so." But he didn't finish his sentence. His eyes rolled back into his head, and he began to shake. The pool of silver I stood in rose at an alarming rate. Or was it just getting deeper? I couldn't tell the difference. My thoughts were so scattered, none of them making sense. This was the blood loss. It had to be. I'd die soon enough, and then it would all be over. Hayden would be... The Queen would forget. They would be safe. All of them would be... My eyelids were so heavy. 10 feet away, at the base of the steps, Heron cursed, thrashing against an invisible foe. I would leave him to his private war. It was time for me to sleep. The liquid metal erupted underneath me, the silver slopping over the sides of what was now clearly a circular pool. Freed from its hold, and with nothing to keep me up any longer, I toppled sideways onto the stone steps, a snapping sensation jolting me, though I mercifully felt no pain. My vision was going at last. Blackness crept in, rolling before my eyes like a midnight fog. Only it wasn't a fog. It was something else. It was death. The bastard had come to claim me in person. Emerging from the silver, the huge figure rose up from the pool as if ascending from the very depths of hell itself. Broad shoulders, wet, shoulder-length black hair. Tall, taller than any other man I'd ever seen. His eyes shone an iridescent, shimmering green, the pupil of the right eye rimmed by the same shining metallic silver that ran in ribbons from the black leather armor that covered his chest and arms. He towered over me, his lips pulled back into a snarl, revealing gleaming white teeth and sharp canines. In his hand, he held a monstrous sword, forged out of a black metal that vibrated with a tempestuous energy that sang in the marrow of my bones. He raised the sword, about to bring it down and cleave me in two, but then his quick eyes landed on the ancient sword I was still holding, and he froze, arm raised above his head. "Graceless gods," he hissed. "What's this, a fucking joke?" "Die!" Harren bellowed. "I will not. Take your lies and your serpent tongue. Choke on it. Die!" Death snapped his head to Harren, forgetting that he'd come to end my suffering. His hair hung in damp waves about his face, though the silver that he had risen from wasn't coating his hair, his clothes, or his skin as it was Harren. The metallic fluid ran off of his boots and defied the laws of nature as it pooled back together, rolling up the steps and pouring back into the pool. I didn't have the energy to raise my head and watch as death descended the steps toward Harren. My eyes were flashing now, flickering. My ears still worked, though. "Obsidian! Obsidian!" exclaimed Harren. "Broken! Everywhere! 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 Down in the ground, in the passageways, in the walls! They move, in the ground. I can't! It won't die! It has to!" he screamed. Unfortunate. I had known Death's voice to be a howling hot wind across the parched desert, a wet, hacking cough in the night, the urgent cry of a starving baby. I had never for one moment imagined his voice might also be the stroke of velvet in the ever-encroaching darkness. "Where's Madra?" he demanded. Harren didn't respond. A scurrying scratching was the only sound that reached me where I lay on the steps. "I can't pull it out of you," Death said wearily. "Your fate's sealed, Captain. You deserve far fucking worse." The ground. The passages. They move. In the ground. Obsidian. Obsidian. A scuffling. A scraping. A low, hard thud. Harren let out a panicked screech, but his cry was quickly shut off. When Death climbed the steps again, his boots were the only part of him that I could see in my narrowing field of vision. My heart wanted to pound when he crouched down beside me, coming into view, but it could only manage a weak squeeze of fear. Of course, Death was beautiful. How else would anyone choose to go with him without putting up a fight? Even though he scowled at me, his dark brows tugging together to form a dark, unhappy line, he was still the most savagely beautiful thing I'd ever seen. "Pathetic," he murmured. "Absolutely." He couldn't seem to find the words. Shaking his head, he reached into the front of his chest plate, fishing around for something. A moment later, he withdrew his hand, a long silver chain hooked around his index finger. He unfastened it. "If you die before you can give this back, I'm not going to be happy," he groused. The chain was warm against my skin as he looped it around my neck. Ever since I'd fallen against the steps, my body had been blissfully numb, but the reprieve proved temporary as the stranger in black lifted me roughly into his arms. The pain shattered me this time, until there was nothing left. My silent scream died on my lips as Death carried me into the pool. The darkness took me before the silver could. Chapter 6. Everlane. Once when I was 8, it rained in the Silver City. The heavens cracked open and a deluge of water fell from the sky for a whole day. The streets flooded, and buildings that had stood for generations washed away. No one had ever seen such a blanket of clouds blotting out the suns, and for the first and only time in my life, I had known what it was to be cold. I wasn't cold now. This was something else entirely, and it was unbearable. My bones were made of ice. They promised to shatter if I dared to move, but no matter how hard I tried, I couldn't stop shivering. Locked in darkness, I could see nothing at all. There were sounds in this icy prison, though. Voices. Sometimes many, sometimes just one. I began to recognize them as time passed. I heard the female voice the most. She spoke to me, talking softly, telling me secrets. She sang to me as well. Her voice was soft and sweet, and made me miss my mother in a way that caused me to ache inside. I couldn't understand the things she sang about. Her words were a mystery, the language she spoke unfamiliar and strange. I lay in the darkness and shivered, wishing that she would fuck off. I didn't want to be haunted by these ghosts. I wanted to slip into the nothingness until the cold froze me over and the silence blocked my ears, and I became nothing and forgot that I had ever lived. Instead, the tips of my fingers came back to me. Then my toes. My arms and legs followed. Gradually, over a span of time that could have been an hour, but just as easily a week, my body returned bit by bit. The pain made me wish I'd been better in life. This had to be a punishment. My ribs threatened to crack with every breath I drew, and I was breathing somehow. My insides felt as if they had been torn out of my body, shredded to pieces, and then stuffed back inside me. Everything hurt, every second of every minute of every hour. I prayed for an oblivion that refused to come. And then, out of nowhere, I opened my eyes, and the darkness was gone. The bed I was lying in didn't belong to me. The only feather mattress I'd ever slept on in my whole life was Carrie & Swift's, and this bed didn't belong to that asshole either. This bed was far bigger, for starters, and it didn't smell like muskrat. A set of immaculate white sheets covered my body, on top of which lay a thick woolen blanket. High overhead, the ceiling was not the pale golden color of sandstone. It was mostly white, but no. It wasn't white. It was a pale, washed-out blue, and there were streaks and dabs of dove gray sporadically daubed here and there, forming clouds. It was beautifully done. The walls of the room were a darker shade of blue, bordering on violet. As soon as I marked the color, along with not one but 5 different paintings, displayed in heavy gilt frames mounted on the walls, the plush-looking couch in the corner of the room, and the shelf opposite the bed, loaded up with more books than I'd ever seen in one place at any one time, a sinking dread sank its claws into me. I was still in the palace. Where else could I be? No one in the third could possibly have scrounged together the type of money it would cost to create the dye for violet paint. Not to mention, the only artworks I'd ever seen were faded pictures in books. But these were real. Oil paint on canvas, with real wooden frames. I let out a panicked breath, my alarm rising in magnitude when I saw the cloud of fog form on my breath. Where was I? And what the 5 hells was happening? Why could I see my breath? I tried to move, but my body wouldn't comply. Not even the smallest twitch. I might as well have been paralyzed. If I could swing my legs out of... no. No. That wasn't going to work. I froze as the door to the opulent room opened. My eyes were already open. It was pointless closing them now, when I'd already been caught awake. I was too anxious to look at whoever had entered the room, so I remained perfectly still, staring up at the clouds painted on the ceiling, holding my breath. "Master Eskin said you'd wake up today," a female voice said. The same voice that had sung to me, that had reached out to me in the dark. And here I was, doubting him. I should know better by now. The woman, whoever she was, laughed softly. Was she one of Madra's ladies' maids? Was she going to gut me the moment I stopped playing dead and looked at her? Common sense rejected both of these possibilities. A lady's maid wouldn't be so chatty. And why would they have gone to the effort of keeping me alive if they only planned on murdering me? I slowly moved my head. turning to inspect this newcomer. She leaned against the wall by the door, holding a stack of dusty books. Her hair was the lightest blonde, so long it reached well past her waist, tamed into 2 elaborate braids, each as thick as my wrist. She could only be, 24? 25? Around the same age as me. Her skin was pale, her eyes a vivid shade of green. The hunter green dress she wore was a work of art. Brocaded, the bodice was embroidered with golden thread that shimmered when it caught the light. The full skirt was decorated with embroidered leaves. The stranger grinned at me, still clutching hold of her books. "How are you feeling?" she asked. The urge to cough hit me out of nowhere. I did my best to answer her question, but I couldn't help it. I started to sputter, a spiderweb of pain spreading up my sides as my body jerked. "Oh no. Wait. Here, let me help you," the girl said. She rushed into the room, set her pile of books down on a small table by the window, then picked up a cup and brought it to the bed. Holding it out, she beamed, offering it to me. "There, down in one. Eskin said you'd be parched when you came around." I shrank back into the bed, tucking my arms in tight against my body, eyeing her warily. "What is that?" "Nothing. Just water, I promise." "Nothing?" I took the cup, peering over its rim, feeling lightheaded. She wasn't lying. The receptacle was full to the brim with water. 4 days' worth. I'd spend a month trying to get out from underneath the debt this amount of water would put me in down in the 3rd. And she was just handing it to me? "Go on." She smiled uncertainly. "Drink. I'll refill it for you when you're done." She was toying with me. Well, more fool her. I held the cup to my lips and started to drink, swallowing as quickly as I could. The water was cold, so cold that it made my throat ache. It hurt to drink it so quickly, but I wasn't giving her a moment to change her mind. By the time she realized that I wasn't entitled to a ration this big, the water would be gone, and there wouldn't be any way for her to get it back. Gods, it was clean. Clean water. It almost tasted sweet. "Whoa now," the girl said. "Slowly does it. You'll make yourself sick if you're not careful." I'd already finished, though. I handed her back the cup, expecting her to hold out a hand for payment now that I'd drained it dry. But she just smiled and returned to the table by the window, where she refilled the cup from a tall copper pitcher. I eyed her suspiciously when she came back and gave me the full cup again, wondering if she was mad. "I'm Everlane. I've been visiting you," she said. "I know." She glanced down at the cup, nodding to it. "It's okay. You can drink that too, if you're thirsty." I sipped the water this time, watching, waiting for her to pull a dagger from her voluminous skirts and pounce. "Since I told you my name, maybe you could tell me yours?" She canted her head to one side. "Gods, actually, do you mind if I pull up a chair? I've been climbing up and down the stairs all day, and I forgot to eat this morning." "Sure." She, Everlane, grinned as she snagged a simple wooden chair and dragged it to the bedside. As soon as she had the chair positioned to her liking, she sat down heavily in it, tucking rogue strands of hair behind her ears. "All right. There. I'm ready. What are you then? A Marika? An Angelica?" Her eyes, bright as jade, flashed as she spoke. "I'm not a very patient person," she admitted in a confessional tone. "I've been calling you Liz for the past 10 days. That seemed as good a name as any, but—" She slowed, the light in her eyes dimming as she took in the look on my face. "What is it? What's the matter?" "Your ears," I whispered. I'd been staring at them ever since she'd tucked her loose strands of hair behind them. They were... I swallowed hard, took a deep breath. They were pointed. Everlane touched her finger to the tips of her ears, frowning softly. Her expression went blank when she realized what I was referring to. Ah, right. They aren't the same as yours, no. The Fae were warmongers, cannibals, beastly creatures with no temperance, sense of morality, nor any notion of mercy. The eldest immortals visited their wrath upon the land with an iron fist, leaving a path of chaos and destruction in their wake. The 7 cities rejoiced when... It's upset you. My appearance, Everlane said quietly. She placed her hands in her lap, all of her effervescence quickly fallen flat. You've heard of my kind? She asked. Yes. Was this really happening? Or was this some kind of sick joke? Was Hayden teasing me? Getting me back for being so cruel to him the last time I saw him? This would be a fine way of getting revenge, making me doubt my sanity, but... I'd left my brother in the street outside the Mirage. I'd gone with Captain Heron. I'd met the Queen, and she'd ordered my execution, along with the execution of my friends, family, and every other living soul in the Third. Death had come for me, with wavy black hair and wicked green eyes. He'd carried me away from that place. He had brought me here. A wave of heat swept over me, making my mouth sweat. I hadn't paid much attention, dying as I'd been at the time, but when the dark-haired stranger had picked me up, the tips of his ears had been strangely shaped too, and his canines. "Show me your teeth." The demand slipped out before I could reel it back. The woman in the green gown clapped a hand over her mouth, her eyes widening. "What? No!" she exclaimed behind her palm. "Absolutely not! That's so rude!" "I'm sorry, but you're Fae?" The statement sounded like the punchline to a bad joke, but Everlane wasn't laughing. "I am," she answered, still hiding her mouth. "But you're not real." "I beg to differ," she fired back. "Myths, stories. The Fae are folklore. There's no such thing as the Fae." "Don't I seem real to you?" "I suppose so, but the Fae had wings." Everlane snorted. "We haven't had those for thousands of years." She dropped her hand, huffing a little as she pointed to the cup of water I was still holding. "Look, you have a concussion. Finish that and see if you feel any better. Things might feel a little backward for a while." My disbelief had nothing to do with the lump on the back of my head. You didn't just forget an entire race of people because you hit your head too hard. The Fae were not real. I squirmed, trying to prop myself up a little better, still scrutinizing Everlane's ears. "My mother told me stories about the Fae when I was little," I said. "The Fae visited the shores of our land, bringing with them war, disease, and death." A look of indigence stole across Everlane's pretty features. "Excuse me, but the Fae are not diseased. We haven't been afflicted by blight of any kind in a millennium. Humans, on the other hand, are riddled with all sorts of germs. You fall sick and die at the drop of a hat." I defended her. Again. That was twice in the space of a minute. As far as first meetings went, I wasn't doing a stellar job of making a good impression here. Taking a steadying breath, I tried to formulate a question that wouldn't come across as rude, but Everlane huffed, speaking before I could. "You're telling me that the Fae have become a bedtime story meant to scare children in Silverwraith?" "Yes." "What else do they say about us?" I don't know. I can't remember right now." I remembered plenty, but none of it was very flattering. I had no desire to offend her again by telling her that Silverwraith mothers warned their children that a Fae hag would come and eat them in the night if they didn't behave themselves. Everlane frowned, peering at the side of my head. How's your short-term memory?" What's the last thing you can remember? Oh, I was in the palace. Madra's captain was trying to kill me. I stopped his dagger somehow and grabbed hold of a sword. Then the floor turned to molten silver, a big pool of it, and something came out of it. Something or someone? A man, I whispered, but Everlane shook her head. A male. He came because the sword called to him. She trailed off, throwing her hands in the air. Gods, I still don't know your name. Unless you don't have a name. Of course I have a name, I said. It's Saris. I could count on one hand the amount of people I'd given my real name to when prompted. But for some reason, lying to her seemed wrong. I had no idea how long I'd been unconscious for, but Everlane had visited me, talked to me, watched over me, and sung to me, and kept me company. Those weren't the actions of a being who wanted to cause me harm. Everlane's eyebrow arched knowingly. Ah, Saris. A pretty name. A fey name. How are you feeling? You're sore, I bet, but you must be feeling a lot better than when you first arrived. How did I feel? The last time I'd checked, I had a monstrous hole in my stomach and a dagger sticking out of my shoulder, not to mention that I'd lost near every last drop of blood in my body. With stiff arms, I slowly lifted the blanket covering me and surveyed the damage beneath. There wasn't much to see. I was wearing some type of tunic, pale green and made of soft, buttery material. I patted my stomach, feeling for the gaping wound through the fabric, but there was nothing. My stomach felt smooth. There wasn't even any pain. Our healers are extremely talented, though it's been some time since they worked on a human with such catastrophic injuries, she admitted. They decided to keep you sedated while your internal organs repaired. I argued to wake you up as soon as you were officially whole again, but Eskin said you needed another couple of days for your mind to calm after the trauma you'd experienced. Wait, so I'm not going to die? Everlane chuckled, shaking her head. No, Eskin's success rate is a point of pride for him these days. He hasn't lost a patient in nearly 2 centuries. 2 centuries? The songs our mother sang to Hayden and me when we were tiny always spoke of the Fae's unnatural lifespans. I still couldn't wrap my head around the fact that Everlane was Fae, though. Did I believe it? Was my mind even capable of accepting that as the truth? It just wasn't possible. I take it we're not in the Silver City, then, I said slowly. She smiled. We're not. My stomach rolled. Then where are we? Evalia, she beamed, as though her one-word answer explained my entire situation. And where is that? Evalia. More specifically, the Winter Palace. Didn't your mother's bedtime stories tell you anything? The door crashed open. Cold light flooded in from the hallway beyond, and a monster clad in leather armor prowled into the room, eliciting a gasp out of Everlane. His eyes were the darkest brown, his fair skin splattered with what looked like mud. His sandy brown hair hung past his shoulders, the top part sectioned and tied back into a war braid. He was frighteningly tall, his bare, muscular forearms covered in intricate, interwoven tattoos that blurred as my eyes tried to focus on them. The murderous look on his face softened somewhat when he saw Everlane. Everlane, however, had turned purple. Renfis! What in all 5 hells? You nearly gave me a heart attack. Chagrined, he hung his head, and there they were. Another set of pointed ears. This time, they were tipped red with embarrassment. Lane, the male said. His voice was lightly accented, the words lilting, though made harsh by his deep register. Sorry. I didn't know you were in here. Clearly. You nearly ripped the damned door off its hinges. It's polite to knock before you hurl yourself into a room. The male, Renfis, glanced briefly in my direction, eyes shifting over me where I lay in the bed, before returning his attention to Everlane. Right. Sorry. Manners have never been my strong suit. Erin's destroyed what little etiquette I had to begin with. Everlane's mouth twitched. Was she trying not to smile? Why are you bursting in here anyway? She asked. I came to find the human. Renfis's eyes darted to me again. He needs his chain back. His chain? Oh! Everlane's frown mirrored my own, but hers disappeared a split second after it formed. She'd obviously worked out what Renfis was referring to while I was still in the dark. Turning to me, she looked at the hollow of my throat, her lips drawing into a small pout. She might still need it, she said. I raised my hand to my throat. The second my fingertips found the cool metal resting against my skin there, I remembered. Death, dressed in midnight, taking a chain from his neck and looping it around mine. Death, scooping me up into his arms, the look of disappointment in his eyes. Death. Believe me, he needs it more than she does right now, Renfis said darkly. Suddenly the chain felt like a noose around my neck. What the hell was it? And why had the male who had carried me away from Madra's palace put it on me? Everlane got to her feet. It's only been 10 days. He shouldn't be affected yet, surely. He's struggling, the warrior said awkwardly. He shouldn't have been without it at all. It gets worse every time he takes it off. If your father finds out he's even here... I know. Gods, I want to see him, Ren. This is getting ridiculous. Renfis looked at his boots. He wasn't in any fit state. Still isn't. The best thing you can do for him right now is help me get the pendant back to him. The set of Everlane's shoulders was stiff. The two of them traded a tense look, but she dipped her head and sighed. Turning to me, she said, All right, fine. Saris, I hate to ask, but the chain you're wearing around your neck? I was already fumbling with the clasp, trying to get the damn thing off. If the savage who owned the necklace wanted it back, I wouldn't give him a reason to come and get it himself. A cold shiver shot through me as I finally managed to unfasten the chain and offered it out to Everlane. I hadn't noticed it before, but there was something dangling from the necklace, a small silver disc. A family crest, perhaps? The disc was engraved with tiny markings, but I'd be damned if I was going to study it up close. Now that it wasn't hanging around my neck anymore, the chain felt like it was humming. The strangest energy fired up and down my arm, not painful, but certainly not a pleasant sensation. And it was cold. So cold. By the time Renfis strode across the room and stopped by the bed, holding out a small black velvet pouch, the chain might as well have been made of ice. Drop it inside, Renfis said. He held the mouth of the pouch open, very careful not to let the chain touch his skin, while I did as he'd bade me. As soon as the chain had disappeared inside, the warrior pulled a tie on either side of the pouch, cinching it shut. Without another word, he spun away and made for the door. I want to see him before he goes, at least, Everlane called after Renfis. There are things I need to ask him. Renfis paused, his massive frame filling the doorway. He has to leave, Lane. I've kept him hidden this long by luck alone. The guards are starting to get suspicious. If they find out he's here... Everlane looked down at her feet. Yes, you're right. He's needed back in Kalish anyway. Write to him if you have to. Visit in a month or two. But having him stay here a moment longer than necessary would be—" he chose his last words carefully— "ill-advised." Everlane had gone pale, but she didn't fight him. "Okay, all right. Tell him he'd better write back, or there'll be trouble." Renfis bowed his head. "It was good to see you," he murmured, and then he was gone. With him, he took the tension that had flooded the room when I'd removed the necklace, and for that, I was eternally grateful. Everlane didn't relax the way I did, though. Her eyes shone bright with the beginnings of tears as she put her back to the door and said in a forcefully cheery voice, "All right, then. I expect you'll be wanting to have a bath." "A bath?" "Yes. It's been at least 10 days since you've had a proper soak. Come on. I'll draw some hot water for you. It'll make you feel 1,000,000 times better, I swear." Hot water? A whole tub full of it, for me to wash myself in. The waste of so much water would have stricken me dumb on any other day, but today, there were far stranger things to concern myself with, and besides, I was too focused on something both Renfis and Everlane had said. 10 days. That's how long I'd been unconscious for, lying in this bed, recovering in peace, while my brother was back in Silverwraith, potentially fighting for his life. "I don't need a bath," I said. "I need to go home. My little brother needs me." Whatever Everlane was about to say died on her lips. Slowly, in increments, her smile faded. "I'm sorry, Saris, but that isn't going to happen." "What do you mean? I have to go back. I don't have a choice. Madra's planning on wiping out my entire ward. I have family back there, friends." I ignored the small voice in the back of my head, whispering that it was already probably too late. Madra would have been furious when she discovered what had happened in that hall. Scratch that. Furious wouldn't have even come close. Not only did I not die, but I'd somehow liquefied Heron's dagger, it had attacked him, and fuck. I didn't even know what I'd done with that sword. I'd drawn it from somewhere I shouldn't have, and summoned the devil himself. Heron was probably dead. Madra was not a merciful monarch. Her vengeance would have been swift and horrific. Odds were that the third had already been reduced to a crater in the sand, but I still had to get back there. If there was even the slimmest chance that she'd temporarily stayed her hand, I had to try and stop her. It was the least I could do. Everlane did look sympathetic as she headed slowly toward the door, but she also looked resigned. "I'm not going to lie to you. Some of the tales your mother used to tell you were true. My people can be ruthless and cruel at times. There are those of us who endeavor to be different, but occasionally there's simply no other option. We've been waiting to retrieve that sword you drew for a very long time. But to have found you along with it—" She shook her head. "You have no idea how important you are, Saris. I'm afraid my father isn't liable to give you up anytime soon. And he wants to see you in an hour, so unfortunately, the bath isn't up for debate." "You can't keep me trapped here. This is kidnapping. It's inhumane behavior." Everlane at least had the decency to look contrite. "It's inhuman behavior. But we aren't human, Saris. We're Fae. We don't behave like you, don't think like you. We don't operate by the same moral guidelines that some of your kind do either. The faster you remember that, the easier this will be," she said a little more gently. "Now, please, bathe before the water gets cold. When you speak to my father, you can ask him about returning to your Silver City." "And who the hell is your father to tell me if I get to go home?" My anger echoed loudly up and down the hallway. Both guards, who stood in stern silence, flinched, looking deeply uncomfortable. "He is Bellicon the Bara," Everlane said evenly, "king of the Avelian Fae." I sobbed while I soaked in the copper tub. I had an inconceivable resource at my disposal, and no way to share it with the people I loved. If Hayden and Elroy were alive, then they were dizzy with their thirst, just as they had every day of their lives. Meanwhile, I was luxuriating in so much water that I could drown in it. It was black with dirt, and a film of scum bobbed on its surface when I was done scrubbing my skin until it was pink. Probably the cleanest I had ever been. I'd never washed my hair properly before, nor had access to shampoo, and I used way too much, not expecting the amount I scooped into my palm to produce so many suds. It took forever to first work it through all of my tangles and knots, and then another age to rinse out all of the soap. Everlane was prowling back and forth outside the room like a caged hellcat by the time I told her that I was done. She looked harried when she bustled back into the room. "We don't have time to deliberate over what you should wear now. We'll have to get you laced into the first thing that fits and worry about style another time." "Laced? What are you talking about?" "Your dress!" Everlane made a beeline for the large dark wood wardrobe, throwing open the doors. "With that dark hair and your eyes such a lovely shade of blue, I think we should stick to royal blue. Or maybe..." The top half of her body disappeared into the wardrobe. When she emerged again, she clutched a staggering amount of cobalt fabric in her arms. I backed away as soon as I saw it. No, I'm not. I don't do dresses, Everlane." "What do you mean?" She looked genuinely confused. "I wear pants, shirts, things I can move easily in, so I can run and climb and kill people." "You're not wearing a shirt and pants to meet the king, Saris. He'll see it as a slight. If you're not well turned out, he'll have you thrown into the cells." "Ha! Another day, another monarch throwing my ass in jail." Honestly, a cell was what I deserved. After stealing the gauntlet and landing my entire ward in such trouble, I didn't deserve to see the light of day again. I was numb as I let Everlane shake me into the dress. Gown was a more appropriate name for it, really. "You look like a dream," Everlane announced when she was done jiggling and poking me, tugging on corset stays so hard that I thought I might pass out. "And yet, I feel like I'm trapped in a nightmare," I added dryly. She tutted. "Turn around and sit down on that chair. I need to deal with your hair next." "What's wrong with my hair?" "Well, how do I put this delicately? It looks like it's had a family of field mice living in it for a couple of years, and I'm betting it's been a while since it's seen a brush. So, it doesn't need brushing if I just tie it back into a braid." I wasn't stung by the criticism. Seriously, I wasn't. Everlane laughed quietly. Did she think I couldn't hear her chuckling? I slumped down on the chair where she'd told me to sit, fuming under my breath as the female wrestled with my knots. She was loving this, wasn't she? A little prisoner of her own, a doll to play dress-up with. But I wasn't a toy or a pet. She'd learn that the hard way if she treated me like one. "You have beautiful hair," she said, running a wide-toothed comb through the strands. I winced as she swept it back over my shoulders. "It'll grow well here. Long hair is a sign of high-born status for Fae women. Others will be jealous of your dark coloring, too. Dark hair is a royal trait amongst the Avelian Fae." I didn't give two shits about Fae fads or trends. I didn't care whether Fae women were jealous of how I looked or if they thought I was a hideous monster. Up until 4 hours ago, I didn't even know they existed. I sat very still as Everlane braided my hair with nimble fingers, biting the tip of my tongue. Once she was finished, She ushered me in front of a full-length mirror hanging on the wall in a scrolled and gilded frame, glowing with pride as she showed me her handiwork. I'd made plenty of mirrors in the workshop with Elroy, but I'd personally never had much use for them. I knew what I looked like well enough. Yes, I had a pretty face, but pretty faces were used as currency in the Third when a girl ran out of coin or water to trade with, and that was more of a blessing than a curse. Masks and scarves were my friends. No one knew what you looked like behind a piece of sand-blasted sacking, and therefore had no reason to try and take your goods for themselves. There were no masks or scarves to hide behind here. While it was true that I paled in comparison next to Everlane's beauty, the female was radiant, perfect in every way. The color of the ridiculous dress she picked out for me did complement my complexion, as she'd said it would. It drew attention to my eyes and made them pop. And the magic she'd worked on my hair? The elaborate braided crown she'd fashioned for me was stunning. My hair had never looked so healthy. "You don't need any blush," Everlane's reflection said in the mirror. "You're rosy enough. Though, here." She hurried away for a second and then returned holding a small pot. She removed the pot's lid and offered it to me. "Your lips were so cracked when you arrived. I've been applying this for you every few hours, but now that you're awake, you can do it for yourself. Here, like this." She swept her fingertip across the thick, waxy resin inside and rubbed it across her lips. I stuck my finger in the pot and did the same, if only to shut her up. She looked desperately pleased with the results. Wonderful. All right then. I'd say we were ready. Brace yourself. It's time to meet the king. Chapter 7. The Dog. The bedroom had been a level of luxury I'd never known before, but it served as no indication of the world beyond its door. I gaped as Everlane guided me through the halls of the Winter Palace. The place made Madra's royal seat in Silverwraith look like a rundown backwater hovel. The walls were opalescent white marble, faceted with sections of shimmering metallic blues and greens, as were the floors. We had no stone like this back in Silverwraith, but Everlane explained that it was a rare type of pale labradorite. High archways lined the corridors we moved through, giving view to stairways and other corridors on other levels. Plush tapestries and framed paintings hung from the walls, and gigantic sprays of real flowers overflowed from vases everywhere I looked. Sunlight poured in through wide windows, though the light itself was devoid of any warmth. Nothing at all like the punishing glare of the twins. Everlane urged me past these windows quickly, the world beyond them a blur of white and gray. Dipping, she pressed the tips of her index finger and middle finger to her forehead, bowing her head in reverence as we passed a series of statues. Down another hallway, she repeated the process when we passed another row of the same figures cast in stone, again set back in alcoves. "Who are they?" I asked, eyeing the tall, menacing-looking crowned males and females as she touched her fingers between her brows. "The gods, of course." She looked a little surprised. "Don't you worship the Corcoran in the Silver City anymore?" I shook my head, staring up into the coldly handsome face of one of the male deities. "My mother told me once that the people used to pray to gods in Silverwraith, but their names and their temples were eaten by the desert a long time ago. We say gods to curse our luck or emphasize emotion. Other than that, Madra's the closest thing we have to a god in Silverwraith. At least, that's how she fashions herself." The undying herald of the Northern Banner. Believers carry strands of her hair in leather pouches on their belts. They scrape ash from the funeral pyres of the living sacrifices that are burned in her honor and put that in them too. It's supposed to act as a ward against plague. They think doing that will give them never-ending life if they're worthy enough. Everlane scoffed. Superstition and sacrilege. Your queen is human, and even though the sand and the wind swept away the names of the gods, I assure you, Madra knows them. That she's chosen to let them vanish from her people's history speaks volumes of her corruption. Everlane pointed up at the male I was still staring at. Styx, god of shadows. She moved along the line, inclining her head and touching her brow to each of her gods before she named them. Kurin, god of secrets. Nikanai, goddess of masks. Malleus, god of dawn and new beginnings. These two are often counted as one god, Everlane said, gesturing to the two beautiful females who stood arm in arm atop the same marble plinth. Balmithan, twin sisters, goddesses of the sky. Legend says that they once were one god, but a mighty storm came, and Balmithan refused to take shelter as it raged across the land. The powerful spirit within the storm was furious that Balmithan didn't cower before him, and so he lashed her with forks of lightning. Again and again the lightning struck Balmithan, but she didn't die. Instead, she cracked and split in two, becoming Bal and Mithin. Bal is the goddess of the sun, but goddess of the day in a looser sense. Mithin is the goddess of the moon, but again, she presides over all of the night. Bal, Mithin, Balia, Min, the twins. As I studied their faces closer, I realized that these two women did bear a startling similarity to faces I'd seen carved into the walls in the Hall of Mirrors. This was an undeniable link between this place and my home, one that made me feel strange. I could have told Everlane of the similarity between these goddesses' names and the names of the suns that perpetually blazed over Silverwraith, but for some reason, the words stuck in the back of my throat. I had too many questions, chief amongst which was that the Fae here knew of Madra. Everlane spoke as if she was familiar with the Queen of the Silver City. She had said Madra was a human with undeniable certainty. I also had no idea what a moon was, but I set all of that aside for now. The final statue was tucked much further into its alcove than the others. Unlike the others, it had been arranged so that its back was to the hall, its face pointing at the wall. I nodded to the male god with the broad shoulders and asked, "And him? What is he the god of?" Everlane eyed the statue warily, then gave me a chagrined smile. "That's Zareth, god of chaos and change." She walked up to him and bowed, placing her fingers on her brow as she had done with all the others. But then she reached around and placed her hand on his foot. I saw that the stone was patinaed there, on Zareth's right boot, as if thousands of hands had touched the god there. "We Fae can also be a little superstitious sometimes," Everlane admitted. "To look upon Zareth's face is to draw his focus, and very few people enjoy Zareth's attention being focused on them. We respect and revere him, but we'd all rather he was paying attention to what other people were doing instead of us. We touch him on the foot to guide him away from us." She patted his boot, stepping back. "We pray to each member of the Corcoran that they'll return to Evalia someday. But in secret, a lot of us pray that Zareth gets a little lost on his journey home." As Everlane set off walking again, I paused by the tall god's back, studying it. I don't know why I did it. It seemed like the right thing to do, though. Reaching out, I placed my hand against the statue's boot. Then I hurried away. On we went, passing too many open doorways to count. Bedrooms and studies, rooms full of maps, rooms full of books, rooms with benches and glass vials of bubbling liquids suspended over fires. I should have been terrified of these strange new sights, but my curiosity won out over my fear. The people we passed were interesting, too. Scores and scores of fae, their clothes and visages so strange that I had to remind myself not to stare. Their ears were sloped to points, but that was where many of their similarities ended. Their hair was a veritable rainbow of colors, their eyes every natural and unnatural shade. Some of them were willowy and tall, some short and squat. The fae who occupied the palace were a fascinating bunch, to be sure. They glared at me with open hostility as I struggled to keep pace with Everlane's graceful long strides. The cold was pervasive. Everlane had given me a strange look when I'd requested another layer, but she'd provided me a silken shawl all the same. Not that it did much. The chill in the air crept into my bones and settled there, forming ice in my joints. My teeth chattered loudly as we hurried toward our destination. "You're being dramatic," Everlane said, giving me an arch look. "There are fires in every grate, and even if there weren't, the palace is kept at a steady, comfortable temperature at all times." How? It wasn't that I didn't believe her, but, well, I didn't. I could still see my breath clouding in the air. "Magic, of course," Everlane replied. "There are wards cast over all of Avelia to keep the cold at bay." My mind balked at this. Magic. She said it so easily, as if the existence of such a thing were plain fact instead of straight-up impossible. But my definition of impossible needed revising, it seemed. If Everlane existed, then so could magic. And I was fairly sure Everlane was real. There was a chance that I was hallucinating, but the odds of that being true decreased with every passing moment that she guided me through the Avalian court. Hallucinations ended. This nightmare wouldn't fucking quit. Eventually, we turned down a hallway taking a left. A long, straight walkway stretched ahead of us. At the end of the walkway stood a massive set of wooden doors, 20 feet high, looming and ostentatious. Armed sentries dressed for battle stood on either side it. As we hurried down the walkway, tiny birds with bright, colorful feathers flitted and chirped above us, engaged in aerial acrobatics. They were breathtaking. Under any other circumstances, I would have stopped to watch their impressive game of tag, but my heart had set to hammering, and my palms were sweating, my attention drawn toward those ominous doors and what waited beyond them. Up close, the guards were far more formidable than the ones outside my room. Everlane didn't even acknowledge the males. Her confident stride didn't slow as she marched up to the doors. Wordlessly, the males snapped to attention and moved in concert, taking hold of the carved handles and pushing the doors open for us. "Lady Everlane Debarra," a powerful voice announced as we entered the hall. I was not announced. Like a dog nipping at its master's heels, I rushed along behind Lady Everlane, feeling like a complete idiot for ever thinking that she was some kind of maid. If I'd thought the Hall of Mirrors back in Silverwraith was big, then the Grand Hall of the Avalian Court was ridiculous. The abyssal space must have taken years to construct. To the left and the right, seating stretched back, 50 rows deep. Hundreds of fae sat there, watching with silent judgment on their faces as we entered. The corniced ceiling, 40 feet above us, was adorned with sculptures, the stonework etched with figures and details too small for me to see. Lavish tapestries and embroidered banners hung from the walls. Ahead, a fire burned in a brazier at the foot of a dais made out of more labradorite. And oh, holy fuck. The skull of a giant beast loomed over the labradorite dais, the bone bleached white and ghostly. Its orbital sockets were 6 feet wide. Its horned brow plate jutted from the shadows like the mast of a sand skiff. And its teeth, saints and martyrs, its teeth. They were stained and terrible, each one razor-sharp and at least 12 feet long. "What is it?" I breathed. Everlane responded quickly in a muted whisper. A dragon. The last dragon, she said meaningfully. Its name was Omnam Shakri, a legend amongst my people. It must have been 100 feet tall. I craned my head back as we approached, and still couldn't quite grasp the beast's size. How did it die? Later, Everlane hissed. I was so mesmerized by the sheer horror of the skull that I barely noticed the 6 stately chairs positioned atop the dais below until we were standing in front of the crackling brazier. "Daughter," came a cold, rough voice. The king was an imposing male. His hair was black as jet, tinged gray at either of his temples. His eyes were a deep, dark, murky brown, sharp and unfriendly. Though he wasn't thin by any means, he clearly wasn't given to excess. He sat before us in state, wearing a heavy green velvet cape with the heads of scaled, snarling beasts cast in gold, affixed upon the crest of each shoulder. One hand rested on the arm of his ornate throne. The other, encased in a leather glove, clutched the grip of a sword, the point of which bit into the ground at his feet. It was the sword, the one I'd drawn in the Hall of Mirrors. The metal glinted, reflecting the firelight, as the king absent-mindedly spun the blade. Everlane stooped into a low curtsy before the king. Her father. "Your Highness." Belacon's cloudy eyes came down on me with the force of a sledgehammer. I tried my best to meet them, but the intensity of his gaze was weaponized and difficult to withstand. A male seated to his left spoke, his voice rasping. "Do you not bow before a king, creature?" He was gaunt, sickly-looking, his skin as pale and thin as parchment. A network of blue veins snaked out across his cheeks, like lashes of forked lightning. Eyes the color of dull pewter assessed me, simmering with distaste. Unlike the king, the male's attire was simple, a plain black robe that swamped his thin frame. "He isn't my king," I answered tartly. Everlane flinched, though her reaction was fleeting. "Forgive her, Majesty. Your guest is tired and unaccustomed to her new surroundings." Damn right, I wasn't accustomed to my new surroundings. It would take a miracle from every single one of the gods Everlane just introduced me to before I acclimatized myself to all of this. And from the way she'd spoken about them, Everlane's gods weren't even around anymore. "Ignorance is no excuse for disrespect," the male spat. "Quiet, Aureus," King Belacon rumbled. "I haven't witnessed such open contempt in a long time. It's refreshing. I'll tolerate it until it grows tiresome. Step forward, girl." Only 3 of the 6 seats on the dais were occupied. An ancient woman with thick gray hair and gnarled hands, dressed in white, observed me with eyes like twin pits as I lifted my chin defiantly and did as the king bade me. "You stand before me a guest of this court, girl. As such, you're entitled to a certain amount of political leniency," Belacon said. "When you leave this throne room, you'll no longer be my guest. You'll be my subject, and therefore will no longer benefit from clemency." I opened my mouth, ready to argue against this declaration, but a swift kick to the ankle from Everlane warned me to hold my tongue. "There are rules to this kingdom, rules that will be obeyed. You're about to spend a great deal of time in the libraries learning about our ways. Any willful infraction of our laws will be dealt with swiftly. Now, you are brought here to fulfill a specific task. You'll complete that task quickly and efficient." I couldn't hold my tongue any longer. "I'm sorry, but what do you mean, task?" A cry went up amongst the Fae sitting in the gallery. I didn't need to be told that interrupting a king was execution-worthy, but the question had slipped out before I could stop it. And anyway, If he wanted to behead me, then so be it. I'd had the snot kicked out of me by Heron. I'd come this close to dying, and yes, it had sucked. But I wasn't afraid of death anymore. I was angry, and I wanted answers. The king tipped his head an inch to the left, regarding me with the cruel intrigue of a hunter studying his quarry. "What do I mean?" he repeated. Beside me, Everlane whispered under her breath, "Was she actually praying?" I lifted my chin and said in a strong, clear voice, "No one's said anything about a task. I was carried here against my will. If you'd been left where you were found, it would have cost you your life." Pelicon's voice rebounded around the hall so loudly that the walls themselves seemed to tremble. "Would you rather have been abandoned there to perish?" "I need to get back to Silvarin. My brother is already dead." The finality in Pelicon's words made my head spin. "The bitch queen put an end to your home, and all who resided in it." "You don't know that." The king's mouth twisted sourly. "She declared that she would. At least, that is what I was told. We know your queen. A power-hungry despot with a black and shriveled heart. Violence is her creed. If she swore to kill them, then everyone you once knew is now long dead, along with thousands more. You, on the other hand, are still alive and, as far as I am concerned, owe the Fae of Evalia a debt of gratitude. Your task will ensure that you repay that debt. I've only just learned the details of how you came to find yourself in Evalia. The individual who brought you to my court..." Belicon ran his tongue over his teeth like he was trying to sweep away a foul taste. "Told my guards that you were the one who reopened the portal. It seems highly unlikely that a human woke the Quicksilver." He grunted, displeased. "But after 1,000 years of waiting, we can't afford to dismiss this as heresy without checking first. Believe me when I say that we're all praying such a holy position hasn't fallen to such unholy blood." He inhaled sharply. "But the fates are strange, and one way or another, I will have the portals restored." The king lifted the sword in his hand and brought it swiftly down. The tip of the weapon crashed against the dais, and a shower of bright blue sparks exploded into the air. "You will not interrupt me a second time," he roared. In the space of a heartbeat, his expression had gone from consternation to bitter outrage. "You're charged with awakening the Quicksilver and reopening the pathways between this world and others. Your cooperation in that task will dictate how you spend your time in Evalia. Rail against your purpose, and life within the walls of this palace will become infinitely more uncomfortable for you. I have spoken." I waited for him to give me leave to speak. A litany of objections and choice curse words burned hot on the tip of my tongue. But Belicon didn't extend me the courtesy. With a bored flick of his wrist, he gestured me away, like I was of no further interest to him. Anger ate a hole in my stomach. Refusing to be dismissed so rudely, I stood my ground. I anchored my feet to the floor, but Everlane took me by the top of the arm, pushing me off to the right. Apparently, my audience with the king was at an end. "Go." Everlane shoved me harder, forcing me to move. I complied numbly, letting her lead me away from the dais toward the unoccupied bench at the front of the gallery to our left. Once I was sitting, she hissed, "Is your life really worth so little to you? If Hayden really is dead, then yes," I whispered, "it's worth nothing." Everlane observed me with pensive eyes, but I didn't look at her. My focus was locked onto the bastard up on the dais. The king already seemed to have forgotten about me. His cruel features had grown impassive again. "I have other matters to attend to," he called. Bring in the dog, and let's be done with this." The dog? A susurrus of chatter spread through the gathered fae. On the other side of the dais, a tall fae male with flowing red hair brought down the butt of a heavy gilded staff, and the resulting boom, boom, boom made the crowd fall silent. The doors at the end of the throne room groaned loudly, and chaos erupted as a group of warriors dressed in full armor entered the hall. There were 6 or 7 of them, maybe. Amongst them, thrashing like a rabid animal, they dragged a male up the walkway toward the dais. The male kicked and raged. The guards did their best to keep a hold of him, but despite their best efforts, he took 2 of them down, sending them crashing to the floor. Eventually, the guards managed to wrangle the straining figure to the front of the throne room, where they forced him to his knees. Dark waves tumbled into the fae male's face. Dressed all in black, his shoulders were drawn up around his pointed ears. His chest rose and fell with the sawing of his breath. Tattoos writhed and shifted like smoke across every patch of visible skin, creeping up the back of his neck and swirling over the backs of his hands. It was death. In such a feral state, he bore little resemblance to the male that had scooped me off the floor in the Hall of Mirrors. It wasn't until he threw his head back, baring his teeth, that I allowed myself to believe that it was him. Beside me, Everlane sucked in a sharp breath, pushing forward to the edge of her seat. Shit. When the rest of the crowd got a clear view of the male's face, they began to swear too. Living curse. Bane of Galethrai. Black Knight. Kingfisher. 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 The name Kingfisher echoed throughout the hall, spoken with a mix of reverence and fear. He lives! He's returned! Beside me, Everlane's eyes bore down on this Kingfisher as he gnashed and snarled, straining against the guards. "It's worse," she whispered. "So much worse." "What's wrong with him?" I hissed. Everlane didn't say a word. She stared at the male on his knees in front of Bellicon, her fingers trembling as she held them to her lips. "Behold!" Bellicon stood. Pacing toward Kingfisher, he dragged the sword behind him rather than sheathing it, and the tip of the blade sent sparks flying in its wake. A terrible, multi-layered scream ignited inside my head as the metal scraped across the dais this time. The sound of it was deafening. It set my stomach churning, bile bubbling up the back of my throat. I clapped my hands over my ears, trying to block out the sound, but the nauseating pitch intensified as Bellicon drew the weapon closer. "This is the price of folly," Bellicon boomed. "Madness. Madness and death." Kingfisher lunged, trying to free himself, desperate to reach the king, but the guards wrestled him down, pinning him to the floor. One of them laid a knee into the back of his neck, but Kingfisher bucked, trying to be free of his captors. King Bellicon sucked on his teeth, shaking his head with disdain. Throwing his arms wide in a theatrical gesture, he shouted, "The scourge of Evalia, the male that stalks your children's nightmares, the male who torched a city on a whim, the male who'd cut your throat as soon as look at you." Does this pathetic creature strike such an imposing figure now? A rumble traveled across the hall, but it was impossible to decipher what the true consensus was amongst the fae. Those who thought Kingfisher was a terrifying monster were scrambling over each other to put some distance between him and their families. Others wore stony, hard expressions and looked at each other with clenched jaws, nostrils flaring, obviously not enjoying the display one bit. His exile was not at an end, but he's returned anyway. Just over a century has passed since Galethri. Our losses have dulled. The pain stings a little less brightly. But does that mean we should forgive? A roar surged up around us, the wall of sound battering at my eardrums so loud that they felt as if they would burst. "Mercy! Kill him! Banish him! Protect Evalia from the scourge. Kingfisher! 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 Send him to his grave. Anxiety radiated from Everlane as she surveyed her father's subjects over her shoulder. Shaking, she clasped and unclasped her hands, wringing them fitfully. "He'll murder him," she whispered. "He'll work them into a frenzy until they demand his death." She seemed to consider a moment, whipping around to look back up at the dais, not to Bellicon, who loomed over Kingfisher, but to the old female sitting on the dais with the gnarled hands and the milk-white eyes. "Malway." She spoke the name only a shade louder than a whisper, but the old woman slowly turned away from Bellicon, who was gesticulating rudely over Kingfisher, to the beautiful female beside me. "Do something, please," she begged. Malway went rigid in her seat. Sitting up a little straighter, she gave Everlane a look that seemed to say, "What do you expect me to do?" Everlane whimpered, letting out an even louder cry of alarm when King Bellicon raised the sword he'd dragged over to Kingfisher and held it aloft over the dark-haired male's torso. "What say you, Fae of Evalia? Should we stab this bastard in the back, just as he drove his blade into our backs and stabbed us?"
"Mercy, please, mercy!"
"End him! Protect Evalia!" It sounded like this Kingfisher had killed a lot of people. The king made out as though he'd done it on a whim, out of spite. If that was true, then it could be argued that the male deserved to be punished. But the pageantry of this felt off. Bellicon's behavior was too showy and cavalier, and Everlane's reaction was affecting me too. I barely knew her, but she seemed, well, good. Would she be this concerned if her father was threatening to execute a cold-hearted murderer? Wouldn't she be demanding justice along with the rest of the mob? My nerves got the better of me. He isn't actually going to kill him, is he? The question fell on deaf ears. Staring up at the dais, Everlane focused on the gray-haired woman, her eyes burning into her ferociously. "Malway, now! If you bore my mother any love at all, you'll do something to save him," she hissed. A look of resignation claimed Malway's wrinkled features. She groaned as, reluctantly, she drew herself to her feet. The crowd's shouts grew frantic as King Bellicon caught the stooped crone's approach in his peripherals. "What's this? Support for the traitor?" Bellicon laughed coldly. "Sit down, Malway. Rest your old bones. We'll be done here soon enough, and you can return to your scrying." "Alas, I wish I could, Highness," Malway croaked. "But the sword calls to me. I feel it. The last vestiges of the protection's power echo with prophecy. I'm half deaf with the blasted thing ringing in my ears." "A prophecy? The sword still retains some power?" Questions rose up around us, two than count. The Fae sitting on the benches seemed perturbed by the crone's declaration. "In order to hear the prophecy in full, I must hold the sword, Highness," Malway said. She held out her hand expectantly. "The oracle sees," a young female cried a few rows back. "A blessing! It's a blessing!" Bellicon assessed the crowd, his murky eyes narrowing. Turning to Malway, he said, "An audience in private, I think. An oracle's prophecies are for a king alone to decipher. But don't worry. You may hold the sword once my work here is done." Malway's hand shot out and closed around Bellicon's wrist. In an instant, her cloudy eyes burned brilliant white, light spilling out of them and illuminating the dais. "The gods must be obeyed." Her voice was a rasp a moment ago, but now it was all thunder and judgment. Her words boomed over the great hall. The gods must be obeyed, lest House Debara fall. Belacon's mouth fell open, but before he could speak, Malway grabbed the sword and closed her bony hand around its edge. A river of blood, bright blue, spilled down the steel. A stunned silence fell over the crowd. Only the male in black, Kingfisher, broke it. He roared, scrambling, still trying to get loose. "This Kingfisher does not die by your hand. Not today," Malway droned. "The Kingfisher shall not die by your hand." "What the hell is happening?" I whispered. "Wait." Everlane clutched hold of my hand. "Just wait." "What should a king who loves his people do then?" Belacon bit out. "Allow mad criminals to walk amongst them?" The light leaking from Malway's eyes dimmed, and then flared bright anew. "Return to him that which you have taken from him," she intoned. "The sword is mine." "The pendant," Malway interrupted. "It must be returned." "That pendant contains powerful magic. It doesn't belong around the neck of a treacherous dog. It belongs to me. I'll be cold in the ground before I give it back to this. The gods must be obeyed, lest House Debara fall," Malway cried. "The gods must be obeyed, lest the Winter Palace fall." The king fought to master his obvious rage. And who am I to argue with the gods? He grinned at Malway, a quick flash of brilliant white teeth, sharp as daggers, and then turned ruefully back to the crowd. The Fae in the gallery were up out of their seats, arguing with one another over Kingfisher's fate. "Peace, peace, my friends. Malway has reminded me that issues such as these must be handled correctly. The Bane will be granted his sanity for a time." "Lock him away," a woman screamed, her voice tinged with hysteria. "Keep him in the dungeons. Set him free." "Send him back to the front," a deep voice boomed. "Make him fight. Make him finish what he started." From wall to wall, floor to towering ceiling, the thunderous voice commanded silence from the other Fae, who all ceased their shouting. I'd been staring at the male still pinned to the floor, watching him thrash. I tore my gaze from him, looking over my shoulder, trying to locate the owner of the ringing demand. Everlane did the same. I could see her pulse fluttering frantically in the hollow of her throat. Belacon smiled thinly as he, too, searched for the source of this disruption amongst his subjects. "It would be ill-advised, unleashing a dangerous threat upon a war camp. Come forward and defend your suggestion, speaker. Explain yourself." A shockwave of tension rippled through the cavern. Malway and Everlane shared a cautious look, but both held their tongues as the Fae parted, and the huge male who visited my room earlier came into view. 7 feet tall and heavily tattooed, Renfis emerged from the crowd, making himself known. His sandy brown hair fell past his shoulders. Since I'd seen him last, he'd landed himself a black eye and a split lip. He had also developed a slight limp when he walked, which led me to believe the past few hours had not been fun for him. Whispers followed on his heels as he made his way toward Belacon and the restrained Kingfisher. "General Renfis?" Belacon cast around, frowning as if confused. "You're supposed to be at the front. Didn't I charge you with winning my war? And here you are, entering my palace? And armed to the teeth, no less. I have to say, this is very confusing." Gods, this bastard lived to put on a show. "Aye, Your Highness," Renfis answered. "I was at the front, but when I heard he had returned, I came here immediately." He, Kingfisher. Even the general wouldn't speak his name. Against my orders, then? Belicon's newly minted smile had a dangerous edge to it. I was following your orders directly, Highness. Oh, I don't recall telling you to abandon your post. While others shied away from Belicon's wrath, the general was stoic, hands resting easily at his sides. The situation at Kalish is grave. Our men die in droves every day. The beasts that patrol the enemy's borders range further afield, claiming our sentries and outposts. Supply routes are closed to us. We are surviving on what we can hunt and gather. Within 6 months, the war will be over, and Avelia will find itself on the wrong side of victory. So yes, Your Highness, I'm doing what you commanded of me. You told me to win the war by any means necessary. So I came to claim the only tool that'll win us back our advantage. I came for him. Belicon let out a bark of stunned laughter. He pointed down at Kingfisher's twitching form. This? You came here for this? You're telling me that this traitorous, lying, ravening dog is the only thing standing between us and complete annihilation? You're as mad as he is, General. Scattered, nervous laughter broke out amongst the Fae. Again, General Renfis maintained his composure. As Malway implied, Your Majesty, all he needs is the pendant, and he'll be fine. Either way, I'd rather have him fighting for us, a little off-kilter and unpredictable, than not. If things are as bad as you say they are, he'll be killed in a matter of days, Belicon said dismissively. Likely, yes, Majesty. But with all due respect, wouldn't that likelihood save you the trouble of a trial for what occurred at Gillithry? The king hesitated, on the verge of saying something, but then reconsidered. For all his pomp and show, he wasn't a very good actor. Now that you mention it, yes. Perhaps you're right, Renfis. Maybe a return to the front would be a just punishment. Why shouldn't he aid the war effort? Mere seconds ago, Belicon had been readying to punish Renfis for showing up at the Winter Palace, but the beatific smile he turned on him now felt like forgiveness of a sort. A week, then, Belicon announced, his mind made up. You can take him back with you in a week. Since he knows so much about the Quicksilver, he'll stay here and help Rusarius deal with the girl first. The second she's capable of waking the pool by herself, Kingfisher will once again be banished from this court. Renfis bent into a deep bow. His relief was palpable. The king slid a hand inside his embroidered robes and took out the very same pendant Kingfisher had fastened around my neck back in Zilvarin. He didn't even look at the mail when he tossed it down at Renfis's feet. Get him out of my sight, General, before my benevolent nature takes its leave. Renfis swooped to pick up the pendant from the floor. The shining silver chain looked fragile in his huge hands. He winced as he carried it quickly over to Kingfisher, snarling at the guards who were still fighting to hold him down. Belicon's men seemed relieved to let go of their ward. Kingfisher snapped his teeth at Renfis, an animal growl building in the back of his throat. It looked like he would attack, but behind the madness that lurked in his brilliant green eyes, there came the faintest flash of recognition. Please, please, gods, just... Everlane whispered. She caught her bottom lip between her teeth, eyes locked on the two males at the foot of the dais. I had no idea what she was begging for, but she was coiled like a spring, ready to leap to her feet. A ragged breath escaped her when Kingfisher stilled, lowering his head, his halo of black hair hiding his face. Renfis acted fast, looping the chain around the other male's neck. He fastened it in a flash and stepped back, waiting. It took a moment, but yes, there. On his hands and knees, Kingfisher began to shudder. He only shook a little at first, but soon his whole body was trembling. Renfis was there to catch him when his arms gave out. "You have 5 seconds," Bellicon warned. "Go, go, go!" Everlane urged under her breath. Renfis grabbed Kingfisher and hauled him to his feet. He threw the disheveled male's arm over his own shoulder and then began to walk. Kingfisher's head lolled a little, but he didn't put up a fight. With Renfis's help, he was able to put one foot in front of another until they reached the doors at the end of the hall. Everlane watched with wide eyes as the males paused there. She covered her mouth with her hands, her anxiety eating her alive. "Go!" she hissed into her hands. Renfis spoke to Kingfisher, his mouth moving close to his ear, and for the first time, Kingfisher seemed to understand his surroundings. He shook his head and then slowly turned to look back over his shoulder at the gathered court. All was still. All was silent. My heart hammered in my throat when I saw the look on Kingfisher's face. Gods, he looked so young. Way younger than he'd looked back in the Hall of Mirrors, when he had seemed made of shadow and smoke. His haunted expression promised pain, and blood, and death. And he was looking right at the king. Or perhaps it was the dead dragon's skull that elicited his hate. I couldn't tell. "Come on, we need to get out of here." Everlane grabbed me by the wrist and tugged me up from the bench. A second later, we were standing in front of the dais, and she was dragging me down into a low bow next to her. "We beg your leave, Highness," Everlane said loudly. "Saris is keen to get to work." The only thing I was keen to do was escape, but I kept my mouth shut. The sooner we got out of this hall, the better. "You may go," Bellicon said. When we were halfway to the doors, the king called after her again. "Keep an eye on her, Everlane. She's your responsibility now." Everlane's pace didn't falter. She hurried out of the throne room, dragging me along behind her. We found Renfis in the hallway beyond the doors, his face gray as ash. 6 feet away, Kingfisher stood with his hands braced against the wall, bending forward as he spat on the floor. There was a pool of vomit at his feet. Everlane locked eyes with Renfis. "You're fucking insane!" "What was I supposed to do? He was going to string him up, for fuck's sake." "You were supposed to get the pendant back to him and get him the hell out of here hours ago." The bruise beneath Renfis's right eye was darkening right in front of us. The split in his lip had started bleeding. He gestured pointedly to his injuries. 8 of the bastards jumped me right before I entered his room. They must have followed me. They knocked me out, Lane. By the time I regained consciousness— "Yes, all right. It's done now. The die is cast. We'll just have to deal with the consequences." "Stop bickering." A thrill of energy rocketed up my spine at these 2 words. Kingfisher's voice was rough and pained, but it was also electricity. It made every hair on my body stand to attention. Renfis and Everlane faced him, the first hanging his head, the second on the verge of tears. "You went through the pool? Of all the reckless, idiotic, stupid things you could have done." Everlane's voice cracked as she spoke. Kingfisher scrubbed a hand over his face, then swept his hair back out of his eyes. It had been dark in the Hall of Mirrors, not to mention the fact that I'd been bleeding out. He'd thrashed so much that I hadn't been able to make out much of him back in the throne room behind us. Now, I saw him properly for the first time, and a wave of shock rippled through me, down to the roots of my soul. His jaw was defined, marked with dark stubble, his cheekbones high, his nose arrow straight and proud. There was a dark freckle just below his right eye, and those eyes. Gods, eyes were not that color. I'd never seen that shade of green before, a jade so bright and vibrant that it didn't look real. I'd noticed the filaments of silver threaded through his right iris, back in Madra's Hall of Mirrors, but I'd assumed I'd imagined them, being so close to death and all. The silver shone there, though, definitely real, forming a reflective metallic corona around the black well of his pupil. The sight of it made me feel strange and off balance. Kingfisher spared me the briefest of glances and then addressed the female. "Hello, Lane." Everlane let out a strangled sob, tears chasing down her cheeks, but she scowled at the warrior dressed in black. "Don't hello Lane me after 110 years. Answer the question. Why the hell did you go into that pool?" He sighed wearily. "I had 2 seconds to decide. The pathway was already closing. What was I supposed to do?" "You should have just let it close." Her voice was hard as stone. Kingfisher groaned, then craned his head forward and spat again. "Chastise me tomorrow, please. Right now, I need 2 things. Whiskey and a bed." Everlane didn't seem inclined to allow him these things. She huffed, folding her arms across her chest. Renfis stepped in between them, shaking his head. "How about we all get some rest? We'll figure this out in the morning. You can sleep in my room." "Both of you," Everlane commanded. "You'll be safest there. Go now before he dismisses the whole court. I'll be along shortly." I was invisible, inconsequential. Neither Renfis nor Kingfisher said a word to me as they turned and left. Kingfisher stumbled a little as he went, batting away Renfis's hand when he tried to help. "Come on, we need to get you back to your room, too." Everlane tried to grab my wrist again, but I jerked back before she could get a hold of me. "If you want me to walk anywhere, then just ask me to go with you," I snapped. "I'm sick to death of being dragged around like an animal on a leash." "You're not safe here, Saris." "You're right. It doesn't sound like I am. Don't you think you should have told me that your people are at war?" She frowned. "I didn't mention that?" "No." "Oh, well. We've been at war with Sanasroth for longer than I've been alive. It must have slipped my mind," she said impatiently. "Will you please come back to your rooms with me, Saris? I'll answer all of your questions in due time, but not here and not now." Elroy always said I was as stubborn as an ass. I wanted to dig my heels in and refuse to budge an inch, but I got the feeling that I'd regret it, and the promise of answers was enticing. I had too many questions to count, so many that my head was fit to split open, and no one else seemed likely to cough up any information about the hot water I'd found myself in. I scowled as I set off walking. Everlane shot me a grateful smile. "There is one thing I can tell you right now," she said, striding out in front of me to guide the way. "Even in times of peace, the Fae are always at war. There are those among our ranks that might pretend to be your friend, but often they're hiding knives behind their smiles, ready to sink them into your back. You'd do well to remember that." As I followed after her, rushing to keep up, I couldn't help but wonder if she counted herself among that number. Chapter 8. Alchemist. The morning brought with it a series of revelations. It was dark when Everlane came to fetch me, which wasn't out of the ordinary. Even the poorest home in Zilvarin drew blackout curtains across the windows when it was time to sleep. But I realized there were no curtains at the windows in my room, as Everlane cajoled me into yet another ostentatious dress. The world was black outside of the window. "The suns are always in the sky, then? And there are 2 of them?" Everlane asked, pulling my corset stays so tight that I'd wheezed. "Yes." "Well, things are a little different here." It took a monumental force of effort to grasp just how different they were. Ivelia had only one sun, and it went down at night, disappearing beyond the rim of the horizon. The prospect made me feel like I was hallucinating again, a concern that intensified when the scene beyond the palace's windows began to lighten on our way to the library, and I saw what was out there. "What do you mean? What is it?" "It's snow," Everlane said, laughing. I stood before the massive window in the hallway, my tongue stuck to the roof of my mouth, struck dumb. The view beyond the pane of glass wasn't real. It couldn't be. There were mountains in the distance, huge, jagged-peaked monstrosities that made my legs wobble just to look at them. And there were trees. So many trees. I'd only seen the skinny-limbed ones with the jaundiced leaves that lined the walkways of the hub. These trees were tall and green, pressed tightly together to form a canopy that stretched for as far as the eye could see. Directly below the window, a sprawling city with buildings constructed out of dark stone swept down toward a shimmering blue-gray ribbon that I realized was a river only when I saw that its surface was rippling. Everything was capped with a thick layer of white, everything apart from the river. So much water, rushing and flowing and churning. I stared at it, unable to understand how such a large body of water could even exist. "This is the Winter Palace," Everlane reminded me, trying to coerce me away from the window. "It snows year-round here, at least once a day. Come on, we're going to be late." I moved through the palace as if walking through a dream. The colors were garishly bright, the sights and sounds of the place too surreal for words. Avelia. It still hadn't sunk in. Wherever I looked, beautiful fey females regarded me with cold disdain. Males watched me pass, sneers on their mouths, eyes flashing with hate. I was not welcome here. That much was obvious. And yet, they needed me for something. I was supposed to repeat whatever I'd done in the Hall of Mirrors to that silver pool. While I figured out how to do that, I enjoyed the king's protection. But protection did not mean kindness, and it certainly didn't mean respect. The library was at the far end of the palace, up flight after flight of stairs that felt like they would never end. I was panting and had broken into a sweat by the time we arrived, even though the temperature seemed to plummet the higher we went. Through an enormous set of black engraved doors, a huge space opened up with cathedral ceilings and 20-foot-high stained glass windows that would have made Elroy weep. Before she died, my mother had worked in the library back in the Third for a while. The underground warren of tunnels and hollowed-out caves had resembled a tomb and had stunk worse than death. The tiny number of books it had boasted had been half-eaten by mold, but at least it had been cool down there. 15 to 20 degrees cooler on a good day. The residents of the Third had to petition to visit the stacks. They needed a token and a recommendation from their employer before they were granted entry. My mother's position as a clerk there meant that she could come and go as she pleased, and that boon had been extended to me. I hadn't appreciated the unfettered access to the library at first, but when Elroy had accepted me as his apprentice, I'd combed through the library's information not on glassworking as he thought I should have, but on metalwork. Reeking of forge smoke and covered in grease, I'd pored over the written work of Zilvarin's old masters late into the night, daydreaming of what it would have been like to have access to so much metal. Ivalia's library was staggering in comparison. So many books all in one place, stacks upon stacks upon stacks. So accustomed to hunkering down, peering at crumbling mildew-covered scrolls by candlelight, I was unprepared for how the sight of so many bound, hardback books would affect me. This was a treasure beyond Madra's hoard of gold, more precious than rubies and diamonds. The information inside a place like this was too vast to comprehend, and the light. 30 feet above our heads, a glass-domed ceiling showcased a crystalline, bright blue sky. Wisps of clouds, tinged pink, stretched from one side of the dome to the other, as if placed there by an artist's paintbrush. The early morning light bore a sharp quality that washed the walls of the library in hues of blue, green, and white, rather than the warm yellows, oranges, and golds I was used to. It was beautiful. So beautiful. "You'll make yourself dizzy gawping up at the sky like that," a cheery voice said. Bustling out from behind one of the far stacks, a portly male in a blue robe with wiry gray hair and warm, dark brown skin appeared. Hazel eyes dancing with mirth met mine as the male trundled across the library's main floor toward us, clutching a tattered tome to his chest, limping ever so slightly. He was old, though how old was tough to guess. His hair was thinning on top and looked like it hadn't seen a brush in a month. "Rusarius," Everlane's smile shone from her eyes. I realized how disingenuous she'd just been when interacting with other members of the court. She beamed at the old male, then squealed as he swept her up in a one-armed hug and spun her around, lifting her off of her slippered feet. "Put me down, you fool! You'll throw your back out again," she cried. "Nonsense." Rosarius did set her down again, though. He held her at arm's length, looking her up and down with an unmistakable fondness. "Too long. Far too long. I can't tell you how surprised I was when I woke up in the night to those rough-handed bastards dragging me out of my bed. I assumed they'd come to do me in. I'd stabbed one of them in the buttock by the time they told me I was being called back to court." Everlane laughed. "The buttock? Hardly a fatal wound. Good thing you were brought back to your books. By the sounds of things, you need to brush up on your anatomy." Rosarius wagged a finger at her. "If I'd wanted the bastard dead, he'd already be in the ground. I only wanted to punish him for his bad manners. He'll knock before battering down someone's bedroom door in the future. Now," he trailed off, his attention slipping back to me, "this is a most fascinating turn of events. Yes, most fascinating. A human walking the hallowed halls of the Winter Palace for the first time in an age. I never thought I'd live to see the day. I am Rosarius, librarian, newly reappointed master of this domain. Who are you, and what name do you go by? I wasn't told much before I was ordered back to work." Since I'd woken up yesterday, I'd been stared at, whispered about, threatened, and treated like a performing monkey. All of the attention had begun to chafe a little. Rosarius's curiosity bore no malice, though. A childish inquisitiveness radiated from him as he circled around a table and came to stand on the other side of it, his gaze roaming over me with what seemed to be a purely academic interest. Having decided that I didn't mind these questions coming from him, I bowed deeply and laid it on thick. "I'm Saris Fane, apprentice to the Undying Queen's master glassworker. I hail from the third spoke in the blessed wheel of the sacred Silver City." Rosarius's mouth turned down at the corners as he nodded. "The Silver City? Zilvarin, then. Is that so?" "It's true," Everlane said quietly. The light in Rosarius's twinkling eyes guttered out. "But the Quicksilver awoke. That's not—" He seemed struck by an epiphany, his head whipping back to me. "Oh, so this one's an alchemist, then?" "Shh!" Everlane flinched. "We don't know what she is just yet. Kingfisher felt solace calling, and he answered. He found it in Saris's hands." His lips parted slightly. "She was holding solace?" "Yes." "Sorry to interrupt, but what's an alchemist? And what's solace?" I wasn't used to being on the outside of conversations like this. It was zero fun. Neither of them bothered to answer me, though. Then I think it's safe to assume that she is an alchemist, wouldn't you? Mercerius said, raising his eyebrows at Everlane.
No! Well, it's not that simple. The alchemists were all Fae.
She must have a drop of Fae blood, a deep voice murmured, enough to stop Solace from burning off her hands, but not enough to matter. The owner of that voice was somewhere deep within the stacks. I'd only heard him speak briefly yesterday, but it was him all right. Kingfisher. Everlane rolled her eyes, throwing her hands up in the air.
You were supposed to wait for Ren to finish up in the bathhouse. You came up here by yourself?
Through the glass dome overhead, the sky was still a bright, crisp blue, but the library somehow seemed darker as Kingfisher's tall frame emerged from the center of the stacks. Yesterday, he'd worn a simple black shirt and black pants. No armor, no weapons. Today, he was dressed as he had been when he came for me in the Hall of Mirrors. A leather protector that covered only half his chest and one shoulder, a strap fastening underneath his right arm and around his ribs, black leather tassets over his thighs, bracers over his forearms. A polished silver renegade's gorget gleamed at his throat. His hair was wet, the ends of his ink-black waves dripping beads of water onto the pages of the open book that he was reading. Aghast, Rosarius leaped, snatching the tome out of Kingfisher's hands. "Give me that! What's wrong with you? That book is a first edition." Kingfisher turned a blank gaze upon Rosarius. He towered over the librarian, but that didn't seem to matter to the older Fae. It couldn't have mattered to Kingfisher either, because the warrior dipped his head and cast his eerie eyes briefly to the floor. "My apologies, Rosarius. I'll be more careful in the future." "Where's Ren?" Everlane demanded. Kingfisher's expression hardened. "I assume he's still scrubbing his balls," he said dryly. "If you're trying to shock me by mentioning random parts of male anatomy, then you're out of luck," the blonde-haired female snapped. "I've seen Ren's balls. I've seen yours, too. I've seen everything," she said, pointedly glowering at Kingfisher's crotch. "So I know exactly where to aim my knee if you continue to test me. You don't seem to appreciate the level of danger you're in right now, Fisher." The huge male glanced down at himself, then back up at Everlane from beneath dark, drawn brows. "The amount of armor I strapped on this morning would indicate otherwise," he said, his low voice deep and smooth as silk. "Belicon's assassins could be anywhere." "Sounds to me like you're the one I should be watching out for, Darlene Lane. You're the one who just threatened to knee me in the cock." A hint of a smile twitched at the corner of his mouth, though it never materialized. He was as serious as the grave when he said, "None of Belicon's men would be stupid enough to try and assault me within the walls of this court now. Not when I have a sword strapped to my back and my head screwed on straight." Gods, he did have a sword strapped to his back. I hadn't noticed right away. Only the sleek black hilt was visible over Kingfisher's shoulder. Out of nowhere, his eyes flickered to me, the first time he'd even acknowledged that I was there, and again, the library grew yet another degree darker. Was he doing that? "It's rude to stare at a male's hardware," he said stiffly. What had he called me back in the Hall of Mirrors? Pathetic? A fucking joke? I felt like both of those things under the cold weight of his gaze. I didn't have it in me to look away, though. I wouldn't be cowed by the likes of him. He was the reason I was in Evalia, trapped here against my will in the first place. If he'd just left me where he found me— If he'd left you where he found you, you'd be dead. Gods, even the little voice in the back of my mind was turning against me. Well, I wasn't thanking him. Not when he was being so openly hostile. "Don't worry. I wasn't planning on stealing it. It isn't very impressive. Looks more like a toothpick to me." Everlane stifled a bark of laughter with the back of her hand. "Ho! I think that one might have drawn blood." Renfis stood in the library's open doorway, shaking out his hair like a wet dog. His shirt was soaked through. By the looks of things, the male had barely bothered to dry himself off at all before he got dressed. He carried a bunch of leather armor under one arm and a sheathed sword bundled in a piece of black fabric under the other. Despite the wicked grin he wore, courtesy of my sharp tongue, it seemed, the general was pretty pissed. His annoyance burned in his eyes as he set his load down on the long clerk's table with a clatter. Kingfisher didn't pay him a lick of attention. He was still glaring at me. "This sword has slain thousands," he seethed. "I wouldn't have thought that was anything to brag about," I replied. "You should probably get it looked at." "Ha!" Renfis stuffed his fist into his mouth, biting down on his knuckles as he tried to swallow down his laughter. Rusarius glanced at each of us, his warm brown eyes bouncing from me to Kingfisher to Wren, and then to Everlane, who had turned crimson and was making a show of looking through a stack of books resting on the table. "I don't understand," the librarian said. "Nimarel is a formidable sword, Alcamarin, a much-lauded, storied weapon of the ancients. It's an honor to even look upon." "Let's get started, shall we?" Everlane interrupted. "We're wasting time, and we have a lot of information to cover. Fisher, sit down and stop scowling. It doesn't suit you. Wren, you go down that end and make sure he stays in his seat. Saris, you come and sit here." She pointed to the chair at the very end of the long table, the furthest away from the seat she told Kingfisher to sit in. Rusarius frowned, still confused, but then Everlane shoved a book into his hands, and his face lit up. "Ah, yes, wonderful. The Dawn Genesis of Evalia, one of my favorites." I'd taken my seat, if only to end the staring contest Kingfisher was silently challenging me to, but I nearly leaped up out of it again in protest when I heard this title. "A history book?" "One of the best," Rusarius said, beaming. "Not just history, though. There are a number of chapters on Fae etiquette and politics that I think will be very useful in this particular situation." "I don't care about Evalian history. I don't give a shit about etiquette either." "Clearly," Rusarius sputtered. "Your politics and your courts are your business," I pressed. "I want to figure out how to open up these Quicksilver portals again, and then I want to do it and get the hell out of here. You all keep insisting that my brother and my friends are dead?" Even speaking the words out loud was tough. My throat ached as I forced myself to continue. "If they are dead, then I want to see their bodies with my own 2 eyes. I want to bury what's left of them. They don't deserve to be left out in the burning heat to be picked clean by the rats and the vultures." The library was silent. Wren hadn't sat down yet. He quickly began donning the armor he'd carried in with him under his arm, like he might have need of it any moment. "Saris, it's been well over a week. I'm sure it's already too late for that," Everlane said gently. "As hard as it may be, it's better for you if you just accept that—" "Do you have a brother, Everlane?" I spat. She blinked rapidly, flustered. Her eyes darted to Kingfisher for some reason, who kept his eyes fixed on a point on the other side of the library, his gaze steady and even. "Yes, I do," she said. "And do you love him?" "Of course." "And wouldn't you want to know for certain, one way or another, if he was dead or alive?" She sat very still, her back straight, but it was as though a part of her was wilting inside. She glanced down at her hands clasped in her lap, saying in a small voice, "I'm sorry, Saris, but it's more complicated than that." "Is it?" Kingfisher asked abruptly. He was no longer staring into space. His eyes bored into Everlane so intensely that I found myself thanking the gods that he wasn't looking at me like that. Humans are usually weak, fickle creatures, but I'll admit, I admire this one's loyalty. She values her family over everything else. There's something to be said for that. Fisher, Wren said. I started when Fisher looked away from Everlane and turned his attention to me. They won't tell you this because they want you to behave. But there is a chance your people are still alive, human. A decent chance. A spark of white-hot hope flared to life in my chest. How? What do you know?
Fisher, Everlane cried. Graceless gods!
Wren turned and walked away from the table, running his hands through the wet strands of his hair in frustration. Only Rosarius remained calm. Madra used solace to seal the pathways a long time ago, but with the sword returned to us and an alchemist in our midst, she knows she'll have a war on her doorstep any day now. She doesn't know we have an alchemist, Everlane argued. The pathway couldn't have opened without one, Kingfisher fired back. Undeterred, he asked me, how many soldiers does Madra train and keep these days? I don't know. 1, maybe 2,000? 2,000? Kingfisher snorted. Without a fresh army at her fingertips, she knows she'll be swept away by a sea of Fey warriors 30,000 deep once Bellicon wedges the door into her world open. She lied to him, tricked him, cut off his trade lines to the other realms, not to mention the fact that there are still rumors floating around that the Dianthus heir is in Silverwraith somewhere. The king will want a war, and a bloody one at that. He'll use it as an excuse to make sure there are none in the Silver City who might challenge him for the throne. Madra won't have torched 10% of her people to exact revenge against one silly girl. She'll have conscripted them. Conscripted? Kingfisher thought Madra would have put a sword in Hayden's hand rather than kill him? Could that be true? There hadn't been any kind of war in Silverwraith for centuries. The desert took a hefty tithe when an armed force attempted to cross it. By the time an army reached Silverwraith, it was half as big as it had been when it had set out, and extremely dehydrated. They could never win against her without access to a water source, so eventually, they stopped coming. Madra no longer kept an army the way she had done centuries ago. She didn't need one. But if Kingfisher was right, and she was worried about an army rising up out of the Quicksilver, maybe she would conscript people from the wards. While I didn't relish the prospect of war between this realm and my own, the possibility did present me with some time. I was grasping at straws, but it was something. So, only one of these alchemists can open these pathways between Avelia and Silverwraith, right? I asked. Everlane paled. It's a dangerous process, Saris, and we don't even know if it was you who activated the Quicksilver the last time. She was the one holding solace, Kingfisher said flatly. There was no one else in that hall. Heron didn't wake the Quicksilver, and I sure as hell didn't do it. If I were capable of activating it, I would have razed that infernal city to the ground a long, long time ago. He said it without any emotion at all. It was just a straight fact. He'd snuff out 1,000,000 lives in the blink of an eye, just like that. I could see it now. He wouldn't feel a thing at all. You shouldn't have given her the pendant when you came through, Everlane whispered. Kingfisher held up his left hand, which he'd clenched tight into a fist. I still had the ring. Sure enough, a plain silver ring flashed on his middle finger, catching at the light. Everlane shook her head, her eyes bright with unshed tears. It wasn't enough. You took more in, didn't you? Kingfisher looked away, up at the sky, and the bank of thick clouds that were amassing overhead. What does it even matter? I got the sword. I even got a new pet for you, one capable of performing fancy magic tricks that'll make all of our lives better. So let's just get on with this, shall we? I couldn't stop staring at the silver plate he wore at his neck. It was beautifully engraved with elaborate lines, but it was the snarling wolf head at its center that captured my attention. The insignia was fierce and eye-catching. Prudent that he'd worn it to the library this morning, seeing as how Everlane looked like she wanted to slit his throat. "We're going to fix this," she murmured under her breath. The silver in Kingfisher's eye seemed to flare at her promise. "But there's nothing to fix," he said. "Only a human to teach and a queen to put in the ground. Once that's out of the way, we can all get on with our lives. The girl can go back to her city and what's left of her people, and Bellicon can chew his way through yet another realm for all I care. My work will be done." "Don't say that. Please." "You forget we're already fighting a war." Ren leaned against the back of one of the wooden chairs, his knuckles turning white. "The real war with Silverwraith is killing members of our court, your court, every single day. The last time I fought in that war, a city burned to the ground. I think I've shed enough blood for Avelia, brother." "Then shed it for your friends. Put all of this Madra business aside. Let Bellicon deal with her, and help me." It was as if there were a cord at the center of Kingfisher's soul, and I could see it tugging him backward, further away from these people who so clearly cared about him. He was beyond their reach, it seemed. Nothing would draw him back to them. He blinked, leaving Ren's plea unanswered. "I have 2 questions for you, human." I was the only human in the room. Clearly, he was talking to me. "Okay," I said. "Have you ever channeled a metal's energy before?" I narrowed my eyes at him, insides twisting. "What do you mean?" "If you'd done it, you wouldn't need to ask. You'd already know," he said flatly. I thought about it. All of the times I'd made Elroy's tools hum. That spinning blade on my dead mother's dining table, the Guardian's gauntlet, when I'd slammed it down on top of the wall, how its vibrations had made the grains of quartz in the sand dance. How I'd turned Heron's dagger into a river of molten silver and steel. All right, then. I met Kingfisher's steely gaze. I didn't blink. "Yes, I have." "Good. And my second question. Do you have any experience working in a forge?" Laughter burst up my throat and out of my mouth. "In a forge?" "Yeah. You could say that I know my way around a forge." Chapter 9. Righteous Purpose. "They won't let you in. There's no way. The bastards have been guarding that door since the dawn of time." Renfis hurried along after Kingfisher, but his limp was proving a hindrance. "They don't have a choice," Kingfisher replied. He wasn't slowing his pace for anyone, not for his injured friend, not for the king's daughter, and certainly not for me, the only human in the group, whose legs were considerably shorter than everyone else's. I was on the verge of breaking into a jog just to keep the 3 of them in sight. Now would be a perfect time to escape. I'd been looking for the right time to make a run for it, but Kingfisher had said the magic word. Forge. I couldn't help myself. What did a fey forge look like? Did it work the same way as a human forge? Was there magic involved? Gods, I hoped there was magic involved. And anyway, escaping Everlane and the 2 warriors at this point would have been foolhardy. I had nowhere to go. I'd been unconscious when Kingfisher brought me back through that rippling pool of silver. I had no idea where it was located, or if it was even in the palace. The probability of me finding it on my own was slim, and even if I did, what then? I'd drawn that sword out of Madra's pool the last time. Bellicon had it now. Did I need it to activate the pool? Could I do it again? And how? I had no idea how I woke the Quicksilver the last time, and by the sounds of things, the Fae didn't know how to do it either. Plus, they kept saying pathways. Plural. How the fuck would I make my way back to Silverwraith specifically if there was more than one pathway? My anxiety over Hayden was all-consuming. Come hell or high water, I was going to get back to my brother. But I couldn't rush into this. Rushing something so dangerous that I had no understanding of whatsoever would undoubtedly mean death or, at the very least, serious trouble. So for now, I was staying. Mind made up, I finally broke into that jog and caught up with the group. The three Fae were passing one of the many sets of alcoves occupied by statues of the gods. Everlane bowed and touched her head to them as she hurried by. Wren grumbled, giving them a cursory nod. Kingfisher stuck out a hand and flipped all 7 of them off as he stormed by. Everlane cried out, horrified, but Kingfisher only rolled his eyes, continuing whatever it was he'd been saying. "Then talk to Bellicon. You heard him. He's the one who told me to help Rusarius with the human. This isn't helping. This is diving into something head first without considering the consequences." Everlane's frustration had become a permanent fixture since Renfis had fastened that pendant around Kingfisher's neck. "We have to cover the theory first." Kingfisher huffed derisively. "What theory?" "He's right on that, at least," Wren chimed in. "There are no written accounts of the alchemist's processes. If there was, the elders might have had some luck understanding their abilities. How can we start at the beginning if there is no beginning?" Everlane's loose hair streamed out behind her in a golden banner as she rushed forward and prodded Kingfisher in the back. Hard. "We start out slow, then, with the important things she needs to know about Evalia. She won't survive here without—" Kingfisher halted his charge, stopping dead in his tracks. Everlane ran straight into his chest, but the dark-haired warrior didn't flinch. He stepped around her and prowled toward me like a hellcat, creeping up on its dinner. I was an accomplished fighter. I knew how to put a guardian on his ass in 3 seconds flat. I could scale 40-foot-high walls and sprint across rotting rooftops, but the sight of Kingfisher prowling toward me turned my insides to a double knot. Stumbling back, I nearly tripped over my feet in my attempt to put some space between us, but the bastard kept coming. "All right, Oshalith. Lane isn't going to let this go until you've been given the cliff notes, so listen close. I'm about to furnish you with the only information you really need to know. You have the distinct pleasure of being the only living human in all of Evalia. You are not safe here." He bared his teeth, flashing long, sharp canines that lengthened right before my eyes. "There was a time when this place teemed with your kind. Fisher, stop!" Wren tried to grab him by the shoulder, but the warrior in black jerked away and kept coming. "Our ancestors were cursed millennia ago. As a result, we ended up with these," he said, gesturing to his canines. "We used them to drink your kind dry. We drained you by the million before the blood curse was lifted. This was long before our time, of course, but the Fey line still bears the marks of its past. We might not need blood to maintain our immortality anymore, but by the gods do we still have the teeth for it. Our dirty little secret, our awful, horrible shame." "Fisher!" Everlane had reached her breaking point. Tears streamed down her face, leaving wet tracks over her cheeks. She moved in front of Kingfisher and slammed her hands into his chest. "Why are you being like this?" she cried. Kingfisher shrugged. "I'm only telling her the truth." "You're being an asshole." This elicited a scornful blast of laughter from the warrior. "You should be used to that by now, Lane. Or did you spend the last century years forgetting what a shit I am? I'm the bane of Gilithry, remember? The Black Knight." "You're my brother," Everlane hissed, "though I sometimes wish you weren't." Kingfisher jerked back as if she'd struck him.
Even Renfis took a step back, his jaw dropping a little, but the general regained himself quickly, glancing up and down the hallway. I got the feeling that he was checking to see if anyone might have heard Everlane's little outburst. The long, open-aired hallway stretched off in both directions, though, completely deserted apart from our group. "Careful, little sister," Kingfisher rumbled. "We don't want to spill all of our secrets in one go now." Everlane's sob filled the hallway. "Oh, fuck you, Fisher!" She bolted, running back the way we'd come, as fast as her legs could carry her. Well, it seemed that even the immortal Fae were still susceptible to family drama. I looked back over my shoulder, watching the poor female flee. I should go and make sure she's okay." "I'll come too," Renfis growled, casting Kingfisher a look of unmistakable disgust. "You can't wander the court without one of us to watch over you. And you? Everlane's right. You are being an asshole. The Kingfisher we used to know cared about his family and his friends." Even with the cruel smirk playing across his mouth, Kingfisher was savagely handsome. "What can I say?" he purred. "Being completely cut off from civilization and summarily forgotten about has a way of changing you after a while." Renfis was already walking backward. "We didn't forget about you. You have no idea what we went through to try and get you back." "Oh, yeah. I'm sure my suffering paled in comparison to yours." A look of hurt flickered across Ren's face, but he said nothing more to the male at my back. "Let's go, Saris. We'll find Lane and head back to the library." "Oh, come on. She's not going with you," Kingfisher drawled. "She's coming with me. Aren't you, Oshalith? She wants to know secrets, and I'm the only one willing to give them to her." "Why are you calling me that?" "Oshalith," I snapped. "What does it mean?" He'd turned around, was walking away. I listened to his boots striking the cold stone beneath his feet, each step ringing in my ears. "An Oshalith is a type of butterfly," he called as he went. "Osha, for short. They hatch, live, and die all in one day. The cold kills them very fast. Isn't that right, Renfis?" Ren scowled at Kingfisher's back, though he didn't answer him. "Ignore him. Will you come, Saris?" I was stuck between the two of them, being asked to make a decision I was in no way qualified to make. Everlane had been kind to me, taken care of me, made sure I was comfortable here. Renfis was full of laughter and seemed solid and good. Kingfisher was a miserable, grouchy bastard without a kind word for anyone. The way he called me that, Oshalith, like it was a dirty word, made me want to smash my fist right through his gorgeous face. But he was offering me the truth, even if it was frightening. The quickest way out of this nightmare was through Kingfisher. I winced at Ren. "Sorry, can we do the library later? I just—" "Told you so," Kingfisher called out in a sing-song voice. Renfis just nodded, his mouth drawing into a flat line. "Of course. I understand. I'll come and get you in a couple of hours." Unlike all of the other doors in the palace, this one was of a normal height. Plain, simple. No ornate carvings or embellishments. It was just a wooden door. And it was locked. I risked a sidelong glance at Kingfisher out of the corner of my eye. "Should we, knock?" An arrogant smile curled up at the corner of his mouth. "Sure," he said, as if this was a charming suggestion made by a single brain-celled idiot. A second later, he slammed the sole of his boot against the wood, and then the door was on the ground in pieces. "Knock, knock." He stepped to one side, holding his hand out in a mockery of manners, gesturing for me to go ahead of him. "I don't think anyone's home." "I'm not going first. What if it's warded by, I don't know, by magic or something?"
Kingfisher waggled his fingers, his eyes going wide. "Oh no, not magic." "Ass. Coward," he volleyed back. "I knew it wasn't warded." "How?" "Because I'm magic." "What about you is magic?" "Everything," he said, entering the room. "My looks, my sword skills, my personality."
"Your personality is trash." The quip was out before I had a chance to bite my tongue. Ever since I was little, I got mouthy when I was nervous, and I was really nervous right now. Literally nothing about this male screamed, "Bait me and see what happens." I clenched my jaw, cursing myself for my own stupidity as I followed behind Kingfisher, studiously staring at the ground. Kingfisher said nothing. I looked up and... holy hells. Maybe this place had been a forge once, but now it was nothing of the sort. The rough stone walls were slick with frost. The workbenches were covered in vines that were such a dark green they were almost black. Pale blue, purple, and pink flowers dotted their stems like tiny upturned daggers, their shape strange and unusual. A variety of other flowers, creeping vines, and plant life exploded up the wall on the far side of the cavernous space, crowding around a large window, hungry for a spot in the light. The thickest of the vines actually climbed out of the window, the glass having been smashed out. The rest of the uneven stone floor was carpeted with broken glass. Vials, beakers, bulbs, and flasks. Shattered equipment lay strewn around the room, as if someone had flown into a rage and destroyed the place. Rust had been busy eating away at all of the tongs, pliers, and hammers. Clearly, it hadn't satisfied its voracious appetite, because the anvil next to the cracked enamel water bath was so pitted that the iron was sloughing off in great orange flakes. And the forge itself. Gods, the forge! The open-sided hearth was nice and large. There was no denying that. Big enough for a whole family of furry animals to have made a den in it, by the looks of things, though its occupants were either out and about their business or had bolted when Kingfisher kicked the door down. It was vented, too, thanks to the yawning hole in the roof directly above it. Kingfisher sifted through a pile of decaying wood with the toe of his boot, scowling darkly.
"I see why Clements has guarded this place so fiercely now." "Who's Clements?" "The King's royal archivist. He's been receiving a royal stipend for the past 200 years or so, charged with figuring out how the alchemists used to activate the quicksilver. A handsome stipend, if I recall correctly. Looks to me like he pissed it all up a wall, though, 'cause this place is a fucking disaster." He was right. This was no working forge. The hearth hadn't been fired here in a long time. The place smelled of dust, age, and animal musk. "I'm going to kick his teeth down his throat," Kingfisher announced. "How about you help me instead of threatening violence?" I countered. His lip curled with distaste when I stooped down and started stacking some of the shattered pieces of wood by the now empty doorway. "You're going to clear all of this by hand?" "Unless you can utter some sort of spell and clear it all up with magic." "I don't do spells. I'm not a witch. Fey magic isn't some kind of cheap conjuring trick, human. Our abilities are sacred gifts to be used discerningly for righteous purposes." My cheeks colored hotly at that. Of course he wasn't just going to click his fingers and whisk all of this away. He had a real knack for making me feel stupid, though. He didn't need to do it. No, he did it because he wanted to. Arrogant bastard. He obviously thought I was worth less than the dirt beneath his feet. He didn't like humans. I doubted that, if the situation were different, he'd bother to put me out if I was on fire. But as it was, he needed me. Which meant that I could get away with asking a few questions. Right? I grabbed a rusty old bucket by the rim and began picking through the debris on the ground, looking for any tools that might be salvageable. "If there's a winter palace, then there are other royal residences, too, yes? An autumn palace? Spring?" Summer?
Kingfisher drew his sword.
Whoa, 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 whoa! Sorry. God's alive. I'm not.
His nostrils flared as he unfastened the leather strap at his chest and slid the scabbard from his back, resheathing the weapon and propping it against the wall. Running his hand through his hair, he looked askance in my direction, his fingers moving deftly over more leather straps and buckles, as he began removing pieces of his armor.
Nervous?
He asked conversationally. No, I thought.
You can learn about the other courts in your library sessions with Lane and Rusarius. I offered you truths earlier. Don't squander the opportunity to ask more interesting questions.
He reached around behind his neck with one hand and unfastened the silver plate with the snarling wolf's head engraved on it, letting it slip away from his throat. Tossing it down onto the pile of leather he'd made, chest protector, shoulder guards, wrist guards, he then unfastened the top buttons of his shirt. Once upon a time, not too long ago, I would have lunged for that neck plate and made a run for it. I didn't need the silver anymore, though. I had enough food and water to last me a lifetime here, and I hadn't been asked to pay for any of it. Not yet, anyway. So I ignored the plate and pointed to the chain hanging around his neck instead. All right. What is that? What does it do? And why are you completely unhinged without it? Kingfisher smiled a cold smile, pressing the tip of his tongue into the point of one of his sharp canines.
Straight for the jugular, then, little Osha. Ruthless. I like it.
You said to ask an interesting question. I want to know about the chain. Kingfisher laughed silently. He bent double, scooping out a bunch of leaves and rotting wood from the hearth.
Gods, he actually was going to help? That was why he removed all of the armor then. I figured he was taking it off so he could sit down and make himself comfortable while he watched me do all of the work. To explain the pendant, there are other things you need to know first. Things Lane probably hasn't told you.
She hasn't told me much of anything yet.
Well, let's start at the beginning then. The Quicksilver pools are pathways that connect different realms. I'm sure you've figured as much.
Yes.
The Quicksilver itself is volatile. Some of our elders believe it possesses a low level of sentience. Whether this is true or not doesn't really matter. The stuff is dangerous. If the Quicksilver comes into contact with bare skin...
Kingfisher trailed off. It was in Haran's dagger, wasn't it? I asked. Kingfisher nodded.
It was an ancient blade. Alchemists used to forge Quicksilver into weaponry for Fey warriors. Haran had no business touching that weapon, let alone claiming it.
It made him see things, I think. When it touched his skin, he started screaming. The sound of the captain's horrified wailing still haunted me when I closed my eyes. It was a chilling thing to hear such a powerful, strong fighter pleading for his life.
Oh, he saw things all right. The Quicksilver will push any living creature beyond the boundaries of sanity.
I had done that to Haran. I'd panicked and unwittingly lashed out, and Haran's blade had responded and embarked on its mission to destroy him. But Haran had speared me through with his sword first. He had tried to kill me on Madra's orders. He would have succeeded, too, if Kingfisher hadn't brought me back here. I wouldn't feel guilty for defending myself. If only it was as easy as telling myself that. I changed the subject. So, these alchemists, they inherited their abilities? It's about blood?
Everything is about blood, human.
Now, do you want to know about the pendant? Or do you want to harry me by continually interrupting? I made a show of sealing my mouth shut.
My mother gave me this pendant, this relic,
he clarified,
when I was 11. The night before we left for the Winter Palace. She knew I'd have need of it. Later, when I came of age and joined Belicon's army, I was called upon to travel between Evalia and the other realms, because my pendant was one of the most powerful. To cut a very long and boring story short, I was forced to travel a pathway without it once. The quicksilver took me, just as it takes everyone. A healer managed to draw most of it from me once I made it back to the Winter Palace, but I was left with a few lasting reminders. Most Fae only wore their relics when they traveled from one realm to the next, but wearing mine is the only thing that calms the noise in my head. Without it, the line between what's real and what isn't blurs very quickly. His eye. That was his lasting reminder? It had to be. The filaments that marked his jade iris were actually remnants of quicksilver. Gods, it was inside him, always there, always whispering in his ear, pushing him toward madness. The relic really was the only thing keeping him sane. Nausea rolled in the hollow where my stomach used to be. I did my best to swallow it down as I collected another set of pitted tongs and dropped them into the bucket. The iron clanged loudly, sending up a puff of rust into the air. Then, why did you give me the relic? Back in Silverwraith? He held up his hand. The thick signet ring flashed on his finger. Ah, right. Yes, you have a ring too, I said. If I hadn't given you the relic, you'd have died. And why didn't you? Just let me die? You could have left me there. Kingfisher dumped the armful of faded, dog-eared papers he was carrying onto the workbench, his expression blank. You haven't been paying attention, human. Ivelia is at war, and war machines are hungry beasts. They require constant feeding. Food, clothes, gold, building supplies, weaponry. Before Madra drove that sword into her pool, stilling every pool in every realm, Belicon used the pathways for supplies. It was the only way to trade in many magical items. When the pathways closed, the door to our supply trains slammed closed too. You shouldn't have been able to touch that sword, let alone draw it. And the silver responded to you. You activated it. You did what only an alchemist can do. So, no, human or not, I could not have just left you there to die. Great, so you brought me back so you could save your people and win the war. Kingfisher ran a hand through his ink-black waves again, his eyes cold as chips of ice. You think very highly of me, human. In a way, I suppose what you say is true. But don't mistake me for some kind of saint. I don't give a shit about Ivelia, and I don't give a shit about Belicon's war. You are a bargaining chip. I saw my only avenue to freedom, and I took it. Ask me what I would have done had I found you in that condition under any other circumstances. I stared at him, at the unfriendly set of his jaw, the tension in his shoulders, and the cruel lift to his mouth, and a body-wide shudder ripped through me, leaving panic in its wake. I don't think I want to know, I whispered. Kingfisher's suggestion of a smile grew wings and took flight. Clever girl. It took hours to finish clearing the forge, and we did so in silence. I didn't ask any more questions, too afraid to hear the answers, and Kingfisher kept his thoughts to himself. Every so often I found myself watching him. With his sleeves rolled up to his elbows and his cheeks streaked with soot, he looked so normal. But then he'd snarl under his breath, or meet my gaze with those silver-streaked eyes, and I'd be reminded that this male was not human. It was neither safe nor smart to let my gaze linger on him. The wisest thing I could do was figure out how I accidentally activated that pool and hightail it back to Silverwraith as quickly as possible. The sky was darkening out of the window, such a bizarre sight, when Renfis came to find me. He looked tired, though the bruise beneath his eye and his split lip had miraculously healed themselves over the past few hours. Standing in the doorway, he surveyed the nearly cleared floor and the bucket of rusting tools I'd collected, and sent a confused look Kingfisher's way. "What's this? You haven't even started working."
"The place was a disaster," I cried. It was easy for him to come along and criticize. The forge looked so much better than it had, and he hadn't seen it before. Kingfisher sighed. The chill in the air grew to icy degrees as shadows leaped up the walls, conjured out of nowhere. They spilled like wet paint across the floor, darting up the legs of the workbench, blossoming in the air until everything went black. Everything. The forge itself became a pit of ink. It felt as though the shadows slipped down my throat and into my lungs when I drew in a gasp. This was true dark. Even deep in the underground tunnels that formed a network below the Silver City, the darkness wasn't this absolute. "Oh gods, what's happening?"
"Fisher," Renfis scolded. "Enough now."
The darkness snapped back like a rubber band. What was left of the day's light flooded back into the forge, and the forge was immaculate. The window was fixed, a fresh pane of glass glinting in the frame. The shattered vials and beakers that we'd swept into piles all over the place were gone. The hearth was brushed out, the bricks bright red and brand new. The shelves were stocked with all kinds of fantastical pieces of equipment that I'd never even seen before. The plant life that had claimed the forge for its own was still there, though tamed back into pots and the small planter that sat beneath the window. And it was warm. All day I'd been freezing, my teeth chattering while I'd cleaned and picked up with numb fingers. And now it was warm? I spun, searching for something to hurl at Kingfisher. The closest thing that came to hand was a brightly shining, beautiful set of tongs. I snatched them up and stabbed them at the dark-haired warrior. "You! We broke our backs cleaning this place. What's wrong with you? What happened to our abilities, our sacred gifts to be used for righteous purposes, or whatever the hell it was you said?"
"Him? Righteous purposes?"
Renfis stifled a cough that sounded a lot like laughter. "The male standing before you isn't shy about using his gifts to complete mundane tasks." I glowered at Kingfisher. "You monster." There wasn't a scrap of remorse to be found on the warrior's face. He scooped up his armor and his sword, then paused beside me on his way toward the brand-new door that now hung in the doorway. "I just wanted to see if you knew what hard work was. I told you I was magic," he whispered, and then he was gone.
Chapter 10. Crumbs. The next morning, Everlane brought a breakfast of fresh fruits and yogurt, foreign delicacies I'd never tasted before. She sat with me and ate in my rooms, subdued and silent. I wanted to ask her about what she'd said back in the hallway yesterday. She'd called Kingfisher her brother, and not in the same way Kingfisher and Renfis called each other brother, like warriors who'd fought alongside each other. She'd meant it in a more literal sense, as if she and the evil bastard shared blood. I didn't bring it up, though. I'd made a choice when I'd decided to go with Kingfisher to the forge rather than chase after her to see if she was okay. And by the way Everlane kept sniffing indignantly as she spooned her yogurt into her mouth, I'd hurt her feelings in the process. She forced me into yet another dress with voluminous skirts, shimmering purple this time, and fashioned my hair, winding the thick braids she'd plaited so that they trailed down the center of my back. When it was time to leave my room, she smoothed her hands down the lovely ivory gown she was wearing, then fiddled with the lace cuffs at her wrists, refusing to look at me. "If you want to come to the library with me," Rusarius and I collated all of the information we do have relating to the alchemists and their processes yesterday. There isn't much, but I believe it's worth reading through. "I definitely want to join you," I said. "I'm sorry I didn't come yesterday. I know how badly you're trying to help me, and I do want to learn. How to get the hells out of here. How to find my way home." When I offered out my arm to her, she broke into a reluctant smile and slid her own through mine. And that, it seemed,
was how long it took Everlane Debarra to forgive a slight. In the library, Rusarius was having a fit. "Renfis, please! This is not a mess hall. There are precious works of art stored here, and just look at all of that grease."
I smelled Rosarius's issue before I saw it. Something meaty and smoky hung in the air, the scent so mouth-watering that my stomach audibly snarled. What was that? It smelled divine. "Gods, Fisher," Everlane muttered when she saw what he was doing. The male sat at the head of the long clerk's table, a plate on the polished wood in front of him. He speared a piece of ambiguous meat onto a fork, then popped it into his mouth. Renfis was propped against the wall by the far window, arms folded over his chest, watching the proceedings with an air of resignation. "Sorry, Rosarius. I don't know what you think I can do about it. The day I manage to make Kingfisher do anything is the day the Corcoran return." "Well, there's no need for blasphemy," the old librarian squawked. "Where did your gods actually go?" I whispered to Everlane. I'd been too overwhelmed to ask before. "They set off on a pilgrimage thousands of— another time. I'd better confiscate that food before Rosarius's head explodes." Kingfisher remained focused on his breakfast. He didn't say a word when Everlane approached and stood next to him at the head of the table. He just growled. "And you wonder why Bellicon calls you a dog," she said. That got Kingfisher's attention. Slowly, his head raised, the silver flashing brightly in his right eye as he turned a baleful gaze on the female. "I don't wonder. I know why he calls me that." "It's because of his deep loyalty to the crown," Renfis said, biting back a smile. Kingfisher's eyes flashed, the quicksilver writhing amidst the green. He snapped his teeth at his sister. "It's because I bite." His hard expression could have made grown men turn tail and run scared into the night, but Everlane arched an eyebrow at him and waited. The male was once again dressed in black. He was armored up to the eyeballs this morning. The engraved chest piece he wore was black leather today instead of dark tan, and bore a crest comprised of twin crossed swords wrapped in a tangle of vines, backed by the silhouette of a rearing stallion. He wore the same gorget at his throat, though, brilliantly polished silver with a snarling wolf etched into the metal. His thick, dark hair was extra wavy, curling almost, not quite brushing the tops of his broad shoulders. When I realized how intensely I was studying the tips of the pointed ears poking through his hair, I quickly looked up at the glass-domed ceiling, clearing my throat, pretending to inspect the sky. "Give me the plate." Everlane's tone brooked no argument. "Certainly." Kingfisher set down his fork, picked up the plate, and held it out to Everlane. She took it. "By all means," he said. "Put my food on the fucking ground, outside, by the stables. I'll go eat with the other dogs presently." Everlane's shoulders sagged. "Fisher." "Scratch that." His chair legs scraped loudly as he got up. Snatching his plate back, he strode away with it, heading for the door. And right for me. "I'll save you the trouble and take it there myself," he said. His eyes glittered as he passed me. "Enjoy your dusty books, human. I'll be waiting for you in the forge this afternoon. Don't make me come looking for you." "Fisher, you're being ridiculous. Come back," Everlane called after him. He ignored her, spine ramrod straight, the midnight sword strapped to his back, leaving a trail of wispy shadows in its wake as he stalked out of the library. "Well, I didn't mean for him to leave again," Rosarius grumbled. "But I've said it 1,000 times, and I'll say it again. No cooked food in the library. I myself only eat dry crackers while working here, and I'm here for days sometimes. And I lean out of a window to avoid crumbs." "It's all right, Rosarius," Everlane said softly. "He's not himself at the moment. It might be a while before he stops behaving like a spoiled brat." "I'll go and train with him. Let him blow off some steam," Renfis said, pushing away from the wall. He paused by the seat Kingfisher had been sitting in a moment ago and rested his hand on its carved wooden back, frowning down at it. "He does deserve some grace, though. He has no rooms here, nowhere to eat, nowhere to sleep, no provisions. And 110 years, Lane. Can you imagine what 110 years would have been like in that place? Alone?" Sorrow dripped from each word. The princess and the soldier traded a long look. Eventually, the tension in Everlane's ticking jaw muscle eased. "I can, actually. I spent the first 3 decades imagining it in great detail every day. After that, I did my best not to think about it, or him, at all. My heart couldn't take it. And now he's back, and I don't have to wonder what kind of hell he's enduring. Now, I get to watch." Her voice was thick with emotion, but she didn't cry. She picked up a book from the table and set it on top of a stack, then moved on to fussing and fiddling with a sheaf of loose papers. It was hard to see her in pain like this. And she was in pain. You'd have to be blind not to see that she was suffering. I stood on the peripherals of this group, which gave me an excellent view of the dynamics between them all. There was so much hurt between them, so much time and history, and so many secrets. From the outside looking in, it was impossible to unravel all of the threads that connected them. Renfis sighed. "There's a way to fix him. We just haven't found it yet. In the meantime, I'm not going to give up on him. Are you?" A long pause filled the silence. Rosarius coughed uncomfortably. He gathered up a set of writing quills, carrying them into the stacks and disappearing off to gods only knew where.
I didn't have a pile of quills to carry off, and this wasn't my library to go poking around in, so I had no choice but to hover at the end of the clerk's table and stare down at my feet. Or at the point where my feet should have been. I couldn't see them beneath my cursed dresses' skirts. "So that's it then? You have given up on him?" Renfis demanded. No, I haven't. I feel hopeless. If I have enough hope for him, then I've enough for you too." Renfis sighed out a long, steady breath, tapping the table with his fingertips. "I'll see you later. Good luck." "And good luck to you too, Saris." He smiled warmly at me as he passed, which made me feel slightly less like I was eavesdropping on a private conversation. Once he was gone, Everlane bustled around the table, rifling through more pieces of parchment, organizing and then reorganizing them. "All right," she sniffed. "Where should we begin? I think, maybe, if you start by telling us what you know about alchemical practices and how they might be used." I don't even know what alchemical means." I didn't want to interrupt her, but I figured it was best to get that out of the way before she went any further. "Oh, right." She smiled broadly, but it seemed as though there was a hint of hysteria to her. "Well, that's okay. I suppose that might even be for the best. No bad habits that way. We'll start from the beginning. Just as soon as Rosarius—" She broke off, looking over her shoulder. "Rosarius? Where in the 5 hells did the man go? Everlane? Are you, okay? You seem a little—" "No, I'm fine. Fine. Really, I'm fine." She pressed her fingers into her forehead, screwing her eyes shut for a moment. Completely not fine. She let her hand fall, all pretension dropped. He was the very best thing in my entire life, she said. The only good thing. And he's gone. I knew he would be, but it's hard to see and to accept and...
Speaking of crackers, I knew I had some somewhere. I found a whole tray of them on a shelf in the 7th Era Land Records section. Must have left them there the other day. Rosarius emerged from the stacks again, carrying a small silver platter of what indeed looked to be very dry crackers. Oblivious to the fact that Everlane was dashing tears away with the back of her hand, he placed the platter down on the table with a flourish. "Help yourselves, my darlings. But, yes, please. Make sure to keep the crumbs to a minimum." Alchemy, it turned out, was a form of magic. Forgotten, long-dead, old magic that was as much a myth to the Fae of Evalia as they were to the people of Zilvarin. There had once been 3 branches of alchemists: Fae who sought to discover the path to immortality, Fae who sought to create and invent by transmuting various metals and ores, and lastly, Fae who sought to cure illness and disease. Everlane and Rosarius thought I was somehow like the second type of alchemist, the kind that transmuted metals. At the beginning of our first library session, I had no idea what the word transmute even meant, and by the end, I still wasn't sure I understood. Thousands of years ago, the alchemists used their magical gifts to alter the state of compounds and transform them into precious metals. There was no record of which compounds were used, or what was done to them, but the alchemists were successful. They found a way to transform elements into vast amounts of gold and silver, which was reportedly used to fill the royal coffers. At some point, the quicksilver was discovered along with the other realms its pathways connected, and all manner of chaos ensued afterward. None of this indicates how I'm replicating what the original alchemists could do, though, I said, snapping the book I'd been scanning closed. How did they actually control the quicksilver? Everlane shrugged. It's assumed that they activated and deactivated it, or opened and closed the pathways by using their magic. It's hotly debated whether they controlled it all, Rosarius said. According to most documents from around that time, the Second Order of the Alchemists lived very short lives. They often went mad and killed themselves. Oh, well, that's just great. Whatever the alchemists of old had done to earn themselves that fate, I wanted to know so I could do the exact opposite. But, damn it. Burying my head in the sand wouldn't help me activate the quicksilver again, and I had to work out how to do that if I wanted to know what had happened to Hayden. The idea that Hayden might have been conscripted into Madra's army was preferable to imagining him dead, but I needed to know. If Hayden was gone, he needed to be buried, and I needed to stand the customary 72-hour vigil over his grave. If he was trapped as a new recruit of Madra's army, then I needed to save him and get him out of there. Either way, I had to figure this out, no matter what it cost me. I rubbed at my temples, trying to ease the tension headache that was forming there. What with all of the thieving and black market trading just to survive, life back in the Silver City hadn't left much room for reading. My eyes weren't used to it. I stared down at the book I'd been... Wait. I held up the book, tilting my head, eyes narrowed at Rosarius. How come I can read this? What do you mean? He asked. Well, I'm from another place, an entirely different realm. What are the chances that you and I even speak the same language? That we share a written language? It's impossible. It was wild that this hadn't occurred to me before. No, not impossible. Not even improbable, actually, said Rosarius. You explain this one, sweet, he said to Everlane. There is one more book I want to find before you leave. Everlane seemed happy to be given the task. Well, she said, leaning across the table to take the book out of my hand. Right now, you're speaking Common Fey. This book was written in Common Fey, too. There are other languages in Avelia, other dialects, but Common Fey is spoken by all of the courts as a shared, well, common tongue. When the first Fey traveled to your realm, the humans there spoke a different language altogether. Over the years, our language and our written word became adopted by the humans. Even though we were cut off from the other realms, it seems as though our language has thrived. In Silverwraith, at least. Silverwraith had Madra, and your queen has always spoken Common Fey. She served as an anchor to our language. Perhaps in other realms, languages and alphabets have changed. Madra. As ancient as the stone halls at the center of the universe. I had to ask. I had to know. You seem to know a fair bit about her, I said. Madra? Everlane pursed her lips. I suppose I know as much as anyone here. She was young when she ascended to the Silverwraith throne, bloodthirsty and hungry for power. But how can she be so old if she's human? How has she managed to reign for over 1,000 years? And how could she have closed all of the pathways with that sword if she wasn't an alchemist? We don't know how she did it. But yes, Madra should have died centuries ago. It must be some form of magic, but we have no clue who performed it for her or why. We don't know how she discovered that the quicksilver could be stilled with an Alchimerin's sword, either. That information was closely guarded by our kind for generations. But you don't need to be Fey or possess any special gift in order to close the doors between our realms. The sword will do it for you. As far as we know, when one pool of quicksilver is activated, all quicksilver everywhere is activated. It's joined by some kind of... She frowned, searching for a way to explain. A ribbon of energy, I suppose. If you take a sword like Solace and plunge it into the quicksilver, it severs that energy in a way that paralyzes it. Until Solace was removed, every entrance to the pathway became frozen. There were members of this court on scouting parties, exploring new pathways that had only recently opened up when Madra cut the cord. Friends, family members. They became trapped wherever they were. They haven't been seen since. Is there a chance that any of them are still alive? I know very little about Fey life expectancy. How long do your people even live for? How old are you? Everlane choked on a huff of laughter, covering her mouth with a hand. Was it me, or did she seem a little embarrassed? That's not something we really talk about. You'd know that, but we haven't really covered court etiquette yet. Sorry. Gods, I should mind my own business. No. It's okay. She shook her head. I know we've only known each other a few days, but I sat with you for a long time while you were recovering. I'd like to think that we're friends. Me too. It was the truth. I was starting to think of her as a friend, and I was glad she thought the same of me. Having a friend in a palace full of enemies could never be a bad thing. Right. Well, now that we've established that, she said, grinning, let me start out by asking you how old you think I am. If you were a human, I'd say you were a little older than me. 27? 28, perhaps? Gods! Her eyes went wide. This will come as a bit of a shock, then. She took a deep breath. I was born at the very beginning of the 10th age. I've been alive for 1,486 years. I nearly swallowed my tongue. Everlane was nearly 1,500 years old. I couldn't force my mind to make sense of that. She looked so young. Did I dare ask my next question? The one that burned on the tip of my tongue? I shouldn't even want to know, but I couldn't help it. And Kingfisher? How old is he? Everlane regarded me, a small smile playing over her lips. She took a long second to answer, during which time I internally berated myself for giving in to my infernal curiosity. But then she said, "I'd say that you needed to ask him. It's not really my place to share information like that. Often, we don't even know how old other members of our court are. But I do know how old Kingfisher is, and telling you to ask him directly is just cruel. He'd never tell you, and he'd mock you for asking besides. Kingfisher was born at the end of the 9th age. Does that help you form some sort of a guess?" "I don't know. I'm not sure. He looks like he's about 30, so maybe I'd say he was..." Gods, convincing the words to come out of my mouth was impossible. This was madness. "Go on," Everlane prompted. "I don't know, 1,800 years old?" "Not bad. He's 1,730 years old." 1,733, came a deep voice. Adrenaline exploded through my veins, shocking my system so badly that I nearly toppled sideways out of my seat. I twisted around, and there stood Kingfisher, in a recessed reading alcove, bathed in shadows. Half of his body was concealed by a pool of darkness that was very out of place in the well-lit library. He studied his fingernails, that metal wolf-head gorget glinting at his throat. "What's 3 years between family, though?" he said, shoving away from the wall and out into the light. "I'm sure it's hard to keep track of time when you're so distracted by the comings and goings of court life." He gave her a tight-lipped smile. "Glad to see you're finally sharing some truths with your new pet, Lane. I have to say, I'm a little scandalized to discover that they're mine, though." "You wouldn't have discovered anything if you weren't eavesdropping. Forgive me, I was bored. I decided to come and fetch the human after all, and you two seemed to be having such an interesting conversation." Everlane rolled her eyes. She placed her hand on my forearm. "Never mind him. In answer to your other question, technically, the Fae who found themselves trapped when the quicksilver was stilled could still be alive. Yes, but the realm they were visiting was a volatile and dangerous place. It's unlikely that old age killed any of them, but the local clans probably did. Next time you're curious about me, feel free to ask me," Kingfisher said as he laid his hand on the forge's brand-new door. This was the first time he'd spoken since we left the library, preferring to march through the Winter Palace in stony silence. The door swung open and he went inside. I hovered on the threshold, trying to decide if I wanted to go in after him, or if I wanted to run in the opposite direction, back to my room, where he wouldn't be able to give me any grief. The palace was a winding nightmare of hallways, staircases, and corridors, but I thought I could find my way if I really tried. My legs were as heavy as hewn stone as I followed him into the forge. If I'd asked you something, you wouldn't have answered me, and if you had, it wouldn't have been the truth. Incorrect. If you asked me something worthy of a reply, then I'd answer. If I answered, then it would be the truth." Just as he'd done yesterday, he began stripping out of his armor, again starting by removing his sword. This time I was prepared and didn't flinch when he drew the weapon. Right, sure. Humans and Fae were different in many ways, but sarcasm was universal. His hands worked deftly on the strap that went around his side, unfastening his chest protector. "Try me, human." "All right, fine." Thanks to Kingfisher's little cleanup trick last night, the forge was spotless today. The workbench was free of debris, the floor immaculate. All of the tools were good as new, hanging on hooks on the wall opposite the hearth. I maneuvered myself around the other side of the workbench, putting the biggest, heaviest obstacle that I could between us as he continued to remove his armor, just in case he didn't like my questioning and came for me. Because I planned on riling him, annoying him, baiting him the same way he baited me, with his constant OSHA name-calling and his open derision. Screw him. Kingfisher dropped his chest protector to the floor. I braced against the workbench and said, "Elroy swears that a man will lie about the size of his cock every time a woman asks him." Kingfisher stilled. "Are you asking me how big my cock is, OSHA?" "I don't care how big it is. I care about the way you answer." A slow, terrifying smirk spread across his face. "It's big enough to make you scream, and then some." "See?" I jabbed a finger at him. "You're not going to be honest." He looked around the forge, feigning confusion. "I'm sorry. I'm not sure that I understand your meaning." "Ask a man how big his dick is, and he'll show you that he's full of shit." "Maybe, but I'm not a man. I'm a fey male." He paused. "And maybe I'm just well endowed. Or maybe you're just wasting my time, and we should get on with whatever you're going to attempt to teach me here," I snapped. Kingfisher's hands moved to the back of his neck. It took him all of 4 seconds to unfasten his gorget and slide the silver plate free. "Maybe the issue is that you asked me a question about my cock like a hungry little bitch in heat, and didn't ask me something that mattered." Gods, but he kept surprising me. Every time I thought I'd reached the limit of how much one living being could detest another, he went and proved to me that I was capable of so much more. "All right. Okay, fine. I will ask you something that matters. You were banished from the Avalian court because you did something bad. Belicon said you razed an entire city to the ground." He crooked a dark eyebrow at me. "That was a question?" "Did you do it?" I asked. "Why do you want to know?" "Because I'm sharing a very small space with you right now. Because we're alone. Because I want to know if I'm breathing the same air as a mass murderer. And don't dodge a question by asking me a question. Did you do it?" He surveyed me intensely. Even from a distance, I could see the trapped quicksilver swirling in amongst that sea of vivid green. Yes. The word came out abruptly, defiantly. "I did." "Why?" "Because I didn't have a choice." I slapped my hands against the workbench, my anger a clenched iron fist in my chest. "Why?" "You're not ready for that information. You'll never be ready." "Why?" "Because you're human, and humans are weak," he snarled. "Because it's none of your business. Because it doesn't matter why I did it. Because no matter what reason I give to you, it won't be good enough. Now ask me something else." My voice shook when I spoke. "Renfis said that you've been suffering for the past century years because you were banished after you destroyed that city. Where did they send you?" Kingfisher prowled toward the workbench. All of the armor was gone now. He was dressed in a simple, loose black shirt and black pants again. At his throat, the silver chain hanging around his neck, the one he'd loaned to me when I was dying, glinted, catching my attention. I tried not to pull back as he drew closer, but he was huge. He towered over me, taking up so much room, invading my space, blotting out the damn light. He was all I could see, all I could smell. He was cold morning air and smoke and fresh-turned earth and 1,000 other complex scents I didn't even have names for. Canines bared, he leaned in so close that barely an inch separated the tips of our noses. And he snarled, "Hell." I couldn't breathe, couldn't think. He was so close, so angry.
It was as if he was on the verge of breaking and only being held back by the thinnest of threads. Out of nowhere, his composure snapped back into place, his canines disappearing in a flash. "Pray you never have to experience it firsthand, human," he whispered. "Hold out your hand." "Hold out my—" "Yes, hold out your hand." Up this close, he could take my hand and the arm it was attached to if he wanted to. He could tear me limb from limb, and there wouldn't be a thing I could do about it. Numb and trembling, I held out my hand, praying wholeheartedly that he wasn't about to start breaking my fingers for upsetting him. Something cool and smooth pressed into the center of my palm. Kingfisher closed my grip around it, then cupped his huge, tattooed hands tightly around mine. At first, I didn't feel it. I was too aware of his proximity and the wild array of different scents that kept rolling off of him and slamming into me. Wood and leather and spices and something green and faint musk and— "Ow!" Kingfisher narrowed his eyes. "What is it?" "Ow! That hurts!" I tried to pull my hand free, but Kingfisher's grip tightened. He held on, grasping my hand tighter and tighter in his, and the burning sensation in the center of my palm really started to sting. "Kingfisher," I said in a warning tone. He didn't release me, only stood there staring down at me, watching me, the metallic threads of silver shifting wildly in his right eye. "Fisher, what are you doing?" "Tell me what it is," he demanded. "It's hurting me is what it is," I cried, really pulling on my hand now. I wrenched and yanked, putting my whole body weight behind the motion, desperate to free myself. But Kingfisher held fast. "Is it hot? Cold? Sharp? Soft?" "Cold! It's cold! It's burning! It's so cold!"
That made no sense, but it was true. Ice crawled inside me, leaching into my bones.
"It hurts! Let go, Fisher! Please, make it stop!"
"You make it stop," he commanded.
"I can't! I can't!"
Resolve flickered in his eyes. "You can."
"Let go!"
"You want to prove me right, is that it? You're weak? You're a human, so you're weak and useless and pathetic? Is that it?"
"Fisher!"
He spun us around so that my back was to the workbench. I felt the edge of the wood digging into the small of my back, but the pressure was nothing compared to the awful ball of pain he had trapped between our hands. "Listen to it," he commanded.
"What?"
He wasn't making any sense. Kingfisher removed one hand, but it made no difference. He only needed one hand to hold both of mine. With the hand he now had free, he grabbed me firmly by the chin, forcing me to be still, to look at him. "Listen," he repeated. "What is it saying?"
"It's saying that you're an evil piece of shit,"
I ground out. He didn't react to that. "The sooner you do as I say, the sooner this all ends, human." My jaw was screaming. I was clenching my teeth so hard. "Fuck you!" "There you go again. Hungry, needy little bitch in heat, begging to be fucked," he taunted.
"Let go!"
"Listen!" Kingfisher's roar snatched my breath away. It snatched the light, too. The whole forge went black as pitch in an instant, and the pain in my hand, traveling up my arm, turned into a rope of fire. "There is you, and there is the pain. Nothing else," he whispered. "Move past it. Move through it. Let it roll over you." This was cruel. This was torture. I was burning alive. He was going to kill me.
"I can't,"
I sobbed. "You can. Show me that I'm wrong. Show me that you're tougher than I think you are." Of all the things he'd said to me, It was this that somehow reached me. I sucked in a stuttering breath and tried to calm my mind. The thrumming, throbbing, panicking, desperate part of me calmed the tiniest fraction. An infinitesimal amount. It made the pain flicker for a second, not long enough to provide any real kind of relief, but it was long enough. There was a voice. A million voices. Anarath more, Anarath more, Anarath more, Anarath more. The sound was deafening. I screamed around it, shaking my head, trying to get it out, but it blazed through every part of my mind, consuming me, eradicating every memory, every thought, every feeling. Anarath, more! I screamed. The pain blinked out, the light rushed back in, the voices fell silent, and the quiet they left behind was deafening. Kingfisher stood frozen, still far too close for comfort, his hand loose around mine now. For once, that cold arrogance he always wore was nowhere to be found. With wide eyes he looked down at our joined hands, his breath catching slightly in his throat. I tensed when I saw the tiny ball of silver liquid rolling around in the well of my palm. Quicksilver. Not much. Little more than the size of a pinky fingernail. But quicksilver all the same. And it was in a liquid state. I panicked, trying to fling it away, but Fisher gripped hold of my wrist, shaking his head. So long as I'm touching you, you're safe. I'm wearing the pendant. It won't harm us. What are you talking about? It'll definitely harm us. It just nearly froze me from the inside out. That was nothing. A test. It's over now. You passed. Incredulous, I gaped up at him. What would have happened if I hadn't? That's academic. You did. Get it off me, Fisher. Make it still, he said. How the fuck? I don't know how. Close your eyes. Feel it in your mind. Reach for it. I did as he said, closing my eyes, trying to remember how to breathe around the knowledge that this tiny bit of quicksilver pooling in my hand was enough to rip apart my mind. I'd seen what it had done to Haran. I was about to curse Kingfisher again, to tell him that I couldn't feel the cursed silver, but then I could feel it. It was a solid weight resting there, right in the center of my mind. It was nothing. Not hot, not cold, not sharp, not soft. It just was. And it was waiting. I feel it, I whispered. Okay, now tell it what you want. Tell it to sleep. I told it exactly that. In my mind, I willed it to still, to go to sleep. The solid little weight seemed to roll over restlessly. No, not sleep. Not now. Slept for too long, it hissed, an innumerable number of voices all layering over one another. Sleep, I ordered more firmly. This time, it obeyed. The weight lifted from my mind, disappearing until I felt almost back to normal. Almost, because Fisher was still holding my hands. When I opened my eyes, he was looking at the solid bead of matte, inert metal in my hands, a look of wry amusement on his irritatingly handsome face. I have to say, I was expecting that to go differently, he mused. And then I punched him square in the mouth. Chapter 11. Swallow. Too tight, too tight. I can't breathe. To say Everlane was angry would be an understatement. She yanked on the corset ribbons at the back of my dress with a strength I didn't know she possessed. If you keep on pulling like that, you're going to crack my ribs, I groused. Good. Maybe then you'll stop complaining. Broken ribs won't stop me from complaining, I muttered sullenly, tugging on the corset stays. They were digging into my skin, pinching me in places my clothes back home had never pinched me before. It sucked. "Stop that!" Everlane slapped my hand away, tisking. She faffed with my skirts, bustling around me, swatting at imaginary pieces of fluff that only she could see. As with the other dresses Everlane had given me, this garment was absolutely stunning. A shimmering red affair made of raw silk. It was the kind of dress that would bring most men to their knees. I fucking hated it. "What were you even thinking?" Everlane growled, slapping down the folds of the skirt some more so that it hung properly. "He's a Fae warrior, Saris. You cannot go around punching Fae warriors." "Can I please wear some pants?" I observed myself glumly in the full-length mirror. And don't tell me that pants are only for males. I've seen plenty of females wandering around the palace wearing pants. "We've been over this. You're too pretty to wear pants. Are you listening to me? About Kingfisher?" I gave her a hard look. "No." "You could at least tell me what he did to make you punch him like that." "Just trust me. He deserved it." "Well, I don't doubt that." She'd asked me to explain what had happened 7 times in the past hour, but her pleading hadn't broken me. It would do no good to tell her about the stunt Kingfisher had pulled with the Quicksilver. I didn't want to make things any more tense between them. If Everlane knew he'd thrown me into a situation that I was fairly sure could have killed me, then things wouldn't just get worse. They'd become catastrophic. And we were friends. I didn't want her to suffer any more than she already was. Having Kingfisher as a brother was burden enough, I was sure. "You're lucky he didn't react any worse than he did," she said. "Oh?" I scoffed. I thought his reaction was a little over the top. Everlane had been waiting for me when I returned to my room yesterday. She hadn't banked on Kingfisher kicking in my bedroom door, me thrown over his shoulder like a sack of potatoes and wailing like a banshee. Nor had she expected his ultra-foul temper, his split bottom lip, or the thin line of blood trickling down his chin. She'd squawked when he'd thrown me unceremoniously down onto my bed and snarled, "Bad human," at me. He could have been far worse, she assured me. Warriors like Fisher don't react kindly to violence. "Are you saying that he's so feral that one small right hook is enough to send him on an explosive killing rampage?" She thought about this while folding a blanket. It took her a while to make up her mind. "Yes," she decided. "Then your brother isn't a warrior, Everlane. He's a mindless savage with a shitty temper. But I think I could have already told you that. Please just call me Lane. And do not say that out loud. It's hardly a secret. I think everyone knows Fisher's a savage. Not that." "The brother part," she said in a loud whisper. "That's not common knowledge?" "Well, yes. And no. It's just not spoken about. And it's very, very complicated. Let me guess. Your mother had an affair because the king's a vile monster, and she ended up pregnant by someone else?" Everlane, Lane, sighed. "No. My mother was married to a southern lord before she married my father. She had Fisher with her first husband. When Fisher was 10, the king sent his father on a mission to Silverwraith. He never returned. That's when the gateways were stilled. The king said that Finran, Fisher's father, was responsible for the Quicksilver stilling and declared him a traitor to the Fae. Wait, Kingfisher said that Madra was responsible for stilling the Quicksilver? Everlane's expression became troubled. And that might be true. Fisher has certainly never believed his father was responsible. But without any proof to the contrary, Bellicon announced that Finran was to blame. Less than a year later, Bellicon announced his engagement to my mother. By all accounts, she was surprised, given that she'd never even met the king. but Belicon made it clear that marrying him was the only way for her to prove that she wasn't a traitor to the crown, too. Plus, Finran had been very wealthy, and Belicon needed money to pay for the conflict breaking out with Sonnesroth. Belicon informed my mother via royal herald that she was to report to the Winter Palace, and she was to bring all of her assets and money with her. Rosarius still talks of how furious the king was when she arrived with Kingfisher in tow. He didn't consider a son from a previous marriage an asset? Lane's laughter sounded flat. Not even a little. He wanted a son of his own, and as quickly as possible. He didn't want Kingfisher as his heir by marriage, but it took a long time for my mother to fall pregnant again. Fae children are a rare gift. Most couples are lucky if they have even one child. Belicon thought Fisher had used my mother up. He actually said that once. He still insists that when our mother did fall pregnant with me a long time later, it was Fisher's fault that she wasn't strong enough to produce another male heir. His fault that she wasn't strong enough to survive the delivery, either. Her pregnancy with me was difficult. None of her healers were surprised when she passed shortly after I came into the world. But Belicon... Everlane shook her head sadly.
According to the king, everything's always Fisher's fault. But our mother's death wasn't because of him. It was because of me. It wasn't anyone's fault, I said. Women have died in childbirth since the dawn of time. Human or fae, it makes no difference. The child can never be held accountable. Lane had probably heard all of this before. She just nodded, stroking her hands over the blanket she'd placed on the back of my reading chair. "How did you know Fisher wasn't Belicon's illegitimate son?" she asked. "He's had enough affairs over the years." That one was easy. Because, illegitimate or not, no father would hate their own blood the way Belicon hates Fisher. Yes, well. Lane's jaw worked as she stared unseeingly down at the blanket. You're right about that. Anyway, she inhaled, straightening as she came back to herself, shedding the heavy topic like it was an oppressive robe. I'm going to fetch us something for breakfast. When we're finished eating, we'll head up to the library. She left, and I sat myself down on the edge of my bed, relieved that I was alone at last. Anaroth Moor, Anaroth Moor, Anaroth Moor. Kingfisher had told me to listen to the quicksilver, and I'd heard it. I couldn't stop hearing it. The voices in my head were gone. They'd vanished as soon as the quicksilver had stilled. But that phrase... I kept repeating it to myself over and over again, as if it were the answer to a question I didn't know how to ask. Anaroth Moor, Anaroth Moor, Anaroth Moor. Kingfisher had responded when I'd said it out loud. He'd been wide-eyed, shocked even. He hadn't explained what it meant, though, and the not knowing was driving me crazy. I dug my fingernails into my palm, applying pressure to the rhythm of those words as they cycled around in my head. It felt almost as if they had replaced the beating of my heart. My trance only ended when a loud knock at the door sundered the silence. At some point, Lane would accept that I just didn't eat that much, and she'd stop loading up my plate with so much food. She'd slip an apple into her pocket for me or something. That way, even if her breakfast plate were full, she'd still have a spare hand free to open the door with. I grumbled to myself as I crossed the room and twisted the handle, pulling the door so that it swung open as I headed back to the bed and dropped down to my knees, searching underneath it for the shoes I'd kicked off last night. Admittedly, I do enjoy when a female kneels for me, but in this particular case... I was reaching, arms stretched out, fingers catching on the heel of my shoe underneath the bed, but the moment I heard that voice, I went stiff as a board. Blood rushed to my cheeks as I drew back and sat up on my heels, glowering up at Kingfisher. "You aren't welcome in here," I informed him. His lip was even angrier and redder than it had been yesterday afternoon. In his hands, he carried a large wooden board stacked high with all kinds of cured meats, cheeses, fruit, and at least 3 different kinds of bread. He wore an inordinate amount of armor, twice as much as usual. His shins were covered by black greaves embellished with golden rising suns, their rays spearing upward toward his knees. Matching vambraces covered his wrists. He looked down at himself, his mouth twisting into a cold smile when he caught me looking at his upgraded armor. "You like it?" he purred. "I figured some extra protection was in order this morning, since you're now given to hurling yourself at me like some kind of rabid feline." "Cat's scratch," I said flatly. "I came this close to knocking you on your ass. In your fucking dreams, human." He kicked the door closed, strode into the bedroom, set down the pile of food on the small table, and then went to all 3 of the tall windows in the room, ripping the curtains closed at each as he went. I got up and followed after him, drawing the curtains open again. "What are you doing?" "I'm hungover," he announced. "The sun is trying to crack my skull open, which is making me very unfriendly. But please, feel free to open the curtains." "How did you even kill a Fey warrior? Did you need a special weapon? Could they be poisoned?" I made a mental note to ask Rusarius. The old librarian was bound to know. Scowling deeply, I went back and revisited the windows, drawing the curtains closed again. I meant, "What are you doing here?" "In my room." "I'm not allowed to eat in the library, apparently. And unlike Lane, I don't have my own assigned wing of the court. After seeing how nice your rooms were yesterday, I figured I'd come and eat breakfast here. Don't worry, I brought you some cheese." He picked up one of the small plates that he'd balanced on his overflowing board and planted a massive wedge of hard cheese down on it. In fairness, it looked like good cheese, but the way he shoved the plate at me across the table made my blood boil. The prick started eating like his life depended on it. "Rusarius said no cooked food in the library. All of this is cold. Take it and go and bother him." Kingfisher paid me no heed. "Fisher!" He winced, hunkering down into his seat. "Today has rules, human." He started counting them off on his hand, a finger for each. "Do not shout. Do not throw any punches. Do not make me do any physical exercise. Do not—" "Your lips bleeding everywhere again," I told him. His tongue darted out between his lips, his blood staining the very tip of it, and I found myself being flashed by a pair of wickedly sharp canines. The sight of them sent a thrill of panic-tinged intrigue through me. Heat rose up from the pit of my stomach, my blood rushing to my cheeks. Kingfisher's gaze snapped up, singling in on mine. "Careful, human. We Fae have an excellent sense of smell. You'd be amazed what we can scent floating on the air." I wasn't doing anything. I didn't— Oh, gods. I was going to die of embarrassment. The moment had been fleeting. I hadn't even meant to think it. I despised Kingfisher. I was not attracted to him. I was not thinking about his tongue or his teeth. He set down the piece of bread and meat he was holding and sat back in his chair very slowly. His expression was suddenly serious, his eyes alert, his voice low and smooth as velvet. "You're making it worse." Swallowing down the urge to scream, I sat down at the table and forced myself to hold his unbearably smug gaze. Change the subject, change the subject, change the subject. "Why haven't you gotten your lip taken care of, anyway? They can heal it. A small cut like that? It'd be gone with one tiny touch." Kingfisher's eyes narrowed, still boring into me.
I was going to get it seen to after this, but now I've decided against it. Huh, right. I ripped a piece of cheese from the block he'd slapped on the plate for me and shoved it into my mouth. Yes, just now, actually. I'm going to keep it as a souvenir. A reminder of the time a weak human girl landed a hit on you and drew blood? You want your friends knowing about that? Fuck, this cheese had the consistency of glue. I kept chewing, but my mouth was so dry that it was turning into a thick paste. I like being surprised, Fisher said, spinning his fork over in his hand. I'm also a fan of aggressive foreplay. It'll be a fun reminder. I breathed in sharply, inhaling cheese. Choking and spluttering, I tried desperately to get rid of it, but it wasn't going anywhere. Kingfisher leaned forward, his tongue running over his teeth again. He smiled suggestively as he said, "Swallow." What in the five hells is going on here? Are you trying to kill the poor girl? Lane came out of nowhere, a cloud of sweet perfume and saffron-colored silks.
She set down the plates that she'd collected from the kitchens, then began rubbing her hand soothingly against my back. "What did you do to her?" She glowered hotly at Fisher. "For the love of every god that has ever been or ever will be, could you please lower your voice?" he groaned. "She's choking to death, Fisher. Did you poison her?" "Breathe, Saris. That's it. Slowly in, slowly out." She demonstrated breathing in through her nose. And why does it smell like a brothel in here? If you're going to spend the night out whoring and drinking, the least you could do is wash the smell of sex off you before showing up for breakfast." Kingfisher looked like he was about to explode with laughter. The monstrous bastard was enjoying this. I braced for the cruel jibe. He was seconds from telling his sister that whatever she could smell was courtesy of me and not him. But when he spoke, he took me by surprise. "You're right. I'm sorry, Lane. That was inconsiderate. I'll take my breakfast and leave you both in peace. If Wren shows up, let him know I'm down in the bathhouse, washing away my sins. I'll see you this afternoon, Osha. Be ready to practice more of what we learned yesterday." Wait. I watched him go. He took the fall for me. Why would he do that? Would Lane know that I was the source of the scent of arousal in the air the moment he left? I didn't think so. I wasn't thinking about Fisher's tongue trailing up my neck anymore. I was thinking about him forcing me to hold that quicksilver in my palm again, and how much it was going to hurt. Anaroth more, Anaroth more, Anaroth more. The memory of those voices in my head echoed like a war chant. Fisher had saved me from embarrassment, but that meant little. Not when I was faced with the promise of an afternoon working with the quicksilver. He really was crazy if he thought I would willingly subject myself to that again. The temperature in the library was insufferable. Even colder than usual, condensation ran down the insides of the windows, and billowing clouds of fog formed in the air any time anyone spoke. "It'll snow tonight," Rosarius announced, frowning up at the moody blanket of clouds that filled the view out of the domed glass ceiling. Snow. The prospect of watching it fall from the sky with my own two eyes was thrilling, but there were more important matters at hand. I'd made my decision, and I was sticking to it. "I want to learn more about the quicksilver today," I said. "I know you were planning on covering more about Sanisroth and the courts, but the king only gave us a week before Kingfisher has to leave. It's been 3 days already, and I haven't learned much about the pathways." "Knowledge of the courts will be vital when you start to travel outside of Avelia. I do think this is worth going over," Lane said, placing a hand on top of the daunting stack of books she'd set out for the day's session. I don't know. Maybe Ceres is right. Rusorius's white hair was more cloud-like than ever, puffing out in every direction. If we can't demonstrate that Ceres is capable of activating the Quicksilver, there'll be trouble for Kingfisher, I think. He's the one who brought her here. The king gave him a week to teach our new friend here how to navigate this whole thing. If she fails, he'll punish Fisher, Lane said. And Ceres too, perhaps? Rusorius suggested in a questioning tone. Lane reluctantly pushed her curated stack of books aside. All right, the Quicksilver it is. Maybe if we cover some rudimentary ground, Fisher will be able to introduce you to some other, lesser alchemical compounds in the forge this afternoon. Oh, Fisher wasn't messing around with lesser alchemical compounds. He'd thrown me in at the deep end and slapped raw Quicksilver in my hand without so much as a by your leave. Again, I made the decision not to spill that little tidbit of information. I was wondering whether there were any references relating to how the alchemists used the pathways to travel from one place to another specifically, as in how they made sure they would wind up where they wanted to go. I clarified. Was there a panel or some incantation or... I shrugged, channeling as much nonchalance as I could muster. Did they have to say a place's name out loud or something? Rusorius wiped his nose on the back of his robe's sleeve, then blew on some hot tea he'd fixed for himself somewhere at the back of the library. Oh, no. I doubt we have any books or parchments that cover that, he said. Oh, disappointment gnawed on my insides. No, that part was easy. It was common knowledge how they made their way from one point to another. Rusorius sipped his tea and yelped, fanning his mouth. Gods! Patience has never been my strong suit. You think I would have learned to wait by now? How did they do it then? If it was common knowledge. Ah, yes. Well, they just fixed their intentions on the place. Focused very hard, apparently. If they wanted to explore somewhere new, they'd think of the kind of place they wanted to go to. If they wanted to discover a place rich in iron ore, for example, they'd think about iron ore and let the Quicksilver pull them to a place that had plenty of iron ore. It was a very simple system. Flawed, of course. On a number of occasions, an alchemist thought of the kind of place they wanted to go and stepped into a pool, never to be seen again. A group went searching for hydrogen once. That busybody archivist, Clements, postulated that the Quicksilver delivered them right into the center of a star somewhere. Load of utter nonsense, if you ask me. I stopped listening. I wasn't trying to go somewhere new. I wanted to go home. And all I had to do was think about Zilvarin before stepping into the pool? That would be too easy, surely. But Rusorius did seem certain. And where's the pool here in the Winter Palace? Bellicone has one, right? I asked, interrupting the old male, who was still giving examples of different groups of alchemists who had gone missing while exploring unknown destinations. Oh, of course! Our pool is the largest ever documented, the librarian declared, beaming, as if he were personally responsible for its existence. Bellicone had it crafted so that it could transport whole armies if needed. It's situated beneath us, down very deep in the bowels of the palace. Nearly every tunnel you come across will lead you there. Though I once spent 5 days trying to work out, I did a commendable job of feigning interest as Rusorius chattered on, even if I did say so myself. The plans that were rapidly forming in my head demanded all of my attention, but I nodded and laughed at the librarian's tale, engaging just enough to convince Lane that I was listening to him too. The next 3 hours dragged by, and I did my best not to fidget. I took notes about the Sanisrothian pool, located at the center of their rival courts' council halls. I recorded the locations of 2 other pools in 2 other courts as well. The Galarian, the Fae in the mountains to the east, kept their pool in a hall perched upon the highest peak of their domain. It was reported that the pool belonging to the Lycians, the seafaring Fae who lived upon a southern island, was located deep in a sea cave and was almost as large as the Avelian pool, though that had never been confirmed, the Lycians regarding it as their most sacred place of worship. I took all of this in, my mind buzzing the whole time. All I had to do was fix my mind on the Silver City. I had to reach out to the Quicksilver, convince it to wake, and then I'd be home. It would be so simple. But there was something I had to do first.
Chapter 12. Fox. Kingfisher's copious amounts of leather was gone, and I could understand why. The hearth was blazing, a white-hot fire licking up the brickwork when I entered the forge. For the first time in nearly a week, a blissful warmth sank into my bones, and it was a beautiful, beautiful thing. Lane's dark-haired brother smirked like a demon when he realized that I had entered the blistering hot workshop, though he didn't turn away from his task. Sweat ran down the side of his face as he thrust a glowing set of tongs into the inferno. He stooped, squinting as he concentrated for a moment, and then he drew the long tongs back out again, this time with a small iron pot clasped in the tongs' grips. I barely noticed the pot, the crucible, that Kingfisher set down on the anvil by the workbench. My gaze was locked onto the bead of sweat that was hanging from Fisher's chin. For the life of me, I could see nothing else. It glistened there for a second, and then fell, sizzling when it hit the iron crucible and turned to smoke. Fisher's normally loose black shirt was plastered to his chest. He drew in a deep breath, his shoulders rising, and I jerked when he snapped his fingers in front of my face. "You could at least say hello before you start eye-fucking me." "I wasn't eye-fucking you. I was trying to see through all of this steam." I wafted my hand for effect, but the air was clear. There was no steam, and Kingfisher did not look impressed. "It's always confounded me. Humans aren't restricted by the same laws as the oath-bound Fae. You creatures can lie whenever you want. You do it all of the time. And yet you're all so fucking bad at it." His cheeks were flushed from the heat, slick with perspiration. Not a hair on his head was dry. From root to tip, his waves were dripping wet, some of them plastered to the side of his face. As if suddenly conscious of this, he shook his head like a dog, showering sweat everywhere. I held my hand up in front of my face, blocking the spray. Disgusting. Fisher laughed silently as he peered into the crucible, peeling his shirt free of his chest as he inspected what was inside. "There you go again, lying your little heart out. You like my sweat, don't you, human?" Since the moment we'd met, the prick had lived to push my buttons. I'd never reacted to him calling me human or OSHA, so I had no clue how he knew it irked me so much. But it did. I was officially sick of it. "I have a name. Use it." I barged past him, making my way to the workbench. I dumped the bag I'd brought with me onto the table, and then snatched up one of the thick leather aprons hanging on the wall by the window. I turned around, ready to lecture him about manners and how it was polite to call a person by their given name, and not some shitty name they'd come up for them. But, holy gods and martyrs! My heart leaped up into my throat. Less than an inch away,
Kingfisher smiled down at me. How the hell had he gotten this close? His eyes danced with mirth. It was criminal that such astonishing eyes belonged to such a bastard. They were like nothing I'd ever seen before. So bright. The most unique and startling shade of green. And while the quicksilver trapped in his right iris freaked me the hell out, there was no denying that it made him look remarkable. "You are temporary," he said, looming over me, his huge frame just everywhere. "And you are rude," I shot back. He shrugged, turning away. As soon as his back was to me, I sucked in a ragged breath, trying to regain my composure while he wasn't looking. "It isn't practical, learning the names of humans," he said. "You come and go so quickly. I only bothered to learn the names of creatures who live longer than a heartbeat." My hands shook as I looped the apron ties around my waist, and then knotted them over my stomach. "It's Saris, my name. Call me that or nothing at all." He cast an amused look over his shoulder. His lips parted a fraction, exposing the briefest glimpse of teeth. "Nothing at all. I like the sound of that. Come here and look at this. Nothing at all." I suppose I walked right into that one. Sighing, I went to see what he was pointing at inside the crucible. There are these other words, too. Please and thank you. I haven't heard you use either yet, but I'm sure they're a part of your vocabulary. "They're not," he said brightly. A tiny amount of dark gray powder, fine as ash, sat in the bottom of the crucible. "What am I looking at?" "Bone," Fisher said. "Human?" He shook his head. "I didn't have any. Though if you were willing to contribute—" "Stop!" Fisher stood up straight, half closing one eye as he studied me. "Are your kind supposed to nap in the afternoons? You're really grumpy. I'm the one with the hangover, you know." "What did you even do last night?" "Wouldn't you like to know?" "Actually, forget it. I've changed my mind. I don't want to know." "Ren and I went to the Blind Pig. We gambled away half his savings and drank the bar dry. I'll invite you next time." I pulled a face. "Please don't." Kingfisher grabbed me, his hand closing around my wrist. I'd been about to poke the powder inside the crucible with my fingertip, but... "Where you come from, does a smith poke a finger into a crucible right after it comes out of a blazing furnace, Osha?" Fisher demanded. I worked my jaw, feeling absolutely, completely, devastatingly stupid. If I'd done that back in Elroy's workshop, he'd have screamed at me until he was hoarse, and then banished me from the shop for a whole week. I wouldn't have even been allowed to approach the crucible without wearing a pair of heat-resistant gloves. Here, I wasn't thinking straight. I was distracted, and the reason for my distraction had just saved me from potentially losing my whole hand. My cheeks burned hotter than the fire in the hearth. "No."
"They do not." Kingfisher released me. He said nothing further on the matter, but the hard, annoyed look he sent my way said plenty. "Be more careful, Osha." "The bone was fey," he said after a moment. "For centuries, our kind has tried to understand how the relics that allow us to travel through the quicksilver were made. There have been many theories over the years, but that's all they've ever been. Theories. With the quicksilver sleeping, we haven't been able to experiment or put any of those theories to the test. But now that you're here, you want me to wake the quicksilver so you can try and bind things to it and see if you can make a relic out of it." "Exactly." He grinned. It was the first real, full smile I'd seen from him, and it was terrifying. Not because of how evil it made him look. Far from it. He looked so much younger than he did when he was scowling. He looked happy. And that was what really fucked with me. It was easy hating Kingfisher when he was being a bastard, but in this moment, he appeared very un-bastard-like. and that was confusing. I didn't have the time or the inclination to pick apart that confusion right now. It didn't matter. I had more important things to worry about. You're using bone to see if fusing the quicksilver with biological material will trick the pool into thinking the living creature passing through it is a part of it? I asked. Kingfisher rocked back on his heels, his eyebrows hiking up his forehead. Yes, actually. That's precisely what I want to do. Well, all right then. Let's do it. Really? After yesterday, I expected that you'd be reluctant to try activating the quicksilver again. I'm not happy about it, no. But if it means that we Oh, holy gods! We weren't alone. My hand closed around a pair of tongs. I clutched them like a dagger, leaping forward, adopting a defensive stance. My pulse hammered in my fingers and my toes, and everywhere else it possibly could. In an instant, I was ready to fight. But Kingfisher moved quicker than me. He became a blur of black smoke. Cold wind ripped at my hair, and then he was gone. He rematerialized on the other side of the workshop, murder in his eyes, that lethal black sword gripped in both hands, dripping smoke. What is that? I stabbed my finger at the hideous thing crouching next to the hearth. It hissed at me, baring its teeth, showing the whites of its eyes. Kingfisher took one look at the creature and straightened out of his defensive stand, cursing in a language I didn't understand. What's wrong with you? It's a fox. Gods, I thought you were about to get your face torn off. Fox? What's a fox? Kingfisher muttered darkly under his breath as he went and stood over the strange animal. It had a thick, furry coat, white as the snow out of the window, and glassy black eyes the color of jet. It cowered, pressing its body against the stone floor, small black-tipped ears pinned back against its tiny skull as it watched Kingfisher raise his sword over its head. Just so you know, the warrior growled, transporting like that when you have a headache is the worst. He brought the blade swinging down. No! Stop! What are you doing? He drew the weapon to one side just in the nick of time. Graceless fucking gods, human! Stop fucking yelling! I don't want you to kill it. It just surprised me, that's all. It's a fox. A pest. This is probably what was living in the hearth before we ripped that den out. They steal food from the kitchens. The creature wasn't nearly as hideous as I'd first thought. I darted forward, stooping low, covering the little thing with my body, gripped by a sudden remorse. You definitely can't kill it then. Not if we destroyed its home. It's going to bite you, Kingfisher said. No, it won't. It bit me. Its teeth were sharp as needles. With its jaws clamped around my forearm, the little fox chittered and squealed, making all kinds of strange sounds. It seemed like it wanted to run away and hide, but it couldn't quite figure out how to stop biting me. Kingfisher set the tip of his sword against the stone at his feet and casually leaned his weight against it, watching the scene play out with no obvious feeling one way or another. They carry all kinds of diseases. Lung rot, he said. A flaky skin thing, too? Some kind of fungal infection, I think. Ow! It's almost down to the bone, Fisher. Help me! Kingfisher pushed away from the sword, standing up straight. He looked up at the rafters overhead, squinting. This is a learning experience, I think. There are always consequences to our actions. Your new furry bracelet is a consequence of human weakness. Wear it with pride. The little fox sneezed, his black eyes locked on mine. If a fox could have an expression,
His would have been one of panic. He wanted me to help him, I thought. But how was I supposed to do that when, if anything, he was biting down even harder? Let go! Let go! Let go! Let go! Let go! I pleaded. Please let go! I don't want to have to hurt you. I'm sorry we ruined your home. I promise we'll build you an even better one. Don't make promises on my behalf, Kingfisher interjected. I think it would make a great hat. I growled at Kingfisher. The fox growled too. As if we'd found some common ground, the little fox slowly relaxed its grip on my forearm, its jaws shaking as if it were going against its better nature by releasing me. I stood, pressing my hand against the puncture marks in my skin, attempting to stem the flow of blood. The fox shot Kingfisher a wary look and darted under my skirts, hiding beneath the folds of the shifting fabric. "Oh, look," Kingfisher observed. "Finally, a use for all of that ridiculous material. Such a pretty little doll in her pretty little dress, aren't you?"
"Hey, I don't want to wear this," I snapped, plucking at the dress. "What was I wearing when you found me?" "A whole lot of blood," Fisher pondered, frowned. "Wait, I seem to recall that your intestines might have been a part of your ensemble." "Pants and a shirt," I said dryly, "and a pair of boots with really good soles. Do you have any idea what those boots cost me?" "Let me guess. Your virginity." "Fuck you, Fisher." "Sure," he smirked, "but I'm afraid I don't have any new boots to trade you for your time." I lunged for him, ready to kill him, and gasped when I felt the brush of fur against my calves and remembered the little fox that I was harboring. Its claws scratched against my leg. I attempted not to react, but Fisher saw me flinch. "Gods above," he groaned. "Let me kill it and be done with it." "No, absolutely not." "All right, fine. Have it your way." He turned back to the crucible, waving his hand. At the same moment, there was a rush of cool air underneath my skirt, accompanied by a frightened yap, and a large wicker cage appeared on the far end of the workbench. Inside the cage, a bowl filled with water, a small pile of what looked like chicken bones, and, of course, the fox. "You'll need to release the damn thing outside of the palace. It won't last 5 seconds here, not even as your plaything. For now, it can sit there and be quiet," he said, giving the cage a meaningful look. "And you—" He flicked his wrist again, and the tight crimson gown Lane dressed me in this morning disappeared into thin air. I drew in a full, deep breath for the first time in 6 hours, and almost wept at the rush of air flooding my lungs. I was wearing normal clothes. No, wait. They weren't my clothes. They were similar, yes, but there were marked differences between the clothes Kingfisher had found me in and these garments. The pants were thicker, black, and not dirty white. The material was tough but supple, skin tight. Well, I guess I couldn't complain about that after being so bent out of shape about the frills Lane had put me in. The shirt was more of a tunic, black, a little longer in the body than I was used to, more in keeping with Fey fashion. There were so many pockets. At my waist hung a leather belt with numerous loops for tools and weapons? There was an actual knife strapped to my thigh. I stared down at the black onyx handle, trying to make sense of what I was seeing. "Do you need walking through how that works?" My head shot up. Kingfisher had his back to me. Oh, for the love of all the gods! He was pulling his shirt over his god's cursed head. When he turned, his chest bare, a sea of swirling black ink marking slick muscle. His expression was trained into a blank mask. At the very center of his chest, snarling and fierce, another wolf's head had been inked into his skin.
Many smaller tattoos surrounded it, or broke off from it, but I couldn't tell what they were without inspecting him much more closely. And no way I was doing that. I half expected a backhanded jibe from Kingfisher as I fought not to stare, but he seemed genuine as he jerked his chin toward the knife that he'd magicked into being at my thigh. In the right hands, a blade like that can wreak a lot of damage. Renfis is a good teacher. He can show you how to use it, if you need him to. In the cage on the end of the workbench, the fox began to lap thirstily at his water bowl. "I know knives," I said, looking down at the floor. "You said you knew your way around a forge the other day, and then you tried to stick your finger inside a glowing hot crucible." "I do know my way around a forge. I wasn't thinking." He wiped his hands on his shirt and tossed it onto the workbench. "You could slice your own throat wide open with a knife like that if you forget to think, Osha." "Just give me the damn quicksilver already."
Let's see if we can bind this bone with it and turn it into something useful.
We couldn't. It took me 3 hours to figure out how to awaken the quicksilver again. By the time I successfully transmuted the matte, solid silver into its agitated state, I was exhausted, my body echoing with pain, and marginally traumatized. The particles of bone burst into flames as soon as Kingfisher dropped the powder into the vat containing the quicksilver, vaporizing before it ever touched the surface of the rippling liquid. And the quicksilver wasn't even hot. It chanted and cursed at me in a cadence that felt mocking, and I did my best not to scream out of frustration. I was sweating in the heat of the forge, tired, and growing angrier by the second. Kingfisher didn't notice. Or maybe he did, but didn't show any signs of caring. He leaned over the workbench, sweat running in a river down the groove in his back, banks of powerful muscles flexing on either side of his spine as he made notes in a book he'd conjured from somewhere. So much skin, so much ink. His tattoos on his back were interwoven, bold, sweeping lines that seemed to form pathways and tell stories. I wasn't about to lie to myself. I wanted to know about every single one of them, what they meant, and when he'd got them. I wasn't going to give him the satisfaction of asking, though. I had things I needed to take care of. A spike of urgency rose up inside me, giving me the courage I needed to act. I took a deep breath and braced myself. You know, maybe if I looked at the pendant, held it in my hands, if there was another element bonded with it when it was fired, I might be able to feel what it was. This was a dangerous game. If it worked, I'd be able to go home. If it didn't, I'd have a furious Kingfisher on my hands, and I'd probably be imprisoned in my rooms until I died of old age. Fisher looked back at me. He narrowed his eyes, assessing me. Gods, he was a sight to behold.
Every line of him was art. With his full mouth and the faint shadow of stubble marking his jaw, his fascinating eyes, and all of his midnight black hair, it was hard not to look at him and ache. I had grown up in a pit of misery, where people died more often than they lived. I hadn't seen many beautiful things in my short life, but of all the beautiful things I had seen, Fisher was the most beautiful of all. It would have been wrong to think of the men I'd encountered back in Silverwraith in that way. Some of them had been attractive. Some of them had even been hot enough to make my toes curl. But Fisher was the epitome of everything that was strong and male and powerful. He was so much more than anything I'd experienced before. He was beautiful. Looking at him made me feel like I couldn't catch my breath. "If you want it, come here and touch it," he rumbled. Holy fucking gods. Blood rushed to my cheeks, staining them the color of crimson, and need, and shame. Kingfisher's pupils narrowed to pinpricks. He didn't have a single taunting word for me this time. His lips parted, his gaze boring into me as if he were watching, waiting to see what I'd do. "Or you could just take it off," I suggested, laughing nervously. "You let me wear it a whole 10 days while I was recovering, didn't you? What's a couple of minutes?" "Ren had me trapped in a room with 3-foot-thick walls, locked behind an iron door that whole time," he said simply. "Oh. Yeah, oh. I'm not much fun to be around without it, even for a couple of minutes." I hadn't realized he'd suffered so much while I'd worn the pendant. I knew he'd needed it badly by the time he'd gotten it back, but I thought his second relic, the ring he wore, had served in the chain's absence. I nodded, taking a hesitant step forward. "All right, then." I tried to sound businesslike, but I certainly didn't feel it. "I'll touch it while you're wearing it." Kingfisher's expression gave nothing away. As I approached, he straightened. I thought for a moment that he was moving away from me, but he wasn't. He grabbed a stool from beneath the workbench and sat down on it, positioning himself so that he was facing me. So little space between us now. He spread his legs, the hard, interested light in his eyes daring me to step between them so that I could close the gap. My heart skipped and tripped all over the place as I took that step, accepting his silent challenge. He was so goddamned big. His body hummed with energy. The closer I got, the more I could feel it rolling off him, like heat, like smoke, like power itself. Fisher rested his tattooed hands on top of his thighs, his bright green eyes following my every move as I reached up and touched the fine silver chain. He sat, inhumanly still. He didn't breathe, didn't even twitch. The heat of his skin scorched my fingertips, sending a bolt of electricity snapping through me as I hooked the long chain beneath my fingers and slid them down his chest, over that snarling wolf's head tattoo, until I reached the solid weight of the pendant. It was rectangular in shape, about 1 inch long, and lighter than I remembered. When he'd first looped it around my neck back in the Hall of Mirrors, it had felt like an anvil hanging around my neck. The crest on the front of it was almost worn smooth, but I could still make out the design. 2 crossed swords wrapped in thin vines. I spun it over in my hand, drawing my bottom lip into my mouth, trying not to think about the fact that the shining metal wasn't wet with water, but with Kingfisher's sweat. I could smell him. The light musk of his sweat was inoffensive. In fact, it smelled sweet and heady, and lit a fire in the hollow of my stomach that I didn't understand. I wanted to lean into him and inhale deep. The need to do so was so overpowering that I almost went ahead and fucking did it. Gods, Anything? Kingfisher's voice was rough as smoke. I nearly jumped out of my God's-cursed skin. No, not yet. Let me think. "What do you know about Fey anatomy, Osha?" he whispered. I focused so hard on the pendant that my vision started to swim. I didn't dare blink, though. I definitely wasn't brave enough to look up at him and meet his eyes. I knew he was staring at me, of course. I could have felt that fierce gaze through a sandstone wall. "Not much," I said, burning a hole in the pendant. "Your kind looks a lot like humans. I'm assuming a lot of it works the same." I waited for the mocking barb, the sharp, sneering retort. Kingfisher's reaction to being compared to a human wasn't going to be good. Surprisingly, it wasn't as disdainful as I would have expected. "On a surface level, yes," he said softly. "We have similar internal organs, though we do possess a few that humans do not." Extra internal organs? That was intriguing. "We're bigger, taller, of course," he continued. I arched an eyebrow at that. "Of course." "Our hearts are bigger by ratio." I couldn't help it. I looked up. "Really?" He nodded. Mm-hmm. Wow. Weird. Our eyesight is far superior to yours. Our sense of smell, he said, his eyes lowering, traveling down my body. Heat flared in the center of my chest. The way he was looking at me, there was nothing friendly about it. Kingfisher and I weren't friends. At best, we were loose allies who irritated the hell out of each other. So why then was he looking at me right now like I was an ally he'd like to fuck? His eyes snapped back up to mine. Our sense of taste is superior to yours. Touch. Our sense of hearing is very sharp. We can hear the smallest sound at a great distance. The silver in his right eye flared as he exhaled, his breath fanning across my cheek. We can hear each other's heartbeats. Out of nowhere, he grabbed me by the wrist. I tensed, jolting, but he didn't hurt me. He took the pendant, lifting it, placing the metal between his teeth, holding it out of the way as he moved my hand to the center of his chest. Feel that? He asked, his bottom lip pressing against the pendant as he spoke with it still clamped between his teeth. The tips of his canines also pressed into the swell of his bottom lip. I couldn't tear my eyes away from them. Dum, dum, dum. Kingfisher tapped the back of my hand in time with the rhythm of his heart. The pause between each beat was so long that I thought I was going to scream around the tension that built between each one. Slow, steady, he murmured. Our fey hearts rarely betray us. We're calm creatures. But you, Osha? You're a ball of chaos. Your heart betrays you at every turn. Quickly, he placed his hand on my chest, right between my breasts. I didn't have time to react to the contact. He began tapping out the rhythm of my heart against my sternum. Thrum, 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 thrum. Fast, erratic, like a hummingbird. I hear it bouncing around all over the place when you look at me. Did you know that? No, I didn't. I swallowed, a wave of nausea making my mouth sweat as I pulled away from him. Tried to pull away from him. He still had hold of my wrist. He did not let go. He allowed the pendant to drop from between his teeth, the corner of his mouth kicking up as he tugged me closer to him. His other hand moved from my chest, sliding down, around my waist, settling in the small of my back. His thighs drew together, pinning me by the hips between them. Panic, 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 panic! Externally, I was calm when I spoke, but inside I was screaming. Let me go, Fisher! Immediately, he released me. His legs splayed wide, letting me go. He relinquished his hold on my wrist, too. His hand at the small of my back went nowhere, though. He wasn't using it to hold me in place. It was just a point of contact, and the heat of that contact between us felt like it was scorching me through my shirt. Sliding forward an inch on the stool, Fisher dipped his head so that his mouth was unreasonably close to mine. I've fucked plenty of humans, he whispered. Does that surprise you? Yes, seeing as how you seem to hate us so much. His mouth. Gods, his fucking mouth. I needed to look away. I had to. I don't hate your kind. I'm just disappointed by how breakable you are. If I held you down and fucked you the way I'm imagining fucking you right now, I doubt that you'd survive it. I was burning alive. I was a living torch, blazing out of control. I wouldn't fuck you if you were the last living. Don't bother. The words held bite. Lying is pointless with your heart betraying you so loudly. It's beating fast because I'm afraid, I snapped. Of me? Kingfisher huffed a blast of laughter down his nose. No, you're not. You should be, but you're not. That's one of the things I like most about you. You're holding me against my will. Really?
He looked down at our bodies, his legs still on either side of me but held away from me. His other hand resting on top of his thigh again, my hands clenched into fists at my sides. "You can pull away at any time. Looks to me like you're choosing to stay. It also looks like you're having to stop yourself from touching me. You want to touch me the way I'm touching you, don't you? To feel the weight of me beneath your palms, the heat of me." He angled his head a fraction, something wicked dancing in his eyes. "Just to see what would happen." "You're wrong," he shook his head. "I'm not." "Yes, you are." He gave me a reproachful look. "Are you going to make me say it?" "Say what?" He leaned in even closer. My breath froze in my chest, my throat closing up, but I couldn't move. He grazed the bridge of his nose along the line of my jaw, the contact so light, up toward the shell of my ear. "That your body is betraying you in other ways. That I can smell you, little Osha. And I'm thinking about drinking the sweet nectar you're making for me straight from the fucking cup." I moved before I registered what was even happening. Kingfisher had learned from the last time, though, and saw my fist coming. He grabbed my wrist and then the other when I tried to punch him with my left fist. Harsh, rough laughter boiled out of him, turning me to cinder and ash. "Aren't you curious? Don't you want to know what I taste like?" "Let me fucking go!" For a second time, he released me, freeing my hands. "If you try to punch me again, I'll tie your hands behind your fucking back," he promised. He was still smirking, but he meant it. I could see it in his eyes. "You're still standing here," he said in a taunting tone. Fuck. I was still standing between his legs. What the hell was wrong with me? I made to step back, but Kingfisher placed his hands on my hips, lightly, the same way he'd placed his hands on the small of my back. "Go on. Pull back. I won't stop you," he said. "Or you could kiss me." "You could kiss me. I'll just sit here. I won't move a muscle." "Why would I do that?" "Because you're intrigued. Because you're bored. Because you're super fucking aroused right now, and you want to follow through on whatever little fantasies are playing out in your head." "Yeah, right. I'm just going to kiss you. And you're just going to sit there. You aren't going to move a muscle. You're not even going to kiss me back?" Gods above. Saying it out loud made it sound even more ridiculous. Kingfisher just stared at me. Find out. Was it temporary insanity? A complete loss of common sense? Whatever it was, it took me body and soul. I lunged for him, curving into him, crushing my chest against his, driving my fingers into his hair. 1 second I was standing there, wanting very badly to put some space between us, and then the next, I was rising up onto my toes, still having to reach up for him even though he was sitting down, and I was pressing my mouth to his. The forge disappeared. Everything fell away. Everything but him. His mouth met mine, and a wall of sound erupted inside my head. It was my own voice, urging, begging, pleading with me to slow down, to think this through. But I didn't want to listen. His lips felt incredible. They parted for me, and I could feel his smile against my mouth as his tongue met mine. He kissed me back. His hands stayed right where they were, where he'd promised he'd keep them. But his grip grew tighter, his fingers digging into my hips as he plunged his tongue into my mouth, tasting and probing with every sweep. The scent of him washed over my senses, overcoming me, undoing me. Mint, smoke, the winter morning air that I was becoming accustomed to the more time I spent in this strange place. His breath hit me in short, sharp blasts, fanning across my face as he grew more insistent, his stubble rough against my cheeks.
He held me so tight now that he was definitely leaving bruises. I wanted them. I wanted to remember this. In the years to come, when I looked back at this moment, I would be glad that I'd taken the leap and jumped. This was the kiss to end all kisses. Demanding, urgent, and carnal. I hated this male, hated him with every fiber of my being. But curse me, I wanted him just as bad. Grabbing his hair, I wound it tight around my fingers, clenching my hand into a fist. Kingfisher's head rocked back, a low, rumbling groan issuing from his throat. I nipped and tugged at his bottom lip, sighing into his mouth, and the huge male went utterly still beneath me. "Careful," he panted. "I swore I'd be still while you kissed me. At no point did I promise to exercise restraint if you climbed up into my lap and started grinding yourself against my cock." I hadn't. I wasn't. Fuck. I had. I was. Without even realizing, I'd straddled him. My legs were wrapped low around his waist. His cock was rock hard, trapped between our bodies. I could feel it there, rubbing up against me, applying the most delicious pressure whenever I shifted my weight. Not fucking happening. In 2 seconds flat, I was on the other side of the forge, dragging my hands through my hair instead of his. What the hell was I thinking? Fisher laughed quietly as he rose from the shirt and collected his shirt from the bench. Shaking it out, he slid it onto his arms, but didn't lift it over his head. Not yet. He stood there, eyes drilling into me, a reckless, beautiful grin strewn across his face. I didn't say I minded, but for next time, that's where the line is. You want to cross it, I'll happily join you on the other side. Just don't say I didn't warn you. I fought to shove down the mortified heat that rose up the back of my neck. There won't be a next time. Fisher grinned so hard that a small dimple appeared, forming a deep groove in his cheek. A God-scursed dimple. How had I not noticed that before? He threw the shirt over his head at last, covering his inked chest. "If you say so, little Osha." Oh, gods, can you just go already? I don't want to be around you if you're going to be so unbearable. I have to walk you back to your rooms. I don't want you to, I snapped. Tough. Lane will string me up by the balls if I let you go anywhere alone. Then send Wren to walk with me. Kingfisher crossed the workshop and stood in front of me, his eyes alive with hunger. I hadn't seen him like this before. It was both exciting and terrifying. If I send Wren, you'll wait for him here? Yes. All right then. Have it your way. I'll go. Thank you. My head spun as he leaned down and held his mouth close to my ear again. Come on. Was it really that bad? Yes. He laughed again, cold and cruel, as he placed his hand at the center of my chest again and began to tap. Thrum, 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 thrum. So fast, like a hummingbird. Get the foxbite looked at, little Osha. You don't want that arm falling off. Right before my eyes, Fisher dematerialized into a blur of black sand and smoke. Chapter 13. Duress. I'd spent half my life running in Zilvarin, running from guardians, the traitors I'd cheated, the people I'd pickpocketed. Not only was I fast as lightning, but I had stamina, which was a damned good thing because I had no idea how far I had to run now. All I knew was that I had to get there quickly. It wouldn't be long before Kingfisher noticed what I'd done and came looking for me. The bag I'd packed earlier bounced against my back, approximately 10 pounds heavier than it had been when I'd carried it into the forge. Originally, I'd only packed a few items of clothing and a little food. Most of the bag's weight had come from the large water reservoir I'd stuffed into it, the soft leather bladder filled to brimming. Now, there was a fox in the bag too, and by the sounds of it, the furry little shit wasn't happy about all of the bouncing. He yipped as I sprinted through the hallways, heading down, down, always down. Fey males and females shouted, annoyed as I barreled past them, not giving them time to recognize me for who I was. Any of them could stop me, and I wasn't getting this far only to be snagged by someone who wanted to know why Belicon's prize human wasn't in the library, learning about portals so they could win their stupid fucking war. The fox yowled as I spun around a corner and hurled down a flight of stairs, my feet barely touching the glossy marble floor. "Shut up," I hissed. "Did you want me to leave you back in the forge? You heard him. He wanted to turn you into a hat." The yowling cut off, replaced by a disgruntled, though much quieter, grumbling. The next floor down, I sprinted through reading rooms and indoor hothouses packed with exotic plants and flowers. I bolted across some sort of games court, where 8 or more long-limbed fey females were gracefully volleying a ball back and forth to one another across a net. Training rooms and art studios, and all manner of different workshops, and grand halls, all whipped by in a blur. If I came across a staircase, I went down it. After some serious wriggling and gnawing, the fox managed to poke his head out of the bag and started anxiously licking the back of my neck. "It's all right. I'm not gonna let him hurt you. Shh, it's okay." I should have had Rosarius and Lane take me down to the Quicksilver and show me where it was. They would have wanted to wait until tomorrow, though, and I couldn't afford another day. Not when I'd already waited this long. 6 floors, 7 floors, 8, 12, 15. I stopped counting after that. My thighs were screaming when I finally hit a level where there were no more windows. The rooms became smaller, the roofs lower. As far as I could ascertain, these were all signs that I'd made it to the subterranean floors. Eventually, the only Fae I encountered were Belicon's soldiers. Fuck. Of course there would be soldiers down here. The Quicksilver might have been dormant for 1,000 years, but it was one of Avelia's most valuable assets, and I'd managed to wake the silver. Now Belicon knew that it could be done. He wasn't likely to leave the pool unguarded if there was a chance it might open again, and danger could come rushing through. Damn it. I was losing precious minutes. I could feel the Quicksilver tugging at me. After sleeping for so long, it wanted to be awake. It wanted me to find it. I knew which direction I had to go in now. Straight ahead, a yawning, rough-hewn mouth opened in the stonework wall, giving way to what looked like one of Rosarius's tunnels. If I took that tunnel, I knew I'd find the pool. The only problem was 3 guards standing at the entrance to the tunnel, eyes trained ahead, gloved hands resting on the hilts of their swords. I only had the small dagger Kingfisher had given me, and an ornery fox to defend myself with. That wasn't really a problem. I could kill them. But engaging in a fight right now would only waste time I didn't have. "What are we going to do?" I mumbled to myself. "What are we going to do? How am I going to get myself out of this one?" The other way. Another way. Come. Come! Hearing the Quicksilver whispering inside my mind was disconcerting, to say the least. It wanted me to know there was another path to it, it seemed, and it was willing to show me the way. But I had a choice before me. There was still time. I could turn around and go back up to my room and pretend as if my frantic flight through the palace had never happened. I could spend my days in the library with Lane and Rosarius, reading dusty books about Fey customs and the alchemists who lived thousands of years ago. Kingfisher was only given leave to remain here within the palace walls for a week. He would be gone in a couple of days. Someone else would take his place in the forge, experimenting with me. Maybe things wouldn't be so bad if I didn't have to deal with him every day. It came as a shock that the idea of Fisher leaving didn't actually make me happy. He annoyed the hell out of me, but he was a known entity. The thought of sharing the ford with someone else made my rib cage feel tight. Who would they replace him with anyway? Gods, what did it even matter? I wasn't staying. I made to move, but a large group of guards turned around a corner, and I was forced to duck into an alcove and hug the wall, doing my best to disappear into the shadows as they marched by. The fox stared at me, his ears tipped in black, swiveling as he listened to the sounds around us. His body, much thinner than all of his fluff would suggest, shook like a leaf inside the bag. As soon as Belicon's warriors had moved off down the hall, I darted out of my hiding place and skirted along the edge of the hall, praying that the soldiers still standing by the tunnel entrance didn't see me. Mercifully, one of them had turned to talk to the others, and their attention was drawn elsewhere. I ducked around the corner as quickly as I could, my slippered feet not making a sound. Ahead. Ahead. I didn't need the voices to tell me where to go now. I knew instinctively. That didn't stop the Quicksilver from whispering to me, though. Ahead. Yes. Come. Come. The fox keened, scrabbling around inside the bag, but with the top cinched around his neck, he couldn't get out. Stop! It's for your own good, I swear. I'll find a way to get you out of here and take you somewhere safe, but please, stop wriggling. He didn't. He was a fox and had no idea what the fuck I was asking him to do, but at least he didn't bite me again. This way. This way. I was already turning left at the fork in the hallway. Ahead. Yes. In. Go in. The door at the end of the hallway looked innocuous enough. I wasted no time debating what might be on the other side of it. I turned the handle, flung it open, and went through it. Cold, bare stone greeted me. A tunnel, much smaller than the one the soldiers were guarding, with a roof so low I had to scoot down as I pressed forward into the darkness. I had no torch, but I was used to traveling through underground tunnels in the dark. I'd had plenty of experience with that back in Silverwraith, when I'd routinely snuck into Madra's underground stores to siphon water. Rosarius had said all of the tunnels lead straight to the Quicksilver, so I knew I'd find it eventually. Yes, come, come, this way. A few minutes. That's all it took. One last turn and I found myself standing in a vast, high-ceilinged cavern. Torches burned in sconces here, mounted to the dripping walls, throwing light out in all directions, which was a blessing. Statues of ancient fae and other strange creatures 20 feet tall stood around an enormous pool at the very center of the cavern. The air felt heavy here, too thick to draw down into my lungs as I slowed to catch my breath. There was a sound, too, a constant ringing, the pitch so high that I couldn't actually hear it. It was as though I could feel it rattling at my eardrums. The little fox in my arms whined, trying to duck his head back into the bag. Apparently, he could hear the ringing tone, and he didn't like it one bit. Shh, it's okay. It's gonna be okay, don't worry. Come, the pool beckoned. Be with us. We won't hurt you. A cold sweat broke out across my brow when I fully took in the pool. It wasn't just big. It was enormous. 40 feet wide and 15 feet across, the expanse of brightly shining silver made Madra's pool look like a puddle by comparison. Its reflective surface was smooth as the surface of a mirror. But a mirror's sole purpose was to tell you the truth. It didn't differentiate between good and bad. A mirror had no desire to soothe your troubles or deceive you. It was glass, and nothing more. This pool of shining silver was awake and full of lies. My feet moved toward it, carrying me forward. I'd made it halfway across the smooth stone cavern floor before I'd realized what was even happening. Gods! I could see my breath down here,
The huge columns supporting the black rock ceiling 60 feet up were slick with ice. The chill that nipped at my skin wasn't from the cold, though. It was more than that. A sharp, probing presence that prickled at me, trying to worm its way inside. Here. Yes. Come here. Come with us. I stole myself, regaining control of my feet. If I was going to approach the huge expanse of silver, I would do so on my own terms, damn it. In the bag, the fox whined, eyes rolling, panting anxiously. The cursed thing wouldn't stop wriggling. By the time I'd reached the pool, he was thrashing, desperate to be free. All right! All right! Gods!
At the wide raised stone lip that formed the pool's edge, I set the bag down and untied the cord that was keeping him trapped inside. As soon as I pulled the bag open, the fox leaped out and bolted, a streak of white fleeing into the shadows. "Bye then," I called after him. At least he would have a decent chance of finding his way outside of the palace down here, without running afoul of Kingfisher's blade. He had better night vision than I did, and he could smell fresh air from a mile away. He'd be out in the snow, back where he belonged, in no time. He wasn't built for Silvarin, the heat, the sand. I hadn't really considered how I was going to feed him or find enough water for him. Evalia was his home. Better that he stayed. Sadness still welled up in my chest as I stared after him, though. Come, come, come. The voices were insistent. The pull the quicksilver exerted on me intensified, like there were physical hands shoving me, pushing me, pulling me, urging me to step into the pool. And I wanted to. I'd give it what it wanted. But there was one thing I needed to do first. Yesterday, when Kingfisher had forced me to activate that quicksilver, he'd said it was a test, one I'd passed. I had no idea if he had set me that test, or if the quicksilver itself had, but there had been no pain when I'd activated the silver earlier, only a key turning in my mind, a lock popping undone, a stream of energy invited to flow. Would it be the same here with this quicksilver? Or was I going to have to pass another test with this pool? The pain that I'd borne dealing with that tiny amount of silver in the forge had been crippling. The pain that would be meted out by this amount of quicksilver would break me. There was only one way to find out. The silver in the forge had felt like a small weight in the center of my mind, just a slight pressure. When I closed my eyes and reached out here, the silver was a sea, bottomless and vast, and I was the small weight floating on top of it. I wasn't drowning in it, though. I felt safe, bobbing on the surface of it. I could sink down into it if I wanted to, let it rise up over me and cocoon me from the world. I breathed deep and reached out with my hand, reaching my fingertips to the cold, hard surface of the silver, and I spoke to it. Wake up. It happened fast. 1 second the pool was solid, the next, it was a shining banner of liquid silver, glinting as it undulated in the torchlight. A loud hum filled my ears, unnatural and discordant. An unpleasant sound, but I found myself mesmerized by it, my mind drifting away from itself. Come, join us, Ceres. Come. Yes, I would go. I would enter the pool and everything would be all right. I would go back. Where did I want to go? My foot hovered above the surface of the pool. Just an inch. That's all it would take, and I would go. A terrible wind howled through the cavern. The tip of my slipper kissed the silver, but before I could step forward, a wall of shifting, glittering black sand slammed into me, knocking me back. I went down hard, landing on my side, my hip exploding with pain. Breath rushed into my lungs, ice cold, so freezing that I let out an audible gasp of shock. Oh gods. Kingfisher.
He emerged from the cloud of black smoke like a night terror stepping through the shadowy gates of hell. He wore the same shirt he'd been wearing in the forge, the same pants, too, but now he also wore his chest protector and his gorget, and in his hand he held Nimmerell aloft, the black sword crackling with an unseen power that drew that darkness to it like a shroud. Kingfisher's boots planted firmly on the lip of the pool. There he stayed, blocking the path between me and my brother. His eyes blazed. "I'm hurt. Leaving without saying goodbye?" I propped myself up on one elbow, then managed to sit up, wincing at the sharp bolt of pain that fired through my side. "I don't owe you a goodbye. I don't owe you anything. You owe me your life!" His fury echoed through the cavern, setting the quicksilver churning. Stepping down from the pool, he prowled forward, a predator about to fall on his prey, and for the first time in my life, I knew true fear. Fisher was death incarnate, and he was coming right for me. Whatever pain I'd worried about waking so much quicksilver paled in comparison to the horrors Kingfisher's cold expression promised. He grabbed me by the ankle and yanked me roughly toward him, dragging me across the floor. In less than a second, I was pinned beneath his massive body, and Nimmerell was at my throat. "Rule number 3. Do not make me do any physical activity," he snarled. "What part about I am hungover did you not fucking understand?" My eyes burned brightly, promising tears. "I'm going home, Fisher. You can't stop me." He jabbed me with his sword, pricking me with its wicked point. "Apparently I can." "You're such a bastard," I hissed. He bared his teeth. "And you are a lying little thief." "I am not!" His eyes were greener than ever. The quicksilver within them jittered, vibrating wildly. Fisher glowered down at my hand, at my thumb specifically, and the plain silver signet ring I was wearing on it. "Really? Because I believe you're wearing my ring, and I don't remember fucking giving it to you." "Fine. Yes, I took your stupid ring, but I didn't lie to you." I tried to swat Nimmerell away, but the second my hand touched the blackened blade, ungodly agony tore through me. I screamed, pulling my hand back, but the flesh where my palm had met the metal was charred to a crisp. "Only the person sealed to it can touch an active Alchimeran sword." "I would have warned you not to do that, but you never listen to me, do you, human?" "I decided not to waste my breath," he spat. The tears came hot and fast now, brought on by anger more than the pain. I hiccuped softly. "Bastard." "You like calling me that, don't you? Knock yourself out. You did lie. You lied with your body, with your mouth. You crawled up into my lap and kissed me and rubbed yourself all over me and used the opportunity to take something from me." A million emotions clashed inside of me, warring for supremacy. They exploded out of me all at once. "I needed it so I could go home. I'm not sorry. You wouldn't be either if you were me." "I wouldn't have been dumb enough to do it in the first place." "I had to. I had to go through the silver." "You would have died if you'd stepped foot in that pool." I glared at him defiantly. "Not with the ring." "That ring isn't a relic. It's a trinket and nothing more. It wouldn't have protected you." "It shielded you when you brought me through the pool." "No, it didn't," he said icily. "Of course it fucking didn't." "You told Lane." "I told Lane I was wearing it, nothing more. Whatever she inferred from that is her own undoing." Shock vibrated up through the soles of my feet, rattling my bones. "So, you traveled through without your pendant? To save me?" "Ha!"
He pulled back, his chest heaving. Nimarel lowered to his side. He sneered down at me, his handsome face transformed into a mask of pity. To save my friends. To end my exile. To fucking live or die, finally, one way or another. It had nothing to do with you. Then I would have been fine without it. If you can move through the pathways without a shield, I'm stronger than you, idiot. I've spent hundreds of years forging barriers and wards around my mind that you couldn't begin to comprehend. My mind is an impenetrable vault, and I still paid a heavy price for my transgression. Your mind is as shallow as a fucking teacup. It would have splintered into 1,000 pieces if you'd stepped into that pool. I didn't know what to say. There was nothing I could say. I closed my eyes, and all of the hope that I'd been clinging to rushed out of me in a long exhale. Now, my tears were from exhaustion and defeat. I'm not going to stop trying. It's not in me to stop, I whispered. You have to. I can't. They're my family. He understood. He'd taken a great risk, too, because he thought it would help the people he cared about. So then why couldn't he understand this? Why wouldn't he just let me go? As if he were reading my mind, Kingfisher crouched down in front of me, balancing on the balls of his feet, his whole body still radiating with anger. He stabbed a finger at me. You are going to stay here, and you are going to figure out how to create relics for us. You're going to figure out how to manipulate the Quicksilver if it's the last thing you do. I was so tired. Every part of me hurt. Just flat out ached with sorrow. I dragged myself up into a sitting position, hissing when I leaned my weight on my newly scorched hand. Resting my elbows on the tops of my knees, I hung my head and sighed. I promise you I won't. I'll let you torture me first. I will not help the Fae. Not until I know what's happened back in Zilvarin. I can't. Kingfisher reached out and gently lifted my chin with his curled fingers so that our eyes met. It won't be me hurting you, he said softly. It'll be Belicon, and even I can't withstand him. Then I guess I'll die. Foolish girl. He slowly shook his head. You have no idea what you're talking about. Look into my eyes. No, wait. Why don't you listen to my heartbeat, Kingfisher, and tell me if I'm lying? We stared at each other and I let him see my truth. I refused to look away. His hair fell into his eyes, the dark waves framing his face, the muscle in his jaw working, as he waited to read something in me that suggested I might break. The silence ate us. Kingfisher shot to his feet and tore away, cursing loudly. He hadn't reached the Quicksilver pool before he spun around and stalked back, holding a finger in the air. All right, fine. You get 1. What do you mean I get 1? I'll go. He huffed, blasting an angry breath down his nose. I will go, and I will try to get one of these humans who are so fucking precious to you. I will try to bring that human back here, and you will end this madness. In return, you'll agree to do whatever I ask of you to help me forge new relics and any other instruments I deem fit. You'd do that? You'd go? Fisher looked like he wanted to scream. Unwillingly, yes. Under duress, yes. He would go back to Zilvarin for me in order to strike a bargain. He needed me to help him that badly. And if that were true, then it also meant I want 2. He tossed his head back and let out a bark of laughter. What? My brother Hayden and Elroy. Looking a little hysterical,
He threw his arms wide, Nimmerel casting off wisps of black smoke.
Who the fuck is Elroy?
He's my friend. He's important to me, and, I added quickly, the thought occurring to me out of the blue, he's a master smith. He can probably help me to make the relics for you. He'll be useful. Fisher narrowed his eyes.
Can he channel metal energy the way you can?
I don't know. I don't think so, I admitted.
Then he's useless to me. You get one. Choose.
I can't choose. How am I supposed to pick which one of them lives and which one of them dies?
You share blood with one of them. The answer's simple.
It really was that easy for him. He'd make this decision easily and walk away without a scrap of guilt. That's who Kingfisher was.
I can't. Let me put this another way for you. I have one relic. I can bring one person at a time back with me. I will not, cannot, travel through the quick twice in one fucking day with nothing standing between me and that nightmare. It'll kill me once and for all.
So you will tell me to go and fetch Hayden for you, and we will be done with this farce. A part of me wanted to fight him on this, but I knew he was telling the truth. He really would lose himself if he traveled twice without his pendant. I felt sick to my stomach, but I gave him a quick nod. All right, fine. I took a deep breath. Hayden. Kingfisher took Nimmerel, gritting his teeth as he closed his hand around the black metal and dragged his palm along the blade. Blood welled and dripped between his fingers, splattering onto the stone. He pointed Nimmerel at me.
Blood, little Osha. It's the only way to seal this between us.
I balked, backing away from the sword. I'm not touching that thing again. Can't you just take my word for it? He snorted humorlessly.
Cute. And no. Use the dagger I gave you if you like, but you're giving me your blood. It doesn't have to be much.
I eyed him warily as I drew the dagger from the thigh holster he gave me earlier, hissing as I drew its edge across my palm. A tiny cut, the smallest I could manage, but it bled. Kingfisher held out his hand and pulled me to my feet, making a derisive sound when he saw the cut I'd inflicted upon myself.
Baby.
I pulled a face at him. Just do whatever it is you need to do already.
I go and I try to get your brother. You help me and assist me in any way I ask you to, and you do as you're told. You agree to this pact?
I nodded. Yes.
You understand that this is a blood oath, and you will be bound by this oath until death.
Yes, gods, I understand. I agree. Just get on with... Kingfisher slapped his palm against mine and held on tight. Ice shot through my veins. Black smoke clouded my view, stealing my vision, curling its way up my nose, snaking its way down my throat. It cleared almost immediately, and nothing had changed. My palm was still bleeding. It still hurt like hell. Whatever he'd done, Kingfisher seemed satisfied, though.
Give me something of his, he demanded.
What?
Give me something of Hayden's. What, you think I can just show up in your god's-forsaken city and immediately find someone I've never met before? I need something of your brother's so I can locate him.
Oh, right. That made sense. But, shit. I don't have anything of Hayden's with me. Kingfisher rolled his eyes.
Of course you don't. Is he your full brother? Do you have the same parents?
Yes.
Then your blood should suffice.
He held up his hand.
I already have that. Wait here. Do not move from this spot.
You're going right now? He raised his eyebrows.
You want to wait? After all of this?
No, definitely not. You should go.
Close this gate the moment I'm through. Wait an hour, and then activate it again.
I shook my head. I should leave it open. What if
a horde of feeders burst through 5 minutes after I leave? You forget, If this pool is open, then all the pools are open. Everywhere.
What's a feeder? Kingfisher sighed. He lifted Nimmerel over his shoulder, and the sword's scabbard materialized out of thin air, its strap and brace appearing across Fisher's chest, just in time for him to slide the blade home behind his back. His greaves and bracers followed, pauldrons forming out of smoke at his shoulders. In less than a second, Kingfisher was armored up and ready for war.
Trust me, you don't want to know. 1 hour, Osha. You make sure this door is ready to open when I come knocking. Trap me on the other side of it, and I'll lay waste to whatever remains of your shining silver city.
He turned and stepped into the pool without a second thought.
I shivered as I watched him descend into the quicksilver, my chest tight, my hands clenching into fists even tighter. My heart tripped when his crown of dark waves disappeared beneath the fluctuating surface of the pool. The quicksilver didn't want to obey when I commanded it to still. There was so much of it, way more than I'd commanded before, and it had a mind of its own. It didn't want to sleep, and it took 4 attempts to force it into submission. Once the giant pool was a solid, flat panel again, I sat down with my back leaning up against the closest pillar, shivering against the penetrating cold. And the doubt began to set in. There was nothing stopping Kingfisher from finding Hayden and killing him. Elroy, too. Things would be a whole lot simpler for Kingfisher if he just murdered the people I cared about back in Silvarin. He wouldn't have to come back through the gate without his pendant. Wouldn't have to deal with another human running around his court. What was to say he'd even gone to Silvarin? He could have slipped off to another realm entirely, one that was uninhabited. He could be sitting on a rock right now, staring at a foreign sky, waiting for the allotted amount of time to pass, at which point he'd return and tell me my family and friends were already dead. There was nothing he could do about it, and it was time for me to hold up my end of our bargain. How would I know he was telling the truth? I had no means of telling the time down here either. I had no timepiece, and there were no windows to watch the progress of Avelia's single sun across the sky. I had to rely on my own best judgment, which was a problem because— click. I snapped my head up, twisting to the left toward the source of the sound. Click, 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 click. I didn't move. What was that? I leaned forward, squinting into the dark, blood pumping, heart racing, terrified of what might coalesce out of the pitch-black shadows. What lived in the dark, lightless places of this court? It would be foolhardy to assume that these tunnels were patrolled by Belicon's men and nothing else. A chattering sound echoed around the cavern, and every hair on my body stood on end. The dagger Kingfisher gave me was sharp, but it would be useless against more than one foe, especially if they attacked from a distance. I began to get to my feet, but a streak of white darted out of the darkness, beelining right for me. White fur and a bushy tail and black-tipped ears pinned all the way back. The fox. My fox. He'd come back for me. The little creature's claws click, click, clicked against the ground as he ran. He tried to slow when he reached me, but the stone was too smooth, and his paws found no purchase, and he slid the last 4 feet. He yelped, diving into my lap, butting his muzzle underneath my elbow so that he could bury his face in my side and hide. The small barrel of his ribcage rose and fell like crazy as he curled himself around my body, panting like he'd just run 5 miles. "You changed your mind, then?" I whispered, painfully aware of how loud the sound of my voice was now that I was alone down here and the quicksilver wasn't muttering to me. The little fox chittered in answer, grumbling away into my armpit. All right. Don't worry. We're all allowed to change our minds," I told him. "Don't suppose you're good at keeping track of time, are you?" The little fox sneezed. "No, Me either. I'd never been more grateful for company in my whole life. I stroked the fox, relieved that another living, breathing creature was willing to sit with me and perform this vigil. He was scared, very scared, but he didn't leave me again. What am I going to call you? If you're going to be hanging around, you need to have a name. He peered up at me, his little onyx eyes narrowed to slits, eyelids slowly blinking so that I could make out every single one of his tiny white eyelashes. What do you think about onyx? I asked him. He closed his eyes and didn't open them again for a long time, which I took to be a sign of approval. He was soon asleep. I took to counting out the seconds, tallying the minutes off on my hands, until I figured that an hour had to have passed. Onyx wasn't happy when I set him down on top of my bag. He observed with baleful eyes as I stood at the edge of the pool and carefully reached out, commanding the ocean of silver to wake. The surface had only half transformed, still solid around the edges, when an explosion of black smoke burst out of the center of the pool. Kingfisher was there then, wading through the silver, his face contorted like a mask. In his right hand, Nimmerell dripped red. In his left, the body he dragged behind him by the scruff of its neck dripped silver. He hauled the lifeless form over the side of the pool and dumped it onto the ground, then collapsed down next to it, panting. "Quickly! Before—" He cut off, his head ripping back, unleashing a shout that was all terror and pain. "Quick! The pendant!" he ground out. "Now!" The quicksilver churned, a million splintered voices shouting all at once. The sound was nauseating, but I blotted it out, racing to the body Kingfisher had dumped onto the stone. My hands were fast and true as I plucked up the pendant, retrieved it, and rushed to Kingfisher's side. He thrashed and moaned, clenching his teeth, the tendons in his neck straining horribly as I looped the chain over his head, and fought to slip the rectangular pendant down the front of his chest protector. "Fisher? Fisher!" He didn't respond. He growled, his back arching, the heels of his leather boots leaving black streaks against the stone as he writhed. "Fisher? Gods!"
What the hell? What do you need me to do?
I was really starting to panic when the male locked up tight, his eyes snapped open, and he dragged in a rattling, wet breath. "Fuck me," he rasped. "That was bad. Are you all right?" I went to touch his chest protector, not sure where to check him, but then thought better of it. "Close the gate," he wheezed. Shit. The gate. This time, I didn't give the quicksilver the opportunity to resist. I slammed my palms together in my mind, closing the door tight, and with a crack, the pool answered my demand, solidifying so fast that it shattered the stone lintel that ran around the pool. "Hope you're happy, human, because I am never, ever." Kingfisher rolled onto his side, clutching his stomach. "Doing that again." He was through. He'd done it. Oh my gods. Hayden! Fisher had actually done it. He'd brought Hayden back with him. I left Kingfisher as he struggled to sit up. My knees sang with pain as I dropped down next to the unconscious body, but it didn't matter. I didn't care. Hayden was alive. He was here. Oh no. I rocked back onto my heels, frowning at the figure lying on the ground. The hope that had soared through me came crashing down around my ears. Was this supposed to be some kind of joke? No. Fisher didn't have a sense of humor, and this wasn't funny. It'll take a while for him to wake up. Humans are so... Kingfisher groaned. You're all so fucking fragile. I rounded on the warrior, the dull roar in my ears growing progressively louder, louder, louder. This is not my brother, Fisher. This is Carrion fucking Swift.
Chapter 14. The Fine Print. Copper-colored hair, annoyingly perfect mouth, heart-shaped birthmark on his chin. It was definitely Carrion. Kingfisher took one look at him and shrugged. I tracked your bloodline. It led me right to him. I asked him who he was. He said he was Hayden Fane. Ergo, I brought you Hayden Fane. Were you pinning him against a wall and holding a sword to his throat when you asked him? I demanded. No, I had him in a headlock. I hadn't even drawn the sword. Not then, anyway. No wonder he lied to you about who he was. He probably thought you were a debt collector or one of Madra's men. Debt collector? Fisher fumed. Look, let me ask you something. Do you recall where the gate is in Zilvarin? In Madra's palace. Correct. And what do you think was there waiting for me when I stepped out of that silver? I don't know. 50 trained guardians and a unit of archers armed with iron-tipped arrows. I had to fight my way out of there, cross that scorched, disease-ridden shithole you're so desperate to get back to, find your brother, then get back across the city, back into Madra's palace, back into that cursed hall, and then back into the Quicksilver in under an hour. I did not have time to interview the prick. Now, will this one do or not? No, he will not. Our deal stands, Kingfisher snapped, stooping to pick up Carrion. He threw the lifeless black market trader over his shoulder like he weighed nothing. Fisher glared at me with the intensity of 1,000 suns. I hate that fucking place, but I went there for you. I got stabbed 7 times in various parts of my body. For you. This prick said he was Hayden. His blood said he was Hayden. I did what I said I was going to do. Now move. We're getting the hell out of here. I'm not going back to my rooms. We're not going back to your rooms. First, I'm finding a healer. Then I'm going to find Wren, and then we're getting the fuck out of here. Fisher had spent the better part of his youth in the Winter Palace. He knew the place like the back of his hand. He opened concealed doorways and stomped along hidden passageways, charging up a ridiculous number of stairs, ignoring me when I pleaded for him to slow down. I wanted to dig my heels in and refuse to move, but my body wouldn't listen. He told me to follow, and follow I did, even though my heart was pumping like a piston, and I felt like I would pass out any moment. I didn't have a choice. Onyx squealed, doing backflips in the bag the whole time, inconsolable. Finally, Fisher stopped after what I guessed was 23 flights of stairs, and dumped Carrion down onto the cold stone at my feet. Stay here. Wait for me until I get back. Do not make a sound. I unleashed a string of foul curse words at him, only they didn't make it past my lips. As he'd commanded, I didn't make a sound. What the hell had he done to me? Why was my body not my own? I seethed as I waited. In my head, I screamed at Carrion to wake up and do something about this. But it transpired that the smuggler was just as infuriating when he was unconscious as he was while he was awake. The idiot didn't stir once. An hour passed, and Onyx grew bored and fell asleep. When Fisher reappeared in the hidden passageway, the tears in his shirt were gone, as was all of the blood he'd been covered in. Fixed up, good as new, he carried something long and thin under his arm, wrapped in what looked like a curtain. I couldn't find Wren. I left him a note, he informed me, picking up Carrion. With no further preamble, he set off back down the stairs. I said nothing. I didn't move a muscle. He only realized I wasn't following him once he'd turned the corner and disappeared from view.